Chapter 851. Challenging the Training Hall Solo. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Ailrianth. Shanghai Pudong Airport. A team of young, tanned men and women walked out from the International Arrival Hall. Among them, a tall man with a high nose bridge took his sunglasses off and checked his surroundings. I thought we were going to find ourselves among buildings made of bricks, stones, and wood. It turns out that China isn't too far behind from most countries, at least the airport isn't as bad as I thought, Sate grinned, revealing his dimples. A bunch of girls who were studying abroad happened to pass by. They looked at the man who looked both handsome and naughty, like a prince on a black horse. They quickly whispered among themselves, but none of them had the courage to take another glance at him. He's so handsome, he looks like Louis Koo. I think his eyes are very attractive, his pupils are blue, I've never seen a man's eyes like blue gems. Which country are they from? No idea, but their language sounds strange. The girls continued walking. After walking a distance away, they secretly turned around and saw the handsome man staring at them, too. They immediately raised their chests and shook their hips while walking on their heels. They ignored the man's gaze like proud princesses and headed for the exit. The girls in this country are interestingly fake, Sate had already heard the whispers of the girls. He was a magician after all, his hearing was several times stronger than a normal person. Let's go, we have some important matters to attend to after acquiring the stamp, another woman with curly hair spoke up. It's because of the air con. The air is humid outside, too. We are close to the beach, you should stay under the sand forever, since there's never a place that suits you, Sate quickly caught up to the team of 10 people. Is anyone aware of how strong China is? Asked Mios. We shouldn't waste too much time at the training hall. Go do your business, I can handle the training hall myself, Sate smiled. You shouldn't underestimate them. How am I underestimating them? We would have sent Shreve instead if we were underestimating them. Shreve looked at a man with a bucktooth nearby. The man with a bucktooth glared at Sate while pointing at his nose. As the man was relatively short, he had to stand on his toes while pointing at someone else. He looked rather amusing. What do you mean by that? Why don't we have a fight now? Snapped Shreve furiously. I will never be scared of you. Enough? No infighting, said the woman called Mios. Sate, we'll leave the training hall to you. We can only stay in Shanghai for a day. We must immediately depart for the ancient capital 11 and tomorrow. It's our real goal, said Mios. We will depart on time, you have my word. Sate smiled confidently. China's National Training Hall was located close to Huangpu River, between Oriental Pearl Park and the IFC building. Most foreigners immediately saw the modernization of China. Many foreigners still assumed that people in China were still wearing kaipao and living in old houses due to the influence of long outdated ancient TV dramas. Sate asked around for directions with weird-sounding English and managed to find the National Training Hall after half an hour. During this time, his stereotypical view of China had improved slightly. However, having a modern city was not necessarily equal to a high standard for magicians. As a magician from one of the four ancient civilizations, Egypt, their magic was the purest and noblest. Hang on, that didn't sound right. China was also one of the four ancient civilizations. Forget it, surely China wasn't as old and pure as Egypt. Sate walked up to the spectacular entrance of a half-spherical structure and asked an armed guard, "Excuse me, is this the place of challenge for national teams participating in the World College Tournament?" It is, but the place isn't open to visitors. Please leave, said the guard calmly after taking a glance at the foreigner. Visitors would occasionally end up at the National Training Hall, since it was located close to the Oriental Pearl Tower and some famous skyscrapers. Jun Ji had no choice but to repeat the same sentence every day. If he was allowed to bring a recorder, he would definitely use it to greet the visitors. I'm not here to visit, I've come here to challenge, Sate said in a serious voice with a confident expression. You? It's just you. Jun Ji was startled. He immediately asked for identification. Sate took out the badge that served as every national team's identification with the same confident smile on his face. "Can I go in now?" asked Sate. "Well, why is it only you? Shouldn't the whole team from Egypt be here, too?" Jun Ji asked with a confused face. "The team only sent me here. I'm the representative. The others have important matters to attend to," said Sate honestly. "I'll bring you in first, then." Jun Ji asked another guard to take his spot as he led Sate into the National Training Hall. The National Training Hall was around the size of 3 soccer fields. The place had different types of terrain, such as forests, sand, rock, and grass, where the duels would take place. The roof of the building was the hemisphere, floating right above the dueling grounds. Sate was impressed by the spectacular view, since his homeland was not willing to spend so much money on building such a fancy dueling hall. That being said, the appearance of the building did not really mean anything to him. "There are quite a number of people here. Didn't you say that the training hall isn't open to visitors?" Sate looked around and saw at least 100 people in the building. Most of them looked fairly young. Some were having duels, while others were spectating from the side. Others were surrounding people that looked like instructors while listening to them speak. There aren't many teams that have visited China yet. The candidates here have to undergo training, too. As such, they ask their institutes to send some talented students over to duel with them. "There's actually a friendly match today. Are you interested in it?" explained Jun Ji. "It's fine, don't worry about it. I don't have time to waste on their show. Just hurry up with the challenge so I can regroup with my team." "We really have something important to do," said Sate in a serious voice. His arrogant attitude simply did not take Jun Ji's feelings as a citizen of China into consideration. Damn, isn't this guy a bit too full of himself? Not only did he come alone to challenge them, he even described the duels between the top students as a show. Once their students beat the crap out of him, he would simply forget what country he was from. Even though Jun Ji was displeased with how smug the guy was, he still brought the guest to the instructors politely. Chapter 852. Infuriating the entire hall. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. A bunch of idiots, you're all a bunch of idiots. At this rate, you can't even win against developing countries from Southeast Asia and Africa, let alone the strong countries like Russia, USA, and England. Did the whole team collapse just because Lu Yilin left? Do you seriously want other countries to think that the stamp that was supposed to be a challenge to them is actually just a simple attendance check? A hoarse voice echoed in the National Training Hall, leaving awkward expressions on the faces of the students who had come to visit. Meanwhile, the 9 students of the National Training Hall looked utterly depressed. Their instructor Bai Dongwei had the worst temper, condemning them right in front of the students from other institutes. Attendance check. It was true that many countries had successfully acquired the challenge stamp from them, but it was not like they were performing bad. Besides, Lu Yilin's departure from the team did place them in a little crisis. Due to their mistakes in the duels lately, they ended up not receiving as many resources as they had hoped. Meanwhile, every national team was improving rapidly, including their country's national team. Everyone had already reached the advanced level. How could defenders like them, who were only intermediate magicians, possibly win against the second wave of national teams? "Instructor Bai, can you please ask the higher-ups to allocate the resources to us first? We are seriously going to be smashed by the national teams if we don't improve," said Dongfang Lai. "Humph, do you think I'm not asking for more resources? Look at your results lately. How the heck did you even lose that bad against Thailand? I'm telling you, the team from Egypt is already here. If you lose again, I'm afraid you can't even stay on the team any longer, let alone get more resources. I wouldn't be this angry if you only lost because your cultivation is weaker, but you still lost when your opponent was also in the intermediate level," scolded by Dongwei. Dongfang Lai did not dare to speak again. He was left with no choice, either. If he managed to win the preliminaries, things would be totally different for him. His Dongfang clan would surely give him 3 galaxy veins to help him break through to the advanced level. Unfortunately, they only gave him one galaxy vein in the end, and he ended up failing the attempt. He was sent here to be a defender instead. When would his tough days come to an end? Excuse me, Instructor Bai, the team from Egypt is here. Jun Ji walked up and awkwardly interrupted Bai Dongwei's scolding. They are here? That quick? Where are they? You with the tanned face, please move aside, I don't see them anywhere. Bai Dongwei looked around for a while, yet he did not see the team from Egypt. Jun Ji pointed at the tanned face Sate and said softly, he's the one. They only sent a person here. Apparently he said that one person is enough to challenge China's National Training Hall. Jun Ji was speaking in Chinese. Bai Dongwei's face immediately flushed with rage after hearing the words. He could feel the urge to scream at the top of his lungs. Is he seriously here on his own? Bai Dongwei held his breath and confirmed it again. He's the only one. He said that the team has other important business, whispered Jun Ji. How dare they? Bai Dongwei groaned. He almost lost control of himself and strangled the man to death. What did they mean by a single person was enough to challenge China's National Training Hall? Every student Bai Dongwei taught was incredibly brilliant. How dare the representatives from Egypt treated themselves as phoenixes visiting a chicken coop? Dongfang Lai. Bai Dongwei was so furious that he almost stomped the ground. He completely forgot about treating their guests with courtesy and called for Dongfang Lai. I'm here. Dongfang Lai was confused. He had no idea what his instructor wanted from him. Beat the crap out of him. If he can walk again in just a week, I swear I'll let you rest in a sickbed for the entire month. Bai Dongwei was almost screaming. Dongfang Lai was stunned. How is that even reasonable? Besides, why is the instructor so mad? Did this handsome foreigner kidnap his wife? That doesn't make any sense. Bai Dongwei's wife is as tough as he is. There's no way the guy could kidnap her. Dongfang Lai walked up to the dueling ground in bewilderment. Are we starting now? That's a bit surprising, but I do like straightforward people, Sate smiled. He kept showing his confident dimples. Egyptian scum, you shouldn't be so full of yourself, cursed Bai Dongwei, glaring at Sate's back. He was extremely furious. Recently, the team had lost a duel that they were not supposed to lose after Lu Yilin left the team. To their surprise, someone actually thought they were just a bunch of sick cats. If he did not cripple the man and feed him to the dead pigs in Huangpu River, he would be unfaithful to the bright red flag with 5 stars. Come here all of you, someone is here to challenge us. Your duels are like a quarrel between women. Bai Dongwei cleared his throat and summoned everyone who was training elsewhere. The students from different institutes were having friendly duels with one another. They immediately gathered after hearing the call, even though they were utterly confused and clueless about what was happening. Dongfang Lai and Sate were already on the stage. They had chatted briefly with one another. Dongfang Lai never had a great temper, either. He almost spat out fire when he heard the man was representing the Egypt team and had come alone to challenge them. Do they seriously think the challenge stamp was as simple as an attendance check? If the man seriously thought he could acquire the stamp by himself, Dongfang Lai would not mind stamping the man's face with his fists first. Where the heck did he get his confidence from? Hey, Dongfang Lai, what's happening? Asked a student under the stage. This black face is from Egypt's national team. He has come alone to challenge us, replied Dongfang Lai. F***K me, does he really think he is Chenjian, to challenge us by himself, cursed the person too. TL note. Chenjian is the character in the movie Fist of Fury. The student soon spread the words among the crowd. Without any surprise, the students immediately glared at the foreigner. They all had the urge to replace Dongfang Lai and beat the crap out of the Egyptian. Anyone from their country would be mad. They would not say anything if it was a reputable country doing it, but who said the team from Egypt could disrespect them like that? Dongfang Lai, show him what you got. That's right, you can only teach a person like him to be humble with your fists. Dongfang Lai was serious when he heard the students encouraging him. Despite the circumstances, every duel in the National Training Hall would directly influence his future and the glory of his country. He could not afford to let down his guard. "Wait!" Sate called out all of a sudden. "It's too late to be scared now, humph," spat Dongfang Lai. "I'm not scared. Your number will only waste my time. I just want to know what the conditions are before I can get the stamp. Every place has its own rules for the challenge. Since I'm here on my own them, I don't mind taking all of you at once, but I will only allow it on a few conditions. However, if it's a one-on-one duel, or you're taking turns to fight me, you should tell me how many people I have to defeat in order to earn the stamp," Sate said in English. Chapter 853. Egypt's Undead Element. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Rules, of course there must be rules. Sate was not familiar with the character of these Chinese. What if they didn't admit their defeat after he beat 5 of their representatives? Didn't that mean he had to take on everyone else? Even though he wasn't afraid of being tired out if that was his opponent's tactic, he still found it annoying. "You're definitely the most annoying foreigner I have ever met," said Bai Dongwei blatantly. "Oh, thanks," Sate was not bothered at all by the remark. He actually returned the favor. "You can set the rules," said Bai Dongwei. "Do your words count?" asked Sate. "Nonsense, I'm the instructor here. If you apologize for your arrogant behavior and bring the rest of your team here to challenge us, I will consider giving you the badge based on your sincerity." "I, Bai Dongwei, am in charge here," snapped Bai Dongwei furiously. "No chance I'm apologizing. I didn't do anything wrong. If I can set the rules, say, how about I hold the stage, and you can send 3 people to challenge me? They can fight me at the same time, or take turns to fight me. If I lose to any of them, it means I've failed the challenge. Otherwise, you will give me the stamp immediately." "I'm really in a rush here," claimed Sate. "How smug of you." Bai Dongwei was so furious that he almost started cursing the man's ancestors. However, before he could speak, Mu Nujiao immediately stopped him. "Instructor Bai, don't sweat it. If he's so confident, it might imply that his abilities are useful when fighting multiple people or in prolonged fights. If those are the rules he asked for, we are willing to accept them." "How is that acceptable? If we win, he will accuse us of abusing our numbers. I'm not a fan of unfair duels. It doesn't even feel good if we win. The challenges should be fair and just. If we can't maintain our integrity, it will destroy our national team's morale when they are competing with other countries," replied Bai Dongwei. "Instructor Bai, Mu Nujiao is right, we shouldn't take the bait. He might be provoking us. If we simply let Dongfang Lai fight him, we might be giving the challenging stamp away too easily once again if Dongfang Lai loses the duel," said another defender of the National Training Hall. Bai Dongwei calmed down after hearing the student's advice. If the guy was indeed provoking them, he might have some weird capabilities to guarantee his victory over Dongfang Lai. Not only would they give the challenging stamp away, they would feel utterly sulky from the loss, too. However, a group fight would greatly limit his advantages. A one-on-one duel was too unpredictable. For example, a psychic magician was basically unbeatable among magicians at the same level. It was common for people to lose against a psychic magician without even casting a single spell. If you think it's unacceptable, how about 4 or 5? You can have 5 people. It will waste too much of my time if it's over 5, and it won't be a glorious win for you either, right? Sate grinned. 3 is enough. If you can defeat them, I'll hand over the stamp immediately, said Bai Dongwei, while clenching his teeth. Bai Dongwei agreed with Mu Nujiao as he calmed down. Their opponent must have something up his sleeves if he was acting so confidently. Dongfang Lai and the others were not weak, but their fighting style was too predictable, so they would easily be outsmarted in a duel. They were the ones that would suffer if they ended up giving the challenge stamps away too easily. The challenges of the National Training Hall were not too strict. Every country was told to decide on the format themselves. the halls could also suggest how the challenges would take place, as long as both sides reached an agreement. Fine, I hope you will keep your word, Saber grinned. His smile was rather charming, but none of the girls thought the man was handsome, since he was too full of himself. Dongfang Lai's primary element was fire. He was easily ranked in the top 5 in the Pearl Institute. During the preliminaries, Dongfang Lai had lost to Li Kaifeng. Li Kaifeng managed to overcome all the challenges and defeated every student at Pearl Institute. He was representing Pearl Institute on the national team. Mo Fan and Li Kaifeng were unaware that they were actually schoolmates. You can start now. I believe everyone is aware of the rules of an official duel. I'm too lazy to explain them. Just get on with the fight. Bai Dongwei stood at the spot of a judge and wasted no time. His only desire was to see Dongfang Lai beat the crap out of Sate until he dropped to his knees and licked the ground of their country. After hearing the signal, the cautious Dongfang Lai did not make his move immediately. Normally, he would immediately cast a spell to kickstart the fight. As a purely offensive fire magician, securing the edge during a one-on-one duel would secure half his victory. Dongfang Lai's casting speed was not as quick as Dongfang Ming due to Ming's outstanding talent, but the strength of his spells was a lot higher than Dongfang Ming's. Idiot, what is he thinking? Just throw a fiery fist at the opponent before he reacts. Why didn't he abuse his advantages during such a crucial fight instead of being so tactical? Playing a mind game? Waiting for his opponent to strike first? How stupid! Bai Dongwei immediately murmured. It was important for a magician to understand their strengths and weaknesses in a duel. It was unnecessary for someone like Dongfang Lai to use his brain. Unfortunately, he had started using his brain because of how important the duel was. What's the point of using his brain if he had never used it before? He would simply give his opponent an edge. As Bai Dongwei thought, Sate finished channeling his spell while Dongfang Lai was waiting patiently. It was a basic star orbit, but it unleashed a strong presence of death and evil, as if a tomb had just been torn open. The foul odor of a tomb immediately suffused the air. What is that? Dongfang Lai was startled. He had never seen anything like it in his entire life. It felt similar to black magic, yet both the shadow element and curse element were nothing like what he was seeing. Undead element. Bai Dongwei recognized Sate's magic with a single glance. He was completely in shock. He had to admit that the undead element was incredibly rare, especially in China. Searching for undead magicians was harder than ascending the heavens. Without undead magicians, it was difficult to produce equipment like the Stardust Magic tools, Nebula tools, and the Galaxy tools. Most of the tools in their country were obtained as imports. In some ways, it greatly hindered the rate of improvement of their country's standards. Undead magicians were extremely rare, but important. As for their capabilities, even Bai Dongwei had never seen one in a real fight before. He remembered an old professor telling him that the undead element was similar to the summoning element in a fight, but it was more troublesome to deal with. A cloud of muddy air was circling around Sate, like countless ghosts dancing to the wind. A hole had opened up under it, like a pitch-black well with the lid removed, a tunnel leading to the filthy, dark underworld. Eerie shrieks were coming out from the hole, bone-chilling cries of agony. Chapter 854. Grey Cloth Iron Mummy. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The presence of undead. The cloud of murky air gradually expanded. The undead were able to move freely within its coverage. In addition to that, the undead would grow stronger as the aura did. The undead were different than most summoned creatures. If the deathly presence was strong enough, certain kinds of undead, like skeletons, would be revived from the dead. Sate was summoning a mummy-type undead. Its head appeared first, wrapped in grey cloth, followed by its hands as it crawled out of the hole. The mummy was around 3 meters tall, its entire body wrapped in grey cloth. Only its eyes, nose, and mouth were slightly exposed between the gaps. Its eyes were completely hollow, the sockets pitch black. Its eyes were missing, its mouth did not have lips. The sound of whimpering was coming between its exposed yellow teeth, the sound full of hatred. The grey cloth mummy crawled out from the hole and stood in front of Sate like a little giant. Its undead aura filled the entire dueling ground. It was irascible in nature. It immediately charged at its target after Sate gave it the order. A strong pressure rose when the mummy began to run. A height of 3 meters was not too scary for demon creatures, yet for some reason, the pressure the mummy brought was comparable to that of a beast over 10 meters tall. Dongfanglai had no chance of dodging it. The grey cloth mummy was not as sluggish as most mummies. Its sturdy leg sank into the ground and came to a full stop when it was around 10 meters away from Dongfanglai. Shards of concrete scattered across the place from the mummy's strong momentum. The mummy threw a fierce punch. It seemed to have fully transferred the momentum of the charge into its arm. Its fist emitted a sharp blue flicker of light as it rapidly approached Dongfanglai's face. Dongfanglai had not thought the mummy could throw a punch at him despite being 10 meters away. He quickly summoned his shield equipment in a panic. Dongfanglai's shield equipment was a tower shield, big enough to fully cover his body. The blue flicker slammed heavily onto the tower shield. It started trembling with a piercing screech as the violent force penetrated the layer of defense and headed for Dongfanglai. Dongfanglai was able to react quickly, and immediately summoned his armor. A red armor wrapped around his body at the quickest speed. The remaining force collided into the red armor, knocking Dongfanglai 6 meters back. The hot-tempered Bai Dongwei could not help but curse when he saw Dongfanglai using 2 of his trump cards when the duel had only just begun. The undead element was incredibly rare, but the undead were basically a bunch of demon creatures living in tombs and the underground. If Dongfanglai had actually taken the initiative to attack first, he would not have been forced to use his defensive equipment so quickly. Don't lose your head. Bai Dongwei knew scolding the student in the middle of a duel would not be any help to him, but he still had no choice but to say that to Dongfanglai. Dongfanglai realized he was at a disadvantage. He immediately jumped back to create some distance between him and the grey cloth iron mummy. However, the grey cloth iron mummy was extremely quick afoot. It immediately chased Dongfanglai after the first punch. Dongfanglai had no choice but to cast a fiery fist and release it earlier than he was supposed to. The grey cloth iron mummy skidded sideways and dodged the burning fist. The path of a fiery fist was in the shape of a gradually expanding fan. If the target was too close, the coverage of the attack was only slightly larger than a normal punch. On top of that, it only traveled in a straight line. With the right timing, it was fairly easy to dodge. The grey cloth iron mummy was obviously very familiar with human magic. Dongfanglai was stunned when he saw the undead dodge his attack agilely. He quickly cast a basic spell to prevent the grey cloth iron mummy from moving any closer. Even though Dongfanglai's fire burst had also reached the 4th tier, its damage was totally ineffective against the grey cloth iron mummy. The undead simply forced its way through the explosion without trying to dodge it. The undead quickly approached Dongfanglai. It lifted its leg and kicked Dongfanglai flying with a quick swipe. Dongfanglai's armor was made of metal. The sound of the impact clearly implied that the mummy's body was just as sturdy as Lai's armor. Dongfanglai rolled quite a distance away after he landed. Luckily, the quality of his armor was rather impressive. Otherwise, the kick would have easily broken his ribs. Damn it! Dongfanglai clenched his teeth when he felt the pain from his chest. You won't dodge it this time. Dongfanglai endured the pain and completed a star pattern. His right hand was engulfed in blazing flames. Fiery fist, 9 dragons. Fiery dragons sprang forward from the flames burning on Dongfanglai's fist, leaving a trail of flames in their wake. The 9 fiery dragons pounced at the grey cloth iron mummy. The blazing flames immediately devoured its body and set the area on fire. Bet it doesn't feel great. Dongfanglai grinned when he saw the grey cloth iron mummy struggling in the fire. He was surprised by the undead's strength and speed at the start. However, the undead was surely no match for him. Dongfanglai immediately cast a few spells to kill the undead while it was trying to escape from the flames. Sate stood far away, making sure that he was not within the range of Dongfanglai's spells. His face was still displaying 2 dimples, meaning that he was still wearing a grin. His blue eyes suddenly emitted a red flicker, as if he had just given an order. The grey cloth iron mummy burning in the flames suddenly let out a roar and charged in Dongfanglai's direction, as if it had gone mad. Its body was still burning fiercely. It simply brought the flames with it as it was running at Dongfanglai. Dongfanglai was unable to dodge it. He was sent flying at a shocking speed, as if a huge truck had just rammed into him. He slammed heavily into the barrier around the dueling ground. The impact was shocking. Dongfanglai's armor almost broke into pieces from the impact. Dongfanglai spat out mouthfuls of blood. His face was incredibly pale. He could not even stand up as most of his bones were broken. How weak! The smile on Sate's face widened. Bai Dongwei inhaled deeply, withholding the urge to curse. He quickly called a healer over to treat Dongfanglai's wounds. Chapter 855. Bone Saber Mummy, Part 1. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. That undead isn't huge in size, but its weight is rather shocking. Take a look at its feet, the ground has sunken even though it's only standing there. Therefore, anyone would end up like Dongfanglai if the undead rammed into them, analyzed a female student with short hair and black-framed glasses. Dongfanglai lost earlier than expected. This Egyptian might be one of the strongest on their team. The grey cloth iron mummy alone is troublesome to deal with. Even the 4th-tier fiery fist didn't do much against it. It's a tough loss, indeed. If he actually took the initiative, it wouldn't have ended like this. He could at least have defeated that iron mummy. Who's going next? I'll go, my plant element can easily handle the undead, said the female student with glasses. Mu Nujiao also has the plant element. I'm better than her, said the female student calmly. She stepped forward from the team and adjusted her heavy glasses. Bai Dongwei was still lost in his anger. He was getting more annoyed when he saw the widening smile on the Egyptian's face. Yu Tangxin, do you have the confidence to take him on, said Bai Dongwei, looking at the girl with glasses. Yu Tangxin nodded. Sate's eye squinted when he saw his next challenge was a girl. He seemed rather intrigued. The big guy here won't go easy on you. You better prepare your defensive equipment, Sate reminded Yu Tangxin like a gentleman. However, it felt more like the man was provoking her. She remained silent and waited for Bai Dongwei to declare the start of the duel. It was the same grey cloth iron mummy. As Yu Tangxin had speculated, even though the mummy was only 3 meters tall, its weight was rather shocking. For example, if a 3-meter-tall figure made of wood collided into an ordinary person, they would most likely suffer a few fractures. However, in the case of the iron mummy, most people would have died from the impact. The iron mummy was incredibly heavy, which was also the reason it could unleash such shocking force with a punch 10 meters away, and had taken out Dongfanglai with a single collision, even though he was still wearing his armor. Apart from its weight, the grey-clothed iron mummy was nothing to be afraid of. Yu Tangxin stared at the grey-cloth iron mummy, channeling her magic secretly. Even the brilliance of the star orbit was hidden under her feet, to prevent her opponent from seeing it. The grey-cloth iron mummy was pretty straightforward with its attack. It charged at Yu Tangxin once again. The grey-cloth iron mummy seemed to know that Yu Tangxin was preparing her trick under the ground. It decided to jump into the air. The creature could reach 10 meters in the air every time it jumped, and each landing would send shards flying, clearly showing its shocking weight. Yu Tangxin quickly backed away. She no longer had any time to finish her setup as the grey-cloth iron mummy kept chasing after her. As she raised her hands and waved, a faint green light sprinkled across the place like a drizzle. The ground that had received the drizzle changed immediately, as magic vines as thick as an adult's arm drilled out and grew rapidly. Magic vine, grow! Yu Tangxin continued to channel the magic. The magic light served as a catalyst to the growth of the magic vine's saplings. More vines emerged from the ground. The vines gradually thickened as they grew longer. Some grew thorns upon them. Magic vine, attack! Yu Tangxin remained calm. She was not in a panic to attack when the Iron Mummy was getting closer to her. She purposely waited until the magic vines were in position before making her move. The spells of the plant element needed some time to grow, and with sufficient time, the spells would be able to unleash their maximum potential. As Yu Tangxin gave the order, the matured vines lunged at the grey-cloth Iron Mummy. It was difficult to dodge all the vines. The grey-cloth Iron Mummy had no chance of escaping regardless of how agile it was. Drag it down! Yu Tangxin stood between the vines. She did not show the slightest fear towards the grey-cloth Iron Mummy. She pointed her finger up, commanding the magic vines to seal off its escape when the grey-cloth Iron Mummy was trying to break free from the vines. The magic vines were like serpents. They quickly wrapped around the grey-cloth Iron Mummy's legs and dragged it to the ground fiercely. As soon as the grey-cloth Iron Mummy landed on the ground, several magic vines burst out from the ground and wrapped around its body a few times. The grey-cloth Iron Mummy tried to break free with brute force. It snapped a few vines in half as it was struggling, but new vines appeared faster than it could break them. The grey-cloth Iron Mummy soon found itself surrounded by vines, unable to move at all. Nice one! Using softness to conquer strength, I would like to see how the Iron Mummy is going to break free from the vines. The students cheered when they saw Yu Tangxin securing the edge in the duel. The Iron Mummy, who was unstoppable against Dong Fanglai, turned out to be a puppet waiting to be trampled on against Yu Tangxin. Forest of Kuan. Yu Tangxin did not give the grey-cloth Iron Mummy any chance to break free. She immediately cast an intermediate spell and summoned a large thicket, surrounding the grey-cloth Iron Mummy like a sturdy cage. The grey-cloth Iron Mummy was unable to escape in a short period of time. Bai Dongwei was relieved upon seeing this. Yu Tangxin was very calm and rational with her approach. She did not cast the intermediate spell right at the start. The truth was, the intermediate spell, Forest of Kuan, needed some time for preparation too. Yu Tangxin first used the basic spells to produce enough vines under the ground. The vines were used to temporarily restrain the enemy's movement, buying her time to prepare her intermediate spell. Once the ground was fully occupied by the plants, the Forest of Kuan would be more efficient. The fighting style of a plant magician was different than most offensive magicians. It was necessary to focus on the arrangement during a fight, to slowly lure the enemy into the trap according to the situation. We don't have many plant magicians in our country. Sate seemed rather calm despite the circumstances. He did not seem too bothered when his grey-cloth Iron Mummy was entrapped. He slowly said, however, the fact that you've easily dealt with my undead means you're a lot smarter than the guy from before. Show me what you've got, said Yu Tangxin. I don't really have much. The undead element is all I have. The question is, can you trap all of them? Come out! The hole from before appeared once again. When everyone thought the undead's head would pop out first, they were shocked when they saw a huge, black bone saber coming out from the hole first. Chapter 856. Bone Saber Mummy, Part 2. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The bone saber was black, yet emitting an icy glow. The glossy surface even reflected Sate's evil grin. The giant saber first appeared, followed by the undead's body. Unlike the muscular appearance of the grey-cloth Iron Mummy, the second undead was exceedingly fleshy, covered in layers of winding sheets. White burial sheets was a symbolic feature of the mummies from Egypt. However, most mummies were dried corpses, and were expected to be skinny, yet this particular mummy was quite plump. Even its belly was popping out. As a matter of fact, there were undead with fleshy bodies too, but the fat mummy was not clumsy as it seemed. Anyone would have trouble feeling at ease after seeing the black saber it was holding in his hand. The mummy was around 5 meters tall. It was basically a chariot for the bone saber, which was around 6 meters long. Its size had a strong visual impact when compared to the average size of a human. The mummy roared like an ox, but its cry was nothing like an animal. Everyone's ears were buzzing from the loud rumble. This is my death saber, mummy. I hope you will enjoy the fight. Sate burst out laughing. The death saber mummy had an astonishing aura. It immediately swung the black saber wildly before Yu Tangxin could analyze its type. The creature had remarkable strength. It was able to swing the heavy saber in a full circle. Are you kidding? It was so far away, the students were dumbfounded. The death saber mummy was at least 100 meters away from Yu Tangxin. Everyone thought she would be safe as long as she maintained the distance from the undead, not because there was no spell that could reach her, but because most magicians were able to react in time at such a distance. The black saber slashed fiercely. Everyone could see the death saber mummy's flesh twitching. The saber sprang forward. It did not just cut through the air, it even slashed the ground in half. An obvious shockwave flew rapidly across the air, followed by the ground rupturing as if an earthquake was taking place. The force tore a huge ravine along the ground. The ravine was 100 meters long. It slashed the magic vines and the forest of Kuan along the way in half. Pieces of wood scattered in the air as a strong gust of wind followed the slash. Violent, imperious. The slash had completely destroyed Yu Tangxin's setup. The shockwave was still heading for Yu Tangxin, leaving a deep cut on her armor. It was inches away from cutting through her skin. Yu Tangxin stood blankly. The vines were drifting wildly in the wind. She stared at the shocking ravine. The slash was clearly executed 100 meters away, yet it felt like the bone saber was swung right in front of her. Her heart was pounding heavily. Yu Tangxin was fully focused on the death saber mummy. She totally forgot that the grey cloth iron mummy had broken free after the vines were destroyed. The creature was fairly close to her too. Yu Tangxin was stunned. She knew she had lost the duel when she saw the grey cloth iron mummy approaching her. I concede. Yu Tangxin raised her hand to signal to Judge Bai Dongwei and state that she forfeited the duel. She did not want to get hurt, as it would stop her from participating in the training. She had only conceded when she knew she had no chance of dodging the grey cloth iron mummy's attack. However, Yu Tangxin did not expect the attack to come so quickly. She could not even finish her sentence when she felt a strong force colliding into her. The thin layer of armor she was wearing failed to make any difference. Her body was slightly out of shape. The sound of bones fracturing was loud and clear enough that the whole crowd of more than 100 people in the hall fell silent. Yu Tangxin's body was heavily deformed as she was knocked into the air. The students watching the fight could clearly feel the pain she was suffering. Asshole, didn't you see her surrender? Cursed by Dongwei immediately. Sei was about to apologize, but his expression darkened when he heard Bai Dongwei's curse. He said coldly, first of all, she should have surrendered earlier. She didn't really finish her sentence there. Second, even though the undead is following my orders, it's not really me. They are violent in nature to begin with, so even if I tried to stop it, it wouldn't necessarily stop its attack in time. Bai Dongwei was so furious that he simply had the urge to teach the proud Egyptian a lesson himself. However, he was not in the mood to waste his time with the man after seeing Yu Tangxin's condition. He quickly went over to check on her. How is it? How is she doing? How vicious. If the attack was slightly stronger, Yu Tangxin would be dead by now, said the healer, clenching his teeth. Just make sure she survives. Help me out, hold her shoulders and legs in place, they are fully broken. Instructor, you should visit the Oriental Pearl Tower Magic Association and ask for a higher level healer. I can't guarantee that I can save her, said the healer sternly. I'll bring her over, said Bai Dongwei. We can't do that, we can't let her bones fracture any further. The broken bones might puncture her arteries and organs. I'm afraid that her condition will worsen with even the slightest movement, explained the healer. What, seriously? The watching students were stunned by the words. How cruel was the Egyptian? Did he really have to go so far? It was only a duel, there was no need to inflict such serious damage to Yu Tangxin, regardless of how weak she was. Everyone felt a chill running down their spine when they saw the Yu Tangxin's distorted body. Bai Dongwei quickly went to make the call. Luckily, the place was fairly close to the Magic Association. An advanced healer was readily available most of the time. Not long after, a male advanced magician in casual clothes arrived. He immediately saw the seriously injured Yu Tangxin and cast an advanced healing spell on her. A white star constellation appeared around him. "Lend me a hand," the plain-clothed magician told the student healer. "Sure. We have to move the broken bones at once." "They are already stuck in her veins," said the plain-clothed healer. The student was terrified. Her condition was a lot worse than he had imagined. "Stop talking, focus on directing her blood flow. I'll move the broken bones. Remember to unclog her blood as soon as I remove the bones." "Got it," confirmed the student healer. Chapter 857. Defender, Mu Ningxue. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Everyone knew how serious the injuries were when they had to treat the injured right at the scene. Yu Tangxin had been jolted back to consciousness a few times by the incredible pain, but she quickly fainted every time. Even the boys could feel their hearts flinching as they watched her. "You son of a bitch, how dare you hit her so heavily? Didn't your teacher teach you not to overdo it in a duel?" the student snapped furiously, pointing at Sate. "None of you has the undead element. You couldn't possibly understand how difficult it is to control the undead," replied Sate coldly. "Aren't you even going to apologize?" Bai Dongwei rose to his feet with an utterly displeased expression. The challenger doesn't need to bear any responsibility unless someone is killed or purposely placed under a curse in a duel. Injuries are inevitable in a fight. If she wasn't prepared for this, she should quit the team and stay at school. Our teacher taught us to treat every fight seriously. Even if it's only a duel, we should handle it as if we are going against a demon creature. Sate was not in a good mood after being accused by the crowd. He never thought the girl from China's National Training Hall would be so weak, not to mention she was only wearing some cheap armor. If he had to apologize every time he hurt someone in a duel, the fights would be utterly meaningless. They would never understand how a real fight was, and yet they still had the guts to condemn him with their morals. "You're unbelievable. I'm sorry, I didn't come to enjoy some tea as a guest. You still have one candidate left. Just hurry up and send someone up. I promise that I'll go easier on them. To be honest, I did not expect you to be this weak. I'll be more careful in the next fight. Otherwise, you're going to point and scream at me again. Such an unreasonable country." Sate had no intention of apologizing. His words were full of mockery. Bai Dongwei's face was twitching furiously. He glanced over at the students, trying to pick someone for the last fight. However, apart from Lu Yilin, who had already left to join the national team recently, the others would most likely end up the same way as Yu Tangxin. "I'll go, instructor." Mu Nujiao slowly stepped forward. She could not stand it any longer. There were more than 100 students in the hall, yet they were greatly humiliated despite having the number advantage. It was useless to be reasonable if they were weak. Even though you have the plant element too, you won't stand a chance against him. You only have a few offensive moves, but his two undead are incredibly powerful. You can at most drag the fight on longer, but you have no chance of winning it. Bai Dongwei was not stupid. He understood that Mu Nujiao did not want their national training hall to be humiliated further, yet her primary element was plant and her secondary element was wind. She basically had zero chance of winning. "I'll go then." "Humph, even if I end up the same way as Yu Tangxin, I can't let him act so full of himself in our place," said Li Yijuan firmly. Bai Dongwei shook his head. Li Yijuan was even weaker than Dongfang Lai. If Dongfang Lai had managed to secure an edge at the start of the fight, the grey cloth iron mummy would not have been able to defeat him. However, the grey cloth iron mummy was far from the real threat. Their real problem was the death saber mummy. Bai Dongwei could feel that the undead was extremely close to the strength of a commander-level creature. This Sate might be full of himself, but there was no doubt that he was incredibly strong. Even the official members on the national team would have a hard time beating him. No wonder he had the confidence to challenge the National Training Hall on his own. But we can't let him take the challenge stamp just like that. I won't accept it, said Li Yijuan. Not only were the defenders sullen, even the visiting students from the various institutes were clenching their teeth. They were in their own homeland, yet none of them had the guts to take on the challenge. Bai Dongwei was almost never this infuriated, yet when he glanced around once again, he had no choice but to withhold his urges, since he was familiar with the capabilities of his students. The outcome would still be the same. Being angry and wanting to protect their dignity was one thing, but sending someone up despite knowing there was no chance of winning was simply asking to be humiliated further. Forget it, we'll give him the stamp. Bai Dongwei made the decision after he almost broke his teeth from clenching them too hard. Instructor Bai, that's not acceptable. We've already lost too many stamps, said Li Yijuan. It is decided. Remember the lesson today. If any of you have the chance to join the national team and fight them in the World College Tournament, promise you'll beat them into cripples. If you don't, you will not come back and see me, swore Bai Dongwei angrily. The students lowered their heads. They had fought many challengers. Most of the challengers were courteous, and even when they lost the duels, everyone was peaceful about it. However, they had clearly felt the humiliation of being too weak. There were always people or countries who thought they were superior just because they were stronger, and this sate from Egypt was a typical example. Can I try? A voice interrupted. It was clean and pleasant, without any hint of emotion. Everyone was fully focused on Yu Tangxian and Bai Dongwei. None of them had noticed a stranger standing nearby for a while. You're not a defender, what are you doing here? Began Bai Dongwei unpleasantly. You look familiar, someone on the team blurted out. Mu Ningxue. Mu Nujiao was the first to recognize the person. She was astonished. Mu Ningxue. I think I heard the name before. Damn. Mu Ningxue from the Imperial College? The strongest student of the ice element, Mu Ningxue, some boys among the students from other institutes screamed from their seats. Mu Ningxue was too easy to recognize. Long silver hair to the waist, and tender, snow-white skin. Most importantly, her beautiful face made everyone's heart beat faster. Her appearance immediately solidified the blurry image most male students had of her. Pretty face, an attractive figure, an unapproachable, sacred, icy temperament that urged every man to stay away, but was able to awaken the deepest desires within them. Are you Mu Ningxue? Li Yijuan was stunned too. Li Yijuan was from Imperial College, too. It was not his first time hearing her name. Rumors said she was an icy goddess, yet when he actually met her in person, he realized that the girl was even icier and prettier than the rumors. Oh, I remember now, a student who left the national team would be here today. You must be the one, Bai Dongwei realized. Mu Ningxue nodded before she said calmly, if the challenge stamp is given out today, it means I've failed to defend the National Training Hall on my first day. I can't accept that. Besides, this person has gone too far. Chapter 858. Mu Ningxue's Challenge. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. If she used to be on the national team, her strength should be on par with Lu Yilin's. It feels like even if Lu Yilin is still around, he wouldn't necessarily be able to defeat that Egyptian. Didn't you see how strong the mummy carrying a giant saber was? The force it unleashed by waving the saber from 100 meters away was strong enough to penetrate Yu Tangxian's armor. Do you have any idea how strong it has to be? The students began to talk among themselves. Mu Ningxue was quite famous indeed, but everyone could not help but worry after they witnessed what had happened to Yu Tangxian. You want to fight him? Bai Dongwei asked seriously. Mu Ningxue nodded. Since she had become a defender, she could only return to the national team by performing outstandingly and stopping other countries from winning the challenge stamps. Therefore, she would not allow the Egypt team to earn the challenge stamp from the national training hall she was defending so easily, especially since it was her first day here. Normally, Mu Ningxue would respond after considering her opponent's capabilities. However, her only thought now was to fight her way back to the national team. She was determined to participate in the finals at Venice at all costs. She would not let any country that set foot in China's national training hall go so easily. Are you sure? That guy is stronger than most members on the national team, Bai Dongwei told Mu Ningxue truthfully. I wasn't any weaker than the others even when I left the team, said Mu Ningxue immodestly, aware that Bai Dongwei and the others were worried about her. Now was not the time for Mu Ningxue to be modest and reserved, but the time to prove herself. All right, but if there's any danger, you must back off immediately. I don't want to see anyone seriously injured like her again, agreed Bai Dongwei. The instructor had a bad temper, but he actually cared for his students. Mu Nujiao, be careful, that grey cloth iron mummy is very heavy, and its strength is shocking, too. The Death Saber mummy is very close to the strength of a commander-level creature too, it's going to be a tough fight, Mu Nujiao cautioned her. Mu Ningxue nodded. She walked toward the stage, followed by a trail of frost. As she set her foot on the steps, they froze suddenly. Sate was observing Mu Ningxue. His proud gaze seemed to be intrigued by Mu Ningxue. The beautiful women from Eastern countries had their own unique temperament, calm and elegant. They were rather conservative, unlike the women in Egypt, but at the same time, their appearance was very eye-catching. Are you seriously sending another girl to the fight? Are you telling me your national training hall is lacking men worthy enough to be my opponent? I will make it clear, my undead are extremely violent. If your flower is hurt, I shall not be condemned again. Even though Sate was admiring the woman's beauty, he did not lower his proud stance. He had seen lots of gorgeous women, and he would not easily surrender because of the silver-haired Eastern beauty. Are you sure you can represent your team? Asked Mu Ningxue calmly. Do you take me as a smartass that came alone to challenge you without the team's permission? Even if that's the case, you should still be embarrassed about how weak your team is. Sate continued to look down on them. The moment he set foot in this country, he had assumed it was an underdeveloped, traditionalist and weak country. There was nothing worth mentioning about the country, apart from its size. Humid air, heavy smog from air pollution, and pampered magicians who could not accept their defeat. In Egypt, even if someone died in an official duel, the family of the deceased had no right to condemn the winner. Losers would just bury their heads and run away. Let's begin, Mu Ningxue reminded Bai Dongwei. Bai Dongwei was still hesitant. He had only heard Mu Ningxue's name before, but he was not too sure about her actual capabilities. As an instructor, he could sense that Mu Ningxue was only an intermediate magician. It was almost impossible for an intermediate magician to defeat Sate's undead. The duel starts now. Bai Dongwei finally declared the start of the fight. Sate was grinning. He was annoyed by the crowd's nonsense. He could not wait to defeat the woman so he could regroup with his team. He would not mind going easier on the woman as a way of appreciating her beauty and attractive physique. After all, he was still a true man who would react normally to a beautiful woman. Attack! Sate ordered. His pupils emitted a flicker of eerie light. The command was immediately transmitted to the minds of his undead. His undead were actually dead puppets and extremely obedient to their master. The grey cloth iron mummy dashed forward as soon as it received the order. The grey cloth iron mummy was surrounded by a cloud of turbid air. It started roiling as the undead lunged forward like the engine of a train blowing out black smoke. Mu Ningxue's lips murmured softly, like an icy goddess summoning the icy fairies nearby. The ice element gathered around Mu Ningxue rapidly. The particles were very tiny. Even the combined size of 100 particles was smaller than a single dust particle. They were like formless air, invisible, but they truly existed. Ice domain. Mu Ningxue's eyes glittered. The temperature of the air dropped rapidly. Her feet slowly lifted off the ground as her domain was established, and she started floating. The air had turned into ice, filling the area within 100 meters of Mu Ningxue. The frost filling the area was unnoticeable at the start, but the grey cloth iron mummy's speed significantly reduced in the process. Every step it took would produce cracking sounds from the ground, covering the sound made by its stiffening joints. Wind track. Mu Ningxue controlled the wind. A strong gust of wind spiraled under her feet as the frost lingering in the air showed the wind's motion. The grey cloth iron mummy dashed forward and threw a strong punch, blowing the slowly falling frost away like sharp knives. Ningxue glided back. She nimbly dodged aside with an easy kick when she sensed the strong force approaching her. Her hair drifted wildly in the wind. However, the force was unable to damage her winding locks. It only left an after-trail as it went by, implying that it had traveled past Ningxue's ear. The grey cloth iron mummy continued to chase after Ningxue, yet it kept missing its punches. It only broke the frost in the air and ice covering the ground. Such quick reactions, Bai Dongwei's eyes glittered when he saw Ningxue's outstanding evasive ability. Bai Dongwei could easily tell that Ningxue was incredibly experienced in fights just by looking at her control of the wind element. She was already one of the strongest students among the defenders. Chapter 859. Frozen Iron Mummy. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. You can't win if running is all you can do. It's only a matter of time until my grey cloth iron mummy catches you. Sate called out calmly. He did not even send his death saber mummy after Ningxue. He was eager to see if the woman was just putting up a show, and as useless as the first guy with the fire element who also could not even take on his grey cloth iron mummy. Ningxue had not stopped running since the duel started, controlling her wind path deftly. The grey cloth iron mummy was a fairly agile creature, yet it had yet to touch even a thread of Ningxue's clothes. Another punch was thrown. Half of the grey cloth iron mummy was stuck to the ground, but both the punch and the force that it generated failed to harm Ningxue. The girl stood just outside the range of the punch. You have underestimated my grey cloth iron mummy. I only let it use 70% of its speed just to test your strength. It will soon teach you the definition of moving around without leaving a shadow behind. Sate chuckled. I'm afraid it won't have the chance anymore, Ningxue replied coolly, remaining in place. The wind no longer appeared under her tall yellow boots as she let the wind track expire. Sate grinned disdainfully. His eyes emitted a strange red flicker as he ordered the grey cloth iron mummy to attack at full speed. Artai, attack! Artai, hurry up and pull your fist out from the ground and smash the woman. Asshole, what are you doing? Sate kept giving his orders, yet the grey cloth iron mummy was not reacting to the commands. Did the woman have the psychic element? That wasn't right, the woman wasn't an advanced magician. Besides, the mummy didn't seem to be out of his control. Did that mean his mummy could no longer move? Sate quickly came to a conclusion. He observed the grey cloth iron mummy closely. Sate was dumbfounded as he took a closer look. His grey cloth iron mummy was covered in a thin layer of ice. Even its iron skin was turning transparent from the frost. Through the transparent iron skin, Sate discovered that the insides of the grey cloth iron mummy were basically frozen solid. How did it happen so quickly? Sate was stunned. He could not understand how it all happened. He did see Ningxue cast ice spread, but based on his understanding, even the strongest soul seeds had no chance of immobilizing his grey cloth iron mummy in such a short period of time. The grey cloth iron mummy tried to move by sheer brute force. Its movement resembled that of an old wooden puppet. Ningxue was standing less than 20 meters away from it, murmuring something. The freezing energy continued to penetrate the undead skin. The ice element was particularly effective against zombies or skeletons, since the body structures of undead were different from living creatures with blood vessels, veins, and muscles. These undead had simple body structures and compositions. Even their attacks were usually quite predictable. It was unnecessary for Ningxue to freeze the mummy's whole body. She only needed to focus on some of the important joints to impair the thing's movement. It did not matter how sturdy or strong the undead was, it would turn into an abandoned mechanical puppet, unable to pose any further threat. Damn it, get moving, use your strength to break the ice. Sate demanded. He could not believe that his grey cloth iron mummy had been dealt with so easily. The grey cloth iron mummy received the order, yet it could not move its body. It remained motionless in place. Freeze! Mu Ningxue finished channeling. A stronger freezing energy lunged at the undead. The thin layer of ice covering the grey cloth iron mummy thickened. The grey iron mummy turned completely white, looking like a snowman now. Wind Disc! Mu Ningxue was extremely quick at casting her spells. With a wave of her hand, the breeze turned wild and violent after traveling a certain distance away from Mu Ningxue. A tornado soon appeared in front of Mu Ningxue. It filled the sky with snow as it slowly approached the frozen grey cloth iron mummy. Damn it! Sate immediately cursed. Normally, a little wind disc could not even ruffle the grey cloth iron mummy's skin. Its defense was even stronger than that of the Death Saber mummy. However, the grey cloth iron mummy was currently covered in ice, which would turn even the sturdiest object brittle. The wind disc would instantly shatter the grey cloth iron mummy into pieces. If the undead broke into pieces, it was basically impossible to fix the pieces back together. Sate asked the Death Saber mummy to attack in a panic. He had to stop the wind disc from destroying the grey cloth iron mummy at all costs. The Death Saber mummy stepped forward heavily. Its flesh was swaying with every step it took. It raised the black saber once again. The creature charged fiercely and stood in front of the grey cloth iron mummy, slashing at the tornado. The force of the black saber collided with the wind disc tornado. The howling tornado, at least 10 meters tall, was shattered with brute force. It dissipated as several whirls scattered in all directions. The students watching the duel gasped. It can even slash an intermediate wind spell in half? How powerful is this Death Saber mummy? Mu Ningxue was fairly close to the impact. She reacted quickly and glided 50 meters away from the Death Saber mummy. The black force exerted by the saber stopped around 4 meters away from her. If Mu Ningxue had naively thought the saber was only targeting the wind disc, she would have suffered serious injuries by now. She lowered her head and saw a cut on her sleeve. Fresh blood was pouring out from the 5-centimeter cut. Mu Ningxue's face was icy calm. The cut would not affect her performance, yet it was a sign that her reactions were not quick enough. If she had been just a bit slower, her arm would have been separated from her body. Mu Ningxue did not lose her will to fight. She stomped the ground heavily with her boot. Ice lock formation. The frost covering the ground sprang into the air. It did not fall back to the ground, but floated around Mu Ningxue. With a thought, the ice crystals, frost, and snow began to combine into countless chains. The chains connected with one another into a white ice chain around 20 meters long. After the ice chain took shape, it floated around Mu Ningxue as if it had come to life. Chapter 860. Pacing in the Air. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The Death Saber mummy raised its giant saber. Its vicious eyes were fixed onto Mu Ningxue. It took a step forward once again, before swinging the saber in a full arc. The same move again. Bai Dongwei's heart skipped a beat when he saw the Death Saber mummy executing the same move. The students watching the duel reacted the same way, too. It felt like the saber was dangling right above their heads, sending a chill down their spine. Mu Ningxue felt like she was locked down by some force. She had no chance of dodging it at her own speed. She calmed her thoughts and waved her finger around, controlling the ice chains around her. The ice chains stacked on top of one another and bundled up tight. Mu Ningxue was well aware of the Death Saber mummy's strength. She was strengthening her defense the moment the mummy raised its saber. The Death Saber swung down and fired off a crimson-red shockwave. It slashed through the air and tore the ground apart. The terrifying force produced a strong gust of wind, colliding with the line of defense that Mu Ningxue had set up with her ice chains. Each of the ice chains was around 20 meters long. The wall was quite thick as the chains combined together, yet the slash still managed to break them to pieces. White links scattered in the air. The ice chains were slashed apart. The defensive wall failed to endure the Death Saber mummy's attack. The black shockwave continued to travel toward Mu Ningxue. Mu Ningxue's eyes glittered. A blinding glow burst out of her body. The light spiraled and accumulated at the spot around 2 meters in front of Ningxue. When the brilliance completely disappeared, a white shield in the shape of a heart floated firmly there. The heart shield stopped the black shockwave. Its energy disappeared just 2 meters away from Ningxue. The crowd let out a relieved sigh. Either way, Ningxue had survived the attack. Every time the Death Saber mummy attacked, it brought an incredible pressure to the crowd. Nice one, exclaimed Li Yijuan. It was fairly difficult to endure the attack. Even those with defensive spells had to rely on their shield equipment and armor. Ningxue had used the ice chains to build a wall of ice. The thick wall had nullified the majority force of the attack. She then summoned her shield equipment to block the remaining force and guarantee her safety. Her ability to summon so many ice chains in such a short time, as expected of someone who was on the national team, incredible talent, and still able to remain calm during a fight. Bai Dongwei nodded. Being strong was one thing, but if a person did not have the right attitude at the start of a duel, it would still influence the outcome. Dong Fanglai was the perfect example. He could not even defeat the grey cloth iron mummy, as he was too cautious. That's nothing to be proud of. Sate soon regained his confidence with the dimples on his cheeks. The Death Saber mummy was not as agile as the grey cloth iron mummy. The creature did not even move this time. It slowly raised the saber to its waist. Its hands held the saber tightly, before moving it horizontally for 180 degrees, the saber now facing its back. The Death Saber mummy let out a cry like a mad ox as it swung the saber forward horizontally. It produced an extremely sharp flicker of light. The flicker continued to expand to a length of 50 meters. It looked like someone slashing across with a 50-meter-long giant saber. Everyone was stunned when they saw the length of the slash. The dueling ground was around 200 meters across. It was a fairly spacious area, yet the slash had occupied a quarter of the available space. Even the students who were seated quite a distance away subconsciously tried to dodge the slash when they saw it. The truth was, they were around 200 meters away from the duel, with a barrier in between protecting them. The Death Saber could not possibly reach them, yet they had all reacted subconsciously from the overwhelming pressure of death. It was utterly terrifying. None of them could possibly survive the slash if it landed on them. The giant saber had such wide coverage. How is it possible to evade the attack? Ningxue was surprised by the mummy's approach, too. However, she was an experienced combatant who had fought many commander-level creatures before, and did not lose her ground. Her legs were already circled by winds, but they were far from enough to dodge the attack. Moving away was not an option, as she could not outrun the long saber. She could not dodge sideways either, as the slash was coming at her horizontally. Ningxue clenched her teeth. She completed a star pattern in the nick of time and altered the direction of the wind track. She used the wind to lighten herself. She leapt into the air and reached a height of 5 meters. However, she still had not escaped the threat. The Death Saber might be traveling horizontally, yet the force it was exerting was spreading further in all directions and would still reach her. Ningxue gathered her focus when she saw the slash approaching. Crap, she wasn't quick enough, nor did she jump high enough. Bai Dongwei was panicking. Based on Bai Dongwei's experience, Ningxue needed to jump at least 20 meters high into the air to completely dodge the attack. On top of that, she had to move faster than the speed of the slash, too. However, both her height and speed were not enough to guarantee her safety. The terrifying slash would surely hit her in the air. He only hoped that Ningxue was able to summon her armor in time, and hopefully the armor was strong enough to endure the attack. Ningxue felt she was still in extreme danger, too. The wind circling under her feet grew stronger. Meanwhile, an ice chain was forming close to her. The ice chain was made of the ice particles lingering in the air, and she managed to produce the ice chain fairly quickly without needing to start from scratch. The ice chain appeared under Ningxue's feet, serving as a stepping stone for Ningxue to jump higher. She had not achieved the advanced level, so her physical strength was not as impressive. A vertical jump of around 5 meters was her limit. Like walking on a tightrope, Mu Ningxue's boot kicked the ice chain in the air heavily while she controlled the wind to lift her up. The force of the kick and the wind immediately launched Mu Ningxue higher into the sky. She quickly reached a height of over 20 meters. A second later, the ice chain that she had used as a stepping stone was slashed in half with a clean cut, as if it was a stalk of grass. The black slash swept across the place with strong gusts of wind blowing in all directions. Luckily, Mu Ningxue was high enough in the air. Otherwise, her fragile body would have been shredded to pieces by the force. Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw Mu Ningxue dodging the ferocious attack by skipping in the air, disbelief all over their faces. Chapter 861. The Mummy's Weakness. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Light as a crane, dodging the deadly attack calmly despite being such a close call. Some people doubted Mu Ningxue's strength before the duel, even though she used to be on the national team, but they were now convinced. Everyone knew that an intermediate magician's physical attributes were not all that outstanding compared to a normal demon creature. If they failed to maintain a safe distance away from a demon creature, it was relatively easy for the agile, fierce creatures to kill them in an instant. Only advanced magicians had quick enough reactions to dodge their attacks, allowing them to take on demon creatures both from range or in close combat. The Death Saber Mummy's slash with 50 meters of coverage was basically impossible to dodge for any intermediate magician. They could only endure it with shield equipment or armor. Considering the Undead's outstanding strength, any magician would suffer serious injuries even with the protection of their armor, just like Yu Tangxin had. However, no one had expected Mu Ningxue to dodge the slash by skipping so high in the air. Even the instructor Bai Dongwei's face was covered in disbelief. Casting the ice lock as she was rising in the air, and altering the direction of the wind track to push her further up, how could an intermediate magician possibly have such extraordinary control? Mu Ningxue did not land too quickly. She retained control of the wind around her to help her land safely. As she was falling, she continued to produce ice chains. The intermediate spell was rather lively under her control. She was able to cast the spell without standing in one spot. The deadliest weakness of magicians was the process of channeling spells. Many magicians who lacked skills needed around 5 seconds to cast an intermediate spell. During this time, demon creatures had more than enough time to approach them and slap them to death, before they could even finish drawing half the star patterns. Mu Ningxue had mastered the ability to cast her spells just by waving her hands. Apart from her solid foundations, it was also the strength of her domain. As long as she was in her domain, her stars were able to connect at a faster rate. On top of that, the ice domain was also the source of her extraordinary control of the ice element. She was able to utilize the maximum potential of her domain. Therefore, she was not totally helpless when fighting a commander-level creature. She rarely had to face one, depending on the terrain. Go! Mu Ningxue summoned for ice chains in an instant. Each section of the chains was able to move freely. They were incredibly flexible under her control. The 4 ice chains rapidly approached the Death Saber Mummy and tied its arms down. They also triggered a snowfall. Even Sate could feel the bone-chilling cold. Sate was quite cunning. He remained behind the Death Saber Mummy throughout the duel, not giving Mu Ningxue any chance to attack him directly. Mu Ningxue knew that she had to defeat the Death Saber Mummy if she wanted to take Sate down. The freezing finally came into effect. Mu Ningxue had never stopped spreading the ice in her domain. The Death Saber Mummy already had a thin layer of frost covering its white wrappings. The wrappings were a layer of defense too. As the ice chains touched the Death Saber Mummy's body, the chill penetrated the wrappings and froze the creature's skin and muscles. Just a little longer, Mu Ningxue held her breath and waited patiently for the right time. Ice magicians were not afraid of prolonged fights. Their ice would become stronger as the fight dragged on. It did not matter how strong the Death Saber Mummy was, as it could no longer raise its saber once the frost penetrated its bones and joints. Even the sturdiest defense would shatter after a single hit when it was frozen. Mu Ningxue did not attack. Her job was to let the fight drag on by kiting the enemy. In just another minute, even the movements of a commander-level creature would be restrained. Freezing the bones and joints was crucial to her plan. Ningxue could see a hint of panic in her opponent's eyes. Ningxue's speculation was on point. Sate was indeed starting to panic. Sate had not expected the woman to dodge two of the Death Saber mummy's attacks. The air was turning cold. He was well aware that if the Death Saber mummy did not get rid of her soon, once the ice penetrated T's bones, it would become useless, just like the grey cloth iron mummy. The Death Saber mummy was able to slash other forces in half, but how would it be able to cut away the frost? Damn it, how is someone as strong as her a defender of the National Training Hall? Looks like I'll have to use my other element. Sate cursed in his heart. Calm down, the Egyptian's Death Saber mummy isn't as scary as it seems. It's just a simple-minded machine. Its attacks are powerful, yet it only has a few moves. Don't be intimidated now, breathed by Dongwei. After a few rounds between Ningxue and the Death Saber mummy, Bai Dongwei finally understood the undead's weakness. He was quite shocked when he first saw the Death Saber mummy. If a random person on the Egyptian team was able to summon a killing machine like the Death Saber mummy, didn't that mean their national team had no chance of winning against the Egyptian team? As a matter of fact, the Death Saber mummy had a critical weakness. It was unable to move as freely as the grey cloth iron mummy. Due to its fleshy body, every step it took required effort. All its strength was concentrated in its hands, and the Death Saber was its only attack. The creature was unable to pose any threat as long as one could dodge its cuts. It was a relief that Ningxue had managed to remain calm throughout the entire fight. It was something that most of the students in the National Training Hall failed to do in a fight. They all assumed the Death Saber mummy was unbeatable after witnessing Yu Tangxin's injuries. That being said, Ningxue's had ice element played an important role in the fight. She was able to maximize its potential while being patient with her approach, despite the risks involved. She was determined to win the duel by waiting for the freeze to come into effect. Attack! Sate pointed at Ningxue. His voice was hinting at how impatient he was feeling. The Death Saber mummy raised its hand. Its movements were clearly not as fluent as they used to be. It seemed to be struggling. The saber was raised over the creature's head. The Death Saber mummy used both its hands to spin its saber above its head. As the saber started spinning, a huge wind started blowing. The snow disturbed by its motion highlighted its path. The Death Saber mummy leaned forward and whipped out its hands. It was hurling the spinning saber at Ningxue, together with the strong wind. The saber howled through the air. It was fearsomely fast. Chapter 862. The Unstoppable Ice Magician. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The saber was flying around 5 meters above the ground. Ningxue was now fully aware of her opponent's tricks after seizing the initiative of the duel. When the presence of frost reached a certain level, Ningxue could even produce ice and snow with her thoughts alone. The whole place was covered in ice. The ice spread had stacked up lots of layers of ice. When Ningxue saw the black saber approaching, she quickly summoned the ice particles and rapidly built hills of ice in front of her. Mounds of ice emerged from the ground. Each of them was over 7 meters tall. The 3 hills of ice served as Ningxue's best defense. The black saber was spinning with an incredible force. The first hill was broken into pieces with brute force. However, as the saber collided with the second hill, its speed dramatically decreased. It was no longer producing strong gusts of wind. However, it was still flying through the air. Its sharp edge stuck heavily into the third hill, which was around 8 meters thick. The saber only managed to penetrate a third of the hill before coming to a stop. Sate was stunned. How did the woman cast magic without drawing a star pattern? And ice hills? The ice element had never had such a spell in the basic, intermediate or advanced level. It did not look like a different form of the usual ice spells, either. It was a completely new ability. The Death Saber mummy's spinning saber was its strongest attack, yet it had failed to overwhelm the opponent's 3 defending ice hills. Little did Saber know, Mu Ningxue had once used the ice hills to defend against a real commander-level creature's attack. The Blue Valley Ferocious Beast's vicious slash was a lot stronger than the Death Saber Mummy, but Mu Ningxue had still managed to stop its attack with the ice hills. The stronger the presence of frost, the stronger her ability was. The ice hills were another form of her magic under the effects of her ice domain. You're not an intermediate magician. Saber pointed at Mu Ningxue and snapped furiously. An intermediate magician could not possibly have done that. The woman must have hidden her real cultivation. The truth was, Saber had never even seen any advanced ice magician possess such a remarkable control over the ice element. What's going on? Mu Ningxue's ice element is completely different than ours, the defender who also possessed the ice element yelled out in surprise. She was a peak intermediate ice magician too, yet Mu Ningxue's ice element felt alive. Why was Mu Ningxue's ice element so much stronger, while her ice spells were forever limited in the form of ice spread and ice lock? Yeah, it's unbelievable. The Death Saber Mummy is almost as strong as a commander-level creature. How did she manage to stop the attack, said Li Yijuan. She's really remarkable. She had full control of the duel. The ice spread has stacked up to a terrifying level. The Death Saber Mummy will soon be frozen. The crowd was more confused than they were astounded. Mu Ningxue's abilities were obviously beyond the intermediate level. It's the ice domain, her innate talent, said Mu Nujiao. Mu Nujiao had already seen Mu Ningxue's talent when she was an exchange student. Mo Fan was her opponent, and he had also displayed his double innate elements in the duel. Back then, their cultivation was on par with one another, and both of them had outstanding innate talents. Mu Nujiao could easily tell both of them would grow a lot stronger, and as she thought, they had both joined the national team. Domain. The students almost dropped their jaws to the ground. Most people had only heard about domains, but not many had actually seen one. Even their teachers who were advanced magicians did not necessarily have the ability to construct a domain. Having capabilities beyond the advanced level when her cultivation was only in the intermediate level, this was the true standard of the national team. I heard some inside information. Apparently, Mu Ningxue was only disqualified from the national team because her family was involved with the Black Vatican. The truth is, it's likely that she's one of the strongest members on the national team. It's such a relief that she has come to the National Training Hall today. That Egyptian is surely going to suffer, we must teach him a lesson. That's right, he didn't even apologize when he almost killed someone. He even argued that duels are always cruel. Cruel my ass. Mu Ningxue, since he's a guest in our country. Let's go easy on him. Just crippling him is fine, someone among the crowd shouted. Power was the ultimate truth. The students of the National Training Hall were very relieved when they saw Mu Ningxue securing the edge of the duel. No one really cared about the negative news that her family was involved in. Someone had come to their territory to challenge them, and even humiliate them after he almost killed their representative. However, Mu Ningxue had stepped forward to serve justice. How could such a righteous person have anything to do with the Black Vatican? Let that asshole know the consequences of provoking us, we can't let him go so easily. Keep it up, Mu Ningxue. Bullying was the most detestable act, while being forced to swallow insults and run away was extremely humiliating. Luckily, Mu Ningxue had intervened. Otherwise, the defenders of the National Training Hall and the students from other institutes would forever live in shame. Mu Ningxue was a lot calmer and more patient than everyone thought. Even when her frost had covered the whole dueling ground and secured her the advantage, she was willing to wait longer. Saber's formerly smiling face was now expressionless. His confident dimples had disappeared. The disdain and pride in his eyes had vanished, too. He had no choice but to re-evaluate his opponent. The strength that the woman had displayed was above the average level of a national team. As a matter of fact, she could even be considered an elite. He had no intention of losing the duel, as it would cost his team the challenge stamp that was already within his reach. Saber was in deep thought. He knew he could no longer rely on the Death Saber mummy. He had to defeat the woman by attacking at the right time. Freeze! Ningxue did not give Sate any time to think as she strengthened the ice spread. The freezing energy penetrated the Death Saber mummy's body fiercely. The Death Saber mummy's movements became very clumsy. Its fleshy body had entirely stiffened, as it was freezing at an even faster rate. She gradually approached the Death Saber mummy to utilize the maximum potential of her domain. Not long after, the Death Saber mummy could no longer move. At this point in the duel, an ice magician was basically unbeatable. Even the most agile opponent would be turned into an ice statue. The whole dueling ground was covered in ice, including where Sate was standing. Finally, the Death Saber mummy was turned into a small hill of frozen meat. It could not even move its finger. Ningxue stepped on the snow and slowly walked past the Death Saber mummy. She was staring coldly at the undead magician, Sate. Sate did not cast an undead spell again, implying that he only had 2 reliable undead creatures. Sate did have quite a lot of undead he could call on, but they were weak creatures who would be turned into ice instantly after they were summoned. They would not make any difference. Chapter 863. Reaping what was sown. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. As Ningxue moved closer, she pointed her finger. The frost scattered on the ground gradually climbed onto Sate's legs as if it had come alive. Sate was given a scare. He tried to break free, yet his legs were no longer under his control. Freeze! Ningxue's eyes glittered. The spot her eyes were set on was freezing multiple times faster. Sate's left leg seemed to be protected by something. The frost did not cover it. However, his right leg was obviously covered in ice. It soon looked like a frozen stick. His eyes were panicking as he dragged his right leg back. "I won't lose, there's no way I'm losing," screamed Sate furiously. Ningxue remained silent. She slowly closed her eyes to gather the ice particles onto Sate's body. It was time to teach this arrogant Egyptian a lesson. Sate's blue eyes flickered cunningly when he saw Ningxue focusing on controlling the ice particles. He immediately grinned. "Detonate!" Sate mumbled as he delivered the command to the Death Saber mummy. The Death Saber mummy was mostly frozen, yet its brain was still active. When Sate gave out the command, the Death Saber mummy's head suddenly bloated and exploded after reaching its limit. As the fleshy head exploded, the blood, flesh, and pieces of bone scattered across the place with great force. Ningxue was caught by surprise. She immediately summoned a wall of ice to cover her back, preventing the bone shards from hitting her. As her attention was diverted, Sate's grin widened. The reason his left leg was not covered in ice was because it was protected by a faint light. It was able to stop his body from freezing temporarily. Meanwhile, he had allowed his right leg to freeze to trick Ningxue into believing that he no longer posed any threat to her. The truth was, he still had another element that he had not used. It was the shadow element. He was trying to move back further, to the spot covered in the shadow. "Damn it, my leg is stuck to the ground." Sate was about to make his move, yet he realized something annoying. He had taken the act too seriously, and now it prevented him from moving. However, he was desperate to win the duel. He was representing the Egyptian team. If he lost the duel, he would lose the chance to acquire the challenge stamp too. He would be too ashamed to report back to the team. "It's my only option." Sate clenched his teeth as he made a difficult decision. It was his only chance, even if it would cost him a leg. Anything was worth it as long as it could secure him the final victory. Sate withheld the pain as he forcibly dragged his right leg out from the ice. His leg was rigid from the cold. He basically twisted wildly and pulled with great force, snapping off his leg off under the knee. There was not any pain due to the cold, but Sate knew it was only temporary. He would soon be overwhelmed by the pain from losing his leg. The sacrifice was necessary to secure the victory. The woman was surely going to lose as long as he could move. Fleeing shadow. Sate merged with the shadow and vanished into thin air, leaving a leg stuck behind in the ice. It was a very eerie sight. The crowd was stunned. How cunning was this Sate? He pretended like he had already lost the duel just to get Ningxue to lower her guard. He then detonated the Death Saber mummy behind Ningxue to distract her, just so he could successfully deliver his surprise attack. They could not help but admit that this Sate was truly crazy, willingly sacrificing his leg just to win the duel. Anyone would have thought that Ningxue had already won the duel. "Watch out," someone from the crowd screamed, but it was too slow. Sate's move had taken everyone by surprise. A black shadow flowed over to Ningxue's side. Sate's tall figure appeared from it. He looked rather sinister, covered in the dark aura. He was holding a short, dark dagger. It was difficult to notice it without seeing the icy flicker it was reflecting. It was the devouring dagger. Anyone who was stabbed by the dagger would feel their body being eaten by tens of thousands of ants, leaving them in incredible pain. As a matter of fact, Sate was hesitant to treat a beautiful woman with such a cruel method, but wasn't it her fault after forcing him into a pinch like this? Sate's move was completely unpredictable. The speed of his devouring dagger was as quick as the bite of a poisonous snake. Even Instructor Bai Dongwei did not expect the move. "You must be proud after costing me a leg, but you're going to pay a bigger price." Sate stabbed the dagger at Ningxue's shoulder. Ningxue stood where she was. Sate was only around a meter away. Most terrifyingly, the devouring dagger was inches away from piercing her skin. Ningxue remained expressionless. The dagger stabbed at Ningxue fiercely, yet it did not penetrate her skin. Somehow, it felt like the dagger had hit a sturdy crystal. Sate's hand turned numb from the rebound force. His eyes almost popped out from their sockets as he could not believe what he saw. Ningxue's body was covered in a layer of icy crystal. It was not an armor, but the same frost that had spread across the Death Saber mummy and grey cloth iron mummy's bodies. Ningxue actually covered herself in ice as a layer of protection. Sate was not surprised by her ability, but her reaction speed. Even though his plan consisted of a few steps, including losing his right leg, disappearing in the shadow before showing up close to Ningxue to ambush her, his actions were completed almost instantly after he detonated the Death Saber mummy's head. As such, he was dumbfounded. He could not believe the woman had actually predicted his move, and had set up her defense beforehand. However, if she knew he was planning to deal her a surprise attack, why did she only cover herself in ice after he broke off his leg? You did it on purpose," yelled Sate furiously, now on the verge of having a breakdown. Ningxue ignored his cry. She had no intention of interacting with lowly Scum. He was going to enjoy the pain from breaking off his leg. She turned around and slowly walked off the stage. The ice domain lingering in the area was soon withdrawn, including the ice that was covering Sate's right leg. The ice worked like anesthesia, but as the ice melted, the returning pain was going to become true torture. Chapter 864. A Nation of Savages. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Sate stood still, glaring fiercely. His heart was engulfed in fury as he watched Ningxue proudly turn around and walk away. He was incredibly furious at the humiliation. His dignity as a member of an ancient, noble family from Egypt did not allow defeat, especially to a woman. Sate's face started twitching when he felt the pain coming from his leg. It was growing stronger gradually. He clenched his teeth. His expression was twisting. He tried to stand straight still with his remaining leg, yet he had underestimated the pain from his right leg after his senses recovered. "Ooh!" Sate let out a deep groan, like a beast who was about to go crazy. Ah! Finally, the true agony came. Sate let out a miserable cry. His ridiculous pride no longer existed. He could not even stand properly. He fell to the ground. Blood started pouring out from the wound. His face turned extremely pale as cold sweat ran down his face. "Treat my wound. Hurry up and treat my wound." You shameless and uncivilized scum, yelled Sate. He crawled toward his shattered leg, as if he could stop the pain by connecting it back to his body. However, he started rolling around halfway. His cries even spread to the outside of the building. This was the meaning of reaping what one had sown. Instructor Bai Dongwei did not show any pity, nor did any of the students. A severed leg was nothing compared to what he had done to Yu Tangxin. His life was not even in danger. Besides, he had actually snapped his leg off himself. He naively thought he could sacrifice it in exchange for the victory. A shattered leg did not really affect him as long as he could treat the wound in time. However, he did not expect Mu Ningxue to come out on top. She waited until he proceeded with his little trick and punished him for his deed in the simplest way. No one would feel sorry for him since his actions were utterly detestable, not to mention that he had done it to himself. As for treating his injury, it was obvious that Yu Tangxin needed treatment more than he did, since she was still in a critical state. Besides, the cold had actually slowed down the bleeding. It was unlikely that he would die of excessive blood loss. You assholes. Sate, swear I'll make you all pay, screamed Sate in pain. The more he screamed, the stronger the urge for the crowd to ignore him grew. They did not even bother giving him a blood serum. Sate continued to roll on the ground. His face was distorted, his tears and snot all mixed together. He had totally lost his noble, arrogant demeanor in front of the pain. He quickly grabbed the remaining snow on the ground and pressed it on the wound, trying to use the cold to ease the pain. However, Mu Ningxue had withdrawn the majority of the ice. He only managed to grab a limited amount of it. Please, I'm begging you, please treat my wound. Sate finally understood his position. He could barely endure the pain using the ice left behind by the merciful Mu Ningxue. Will you stop cursing? Asked Bai Dongwei calmly. I won't curse anymore. Sate's expression recovered slightly. The ice was able to ease his pain slightly. Apologize to Yu Tangxin, added Bai Dongwei. I'm sorry, I was being too full of myself. Sate wiped at the mixture of tears and mucus on his face. He lowered his gaze and saw the ice melting. The pain from his leg was returning slowly. Quick, treat my wound. Please treat my wound. I have already apologized. Sate was so terrified that his body was curling up. It was not like Sate had never experienced pain before, but the pain grew several times stronger as his nerves gradually recovered from the frozen wound. Most people would find it unbearable. Bai Dongwei did not go too far with the punishment. He quickly called the student healer over. Yu Tangxin's condition had stabilized, although she still had to be admitted into the hospital for further evaluation. It was difficult to tell how long it would take for her to fully recover. Meanwhile, Sate's injury was not as complicated as it looked. By attaching the broken-off limb to the wound and treating it with healing liquid, it would take only a day to reattach the limb. Seriously, why are we helping him? Just let him suffer, said Li Yijuan unpleasantly. The others agreed, too. Wasn't he looking down on their national training hall? He should figure out how to treat his wound himself. They had fought many duels with national teams from other countries and had stumbled into strong foreign students, but they had never seen anyone so proud and arrogant. This Sate from Egypt was simply scum. Mu Nujiao, well done, said Mu Nujiao sincerely. Mu Ningxue nodded. She was behaving like an ice statue as normal. They won't be taking the challenge stamp. We finally stopped our losing streak. Yeah, it's a relief that Mu Ningxue was here. Otherwise, we wouldn't be getting any resources again. We are already behind, yet we are getting even fewer resources. It's so unfair. Everyone is focusing on the national team, but no one cares about us. Sate was carried to the resting room. He had suffered a humiliating defeat. Even he was ashamed to stay in the hall. Bai Dongwei immediately asked the team to gather after the asshole left. The students kept quiet, as they knew Bai Dongwei was about to deliver his admonitory speech. They quickly returned to their spots. The entire hall fell silent. I believe you've clearly felt the humiliation today. If Ningxue hadn't happened to join our team today, we would have had no choice but to swallow the defeat. I suppose I don't need to describe how horrible it felt. I believe some of you would rather break every bone you have rather than experience it. Everyone has their own pride, and as the elites from your respective institutes, I'm assuming that your pride isn't weaker than most magicians. I want you to understand that there are all kinds of people in this world, those that are kind, courteous, and well-behaved despite their incredible talents, but there are also scum who are reckless, cruel, and disrespectful, too. I want you to remain modest, polite, and friendly to the former kind, but I also want you to be strong enough to trample the latter kind, so they will know that they shouldn't be messing with the magicians from China. Bai Dongwei did not yell at the defenders as usual, but conveyed his thoughts sternly. They had the option to be a courteous nation or a nation of savages. Bai Dongwei was hoping that the defenders would not think of themselves as backups for the national team, but young protectors of the nation. They should not let the other countries think their nation was timid and weak, nor should they be forced to swallow the insult when the same situation happened again. Chapter 865. Advanced Level Lightning. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. A man walked out of the three-step tower with a confident stride. His face seemed to be hinting that the whole world was within his grasp. Ha ha ha, I, Guanying, have finally improved my second element to the intermediate level. I can finally train on the same team as Wen Jing and crush that asshole Shu Dongqiang. Uncle is going to be impressed too. How splendid, the man who referred to himself as Guanying burst out laughing in excitement. Meanwhile, a man in simple clothing and unkempt hair was also walking with a confident stride and joy on his face. Ha ha ha, I finally did it. I am AF*** King Genius. The man was laughing even more crazily. Guanying was interested in making friends. He immediately went up to the man after seeing that he was around the same age as him. Brother, it looks like your hard work has paid off too. Mine did too, but I didn't really have anyone to celebrate with. It's noon, so my stomach is already grumbling. Why don't we go have some drinks and celebrate together? I know a barbecue place, I can guarantee that it's one of the best. Why not? The man agreed. Come, ha ha, it's better to have someone to celebrate with. By the way, brother, which school are you from? Said Guanying. The fire school, replied the student. Fire school, I heard everyone there is extremely violent. However, I swear I saw flickers of lightning around you when you came out just then. I thought you were from the lightning school, exclaimed Guanying. Lightning is my secondary element, answered the student. Damn, lightning and fire, they say it's the most violent combination. I am Guanying from the light school. Lunch is on me, we can look after one another if anything happens, so your lightning element has also improved. Lightning and fire are pretty scary together. Congratulations, I bet you've worked hard for it, said Guanying. Yeah, I almost failed to expand my lightning element into a galaxy. IF*** King went all out when I thought about all the money I would lose if I failed the process. I almost fried my own brain. Luckily, I managed to break the barrier in the end. If the barrier was just a bit tougher, I might just be a retard now, replied Mo Fan. Guanying burst into laughter upon hearing it. He patted Mo Fan on the shoulder and said, Brother, you must be very happy. You even mixed up your nebula with a galaxy. Galaxy is for advanced level. Yours is a nebula. The advanced level is like a dream for us. I don't even know if I can become an advanced magician in the future. Mo Fan remained silent. Guanying soon realized the strange atmosphere. He looked at Mo Fan and asked with a strange expression, well, did you seriously improve to the advanced level? Mo Fan nodded with a smile. He was aware that he should not be too high profile. Guanying's expression changed immediately, but he still forced a smile and said, you are only around my age. How are you an advanced magician? Please don't trick me like that. Guanying tried to inspect Mo Fan's cultivation with his will. Normally, Mo Fan could have stopped someone else from probing his cultivation, but he had just had a breakthrough. He needed to share the joy with someone, so he did not stop the man. As he thought, in just a few seconds, Guan Ying's expression suddenly turned indescribable. He even froze in his tracks. The joy he had from breaking through to the intermediate level was gone within an instant. It was replaced by lightning strikes shattering his fragile heart. I don't want to live anymore. The barbecue place that Guan Ying had in mind was not bad at all, but for some reason, the man did not really eat much, even though he looked like he was really starving when he first came out of the 3-step tower. Mo Fan was not too bothered by it. He was more than happy to clean up the table full of meat. Thanks for the treat, let's drink again some other time. Mo Fan left in satisfaction. Guan Ying forced a smile as he watched Mo Fan left. For some reason, it felt worse than if he had failed the breakthrough. Mo Fan went back to the apartment. He felt disappointed when he saw the place still empty. Where did his 2 beloved concubines go? Why hadn't they received him yet? He was thinking of sharing the joy of improving his lightning element to the advanced level with them. Advanced level lightning, ha ha ha, magnificent, magnificent. I should let Miss Tang Yu know. Mo Fan sent a text, hoping that his Miss Tang Yu would reply to him instantly to compliment his talent. In the end, Tang Yu did not even reply to him. She must be busy doing some work for the enforcement union. Mo Fan sent another text to Lingling, just to let his partner know that he now had 2 elements in the advanced level. Look how awesome he is. He can definitely take on the difficult quests and earn big bucks. Only a hunter master could easily earn some quick cash. Mo Fan was tired of the little requests that anyone could accomplish. He suddenly heard the sound of the door being unlocked. Mo Fan leapt off from the couch like a kid who had just scored 100 on a test. The person pushing the door open was Mu Nujiao, with her slender figure and long, slim legs. She seemed even more charming after changing her hairstyle to parting in the middle. Every action she did was elegant, like a well-raised daughter of an eminent family. Surprise! Jiao, it's been a long time. Come, give me a. Mo Fan sprang to the door. He was planning to take advantage of Mu Nujiao before she could react. However, Mo Fan shockingly discovered a familiar face right behind Mu Nujiao, the same gorgeous face that could make his heart pound heavily. However, for some reason, he almost lost his soul when he saw the face this time. Give me your bag. Why are you lifting such a heavy bag yourself? I'll take it for you. Or Shue, why are you here too? What a surprise! Why didn't you tell me you were in Shanghai? I could have gone to pick you up. Mo Fan grabbed the little handbag that Mu Nujiao was carrying. Mu Nujiao took her shoes off with a stunned look, but proceeded to invite Mu Ningxue into the place. Mu Ningxue had gone straight to the National Training Hall after arriving in Shanghai. However, it turned out that the National Training Hall did not provide students with accommodations. Since Mu Nujiao already knew Mu Ningxue, and they had both gone through the disaster at Jinlin City together, she decided to bring Mu Ningxue back to her place, as the girl had yet to find a place to stay at in Shanghai. Mu Nujiao did not mention Mo Fan was staying with her, nor did she know that Mo Fan was also on the national team. She had no idea why Mo Fan had been gone for such a long time. Ari Tutu had not been staying at the apartment lately. The whole place felt rather empty. Therefore, Mu Nujiao was planning to let Mu Ningxue stay with her to keep her company. To her surprise, Mo Fan had come back too. Oh right, I forgot to tell you that Mo Fan lives here too, Mu Nujiao explained with a smile. You two are living together? Mu Ningxue asked calmly. Mu Nujiao's face blushed. She awkwardly pointed at the rooms upstairs. It's not what you think. We are just renting the place together. He lives in that room, and my bestie and I live in the other room. This unit was the last place available that was close to Pearl Institute, so we happened to stumble upon the same place when we were looking for a place to stay when we first enrolled at the institute. Mu Ningxue was quite surprised to see a man in Mu Nujiao's place, and he turned out to be Mo Fan, no less. She almost turned around and left, Yet when she saw the rooms were indeed separate and listened to Mu Nujiao's explanation, she did not comment further. On second thought, if Mu Nujiao was really living together with Mo Fan, she had no reason to bring her here. Chapter 866. The place that Salan escaped to. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. For some reason, Mo Fan felt guilty as soon as Mu Ningxue stepped into the room. Perhaps it was the aura of his first wife. His errant thoughts were immediately exposed. Come, have a seat. I told you to contact me when you came so I can help you settle down. You shouldn't treat me as an outsider. Mo Fan uttered a hollow laugh and quickly served Mu Ningxue so that she would not suspect anything. As a matter of fact, there wasn't anything fishy, but Mo Fan was still feeling guilty. Mu Ningxue totally ignored him while Mu Nujiao explained what had taken place at the National Training Hall. Mo Fan slammed the table when he heard it. Unbelievable. He would have broken all three of the goddamned Egyptians' legs if he was there. It was meant to be a duel between students, yet how dare he be so cruel to their teammate? As they were chatting, a little loli barged into the room through the door that was not closed properly. She was wearing a clean white and blue uniform while holding a cup of red bean milk tea. Her cheeks were puffed out from the drink. They were so adorable that anyone would have the urge to go up and rub them. However, her eyes did not look innocent and pure like most girls at her age. They seemed inattentive, yet sharp at the same time. Lingling. Mu Nujiao was quite surprised. It had been a while since the girl last visited them. She was normally here for Mo Fan, as she was Mo Fan's partner. Mu Nujiao loved Lingling, and even had the urge to give the little girl all the snacks in the fridge. Too bad Lingling never really accepted the gorgeous lady's favor. A room full of girls? Mo Fan was suddenly overwhelmed with happiness. I'll come later if you're not free. Lingling did not enter the room. She was standing at the vestibule. Tell me why you're here first, said Mo Fan. Lingling was most likely visiting him to discuss the quest. Going to school every day was driving her crazy. She was a hunter, a master hunter in the Magic City. Weren't you asking for a big quest? Lingling took her shoes off and threw the plastic cup into the bin. Mu Ningxue looked at the little girl. She was curious why Mo Fan was discussing his hunter work with a girl who seemed to be in high school. The enforcement union was supposed to handle it, but it's too easy for their people to be exposed. The enforcement union decided to post it as a quest among a few reputable private hunter agencies and let some brilliant hunters deal with the threat. I believe you are particularly interested in it, although it seems to be quite dangerous. Lingling took out her notebook and opened up a map close to Shanghai's boundaries. Mo Fan noticed an irregular-shaped red rectangular island on the map. It was located at the entrance Yangtze River Delta, a relatively large shoal there. Isn't that Chongming Island? Mu Nujiao recognized the place at first glance. After the calamity of the ancient capital, Salan's influence in China was basically uprooted. Salan has fled to some other country. Elder-level members of the enforcement union tried to hunt her down, but according to reliable sources, it is very likely that Salan has escaped and fled the country through Chongming Island. Lingling pointed at the map and said sternly. Both Mu Ningxue and Mu Nujiao were stunned. Why would a little girl in a high school uniform talk about the Black Vatican, and even involve Salan? Mo Fan coughed loudly and tried to signal Lingling to stop talking. When it was related to the Black Vatican, Mo Fan had no intention to involve others. The Black Vatican was extremely detestable and cunning. Mo Fan was not scared of them, but he felt uneasy whenever someone he knew was dragged into the mess. Is there any other quest? Mo Fan did not want to listen to it further. The quest was only suitable when he was alone. There was no way Mo Fan would bring Mu Ningxue or Mu Nujiao, who had also heard the details. Lingling shook her head and said, the other quests have low rewards. This one has the highest compensation. The enforcement union is being pressured to uproot the Black Vatican, so. That's enough, a little girl like you isn't supposed to know too much. Mo Fan interrupted Lingling. Ningxue immediately realized something when she heard Mo Fan raising his tone. She quickly stopped talking. Let her continue. Ningxue could already tell that the little girl was not as simple as she seemed. She was also intrigued by the topic of the Black Vatican's remaining members. The Enforcement Union will deal with the Black Vatican, let's not worry about them. By the way, I have some great news to tell you. Mo Fan switched the topic. Do you seriously think I won't be bothered by it? Ningxue looked at Mo Fan. Her emotions had clearly changed. How could she possibly not worry about it? The Black Vatican had destroyed Bo City, her home, and her family was in a great crisis because of His involvement. They were even forced to change their surname. Because of it, the members of her family quarreled and split up. Some left without bidding farewell. When she was in the capital, even Mintian was too ashamed to see her. He avoided her with some lousy excuses. Ningxue did not see a single relative, they were all hiding, too scared to see the sunlight. I have already lost my surname. If it's something to do with the Black Vatican, I'm willing to take it even if it doesn't pay me a cent, declared Ningxue in all seriousness. Ningxue knew Mo Fan, Zhong Xiaohu, Mu Bai, and the others had fought the Black Vatican at the ancient capital. Even before that, Xu Jiaoting had sacrificed his life in exchange for a deacon's name. If they could fight the Black Vatican, why couldn't she? Many of her family members had been sacrificed too. Ningxue, you should go for now, Mo Fan said to Ningxue. Oh, Ningxue did not say much. She turned around and left. As the door closed, the atmosphere in the room shifted. Ningxue was staring at Mo Fan. Her eyes were shaking fiercely. Jiao was aware that the atmosphere between the two did not feel right. She tactfully went upstairs to her room. I don't need you to decide anything for me, said Ningxue. Of course I can't decide for you, but I have the clues, and Ningxue is my partner. I will decide whether to take it or not, Mo Fan said firmly. Ningxue was so furious that she could not say a word. Listen to me, and don't worry about the Black Vatican, at least for now, said Mo Fan sincerely. My father's adopted son was a member of the Black Vatican. His brother was a high-level member of the Black Vatican. Do you know how desperate he is now? If I don't do anything, he is going to bear all the hatred. Those families of the victims, they aren't going to act rationally. They are trying to kill my dad to get their revenge. He even lost his right to see me. Ningxue turned away from him. Her emotions were stirred up. Chapter 867. They are all sheep. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. Ningxue knew the pinch her family was currently in, yet she could not guarantee if she could make her way back to the national team, nor was she confident that she could prove her family's innocence by earning a reputation in the World College Tournament. Now she had found a way to slightly ease up the pressure her family was getting from the families of the Black Vatican's victims. She could help deal with the remaining members of the Black Vatican in their country. It was not just for the sake of her family, but also a way to vent her hatred. Her family was also a victim of the evil deeds committed by the Black Vatican, yet they had to bear the blame. She was scared that the families of the victims would lose control. The truth was, it had already happened. Her youngest cousin had been seriously injured in a hit-and-run when he was traveling on the outskirts of the city. If we are well prepared, there won't be any danger. Mo Fan, I really need this opportunity. Ningxue had never talked to Mo Fan like this. She only hoped Mo Fan could understand that she was not blinded by her emotions. She still had a clear mind, and she was determined to solve the problems of her family. You have never had any contact with the Black Vatican, you have no idea how cruel and cunning they are. Mo Fan hoped Ningxue could understand that it was not a simple quest. The Black Vatican was 10 times, or even 100 times sparier than the demon creatures. Which is why I'll listen to you. Ningxue's eyes flickered firmly. She understood she was not as experienced compared to Mo Fan, who had basically fought his way up since the very beginning. Even if I reject it, you will still go to Chongming Island to look for clues, right? Mo Fan realized helplessly. Lingling had leaked too much information. Mo Fan was utterly speechless. Isn't she extremely cautious normally? Why was she so clumsy today? Doesn't she know information about the Black Vatican is meant to be kept confidential? Yes, Mu Ningxue confirmed confidently. She knew that she would easily fall into the Black Vatican's trap if she was alone. She had not underestimated those scum. Therefore, she hoped Mo Fan was willing to help her, as she believed Mo Fan was experienced at dealing with the Black Vatican. Mo Fan sighed. You have really made up your mind to go. But you must remember, you will listen to me at all times, and you won't act on impulse. Those assholes are really tricky to deal with, said Mo Fan. Mu Ningxue laughed. Her eyes were glittering. Mo Fan was dazed by the sight. That smile was so dazzling that it was going to kill him. Mo Fan clearly felt his heart pounding heavily at that particular instant. Damn it, the Black Vatican is nothing. If I can destroy them once, and twice, I can destroy them 10 times, or even 100 times. After reaching an agreement, Mo Fan brought Mu Ningxue to Clear Sky Hunter Agency. Mo Fan would not seriously believe whatever Lingling blurted out. He still had to ask his senior sister Lengqing and Old Bao for their opinions, make sure that Chongming Island was not a lion's den, and learn more about the information that the Enforcement Union had gathered. Lengqing was indeed at the agency. When Mo Fan thought about it, Lengqing was the only source that Lingling could get the information from. On top of that, she must have heard the information through eavesdropping. No one could possibly stop the little girl from eavesdropping if something caught her attention. Senior sister Mo Fan sat at the bar and saw Lingqing mixing some drinks, wearing an apron. With her slender figure, she had a different kind of charm today. Oh, you're here, Lingqing looked at Mo Fan, before glancing at Mu Ningxue behind him. She calmly asked, do you two want any drinks? A blueberry cocktail. Coke with lemon for me. It was obvious that it had been a while since Lingqing last mixed a drink here. She seemed rather rusty, as it took her quite some time to finish preparing the drinks. She also prepared herself a cocktail. Lingling wanted to take a sip, but immediately stopped when Lingqing glared at her. The elder sister poured a cup of hot milk for Lingling, in a cute little cup with cartoons on it. Lingling puffed her cheeks out. She seemed very unhappy. Lingling told you about it, asked Lingqing calmly, who seemed to know everything too. Did Salan really escape through Chongming Island? Asked Mo Fan. This Salan is very cunning. We initially thought we had already wiped out the Black Vatican's influence in Shanghai. Therefore, we sent most of our people to patrol other cities, but we completely forgot about Chongming Island, as it looked perfectly normal until recently. Lingqing took her apron off and sat opposite Mu Ningxue and Mo Fan. Which means Chongming Island is the last foothold for the Black Vatican in our country? Asked Mo Fan. It should be. They did a good job hiding it. If Salan didn't escape through there, I believe we would never have realized that the Black Vatican had a base at the mouth of the Yangtze River. Their cover at Chongming Island has been perfect over the past 10 years, said Lingqing. Then why hasn't the Enforcement Union wiped them out if you already know they are on the island? Asked Mo Fan. Chongming Island isn't small. It has a dozen towns, with a population of over 700,000 people. We assume the Black Vatican's base is disguised as some company, factory, ranch, or workstation. We already sent someone there to investigate, but they are all ordinary businesses. Chongming Island is an independent island with obvious entrances. According to reliable sources of information, the Black Vatican must be watching the entrances. If they see people of the Enforcement Union, they are going to vanish without a trace. We didn't want to inadvertently alert them, said Lingqing. That's why you need hunters. No matter how capable the Black Vatican is, they won't be able to keep an eye on every hunter, said Mo Fan. But the other reputable private agencies aren't willing to accept the quest. It's the Black Vatican we're speaking of. After all, they are afraid that the Black Vatican will take revenge, Lingqing said softly. The Black Vatican was so powerful that even many of the powerful factions were afraid of them. Even though everyone despised the Black Vatican and wanted to skin them, pull out their tendons, and eat their bones. Only the Enforcement Union was fearless enough to take on the Black Vatican. Once, a renowned family had participated in an operation to uproot the Black Vatican, but in the end, the family was soon targeted by the vengeful Black Vatican and went downhill. It was a clear picture of human nature. The internet, the society, and media, there were always lots of righteous people condemning the power of evil, as if they are willing to dive into boiling water and walk on fire to eliminate the evil influences. However, when it was time to face the real evil, most people would end up as bystanders, afraid to be involved and set themselves on fire. They were all sheep, yet they still disguised themselves as fierce tigers. The families of the victims of the ancient capital were not fully responsible for placing Ningxue's family in such a tough spot. The main culprit was actually those who pretended to be righteous and blindly followed the tide. "We need someone who is trustworthy and experienced with the Black Vatican," admitted Ningxue. Chapter 868. The 7 Cardinals. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo Fan understood the situation. The Black Vatican was familiar with the members of the Enforcement Union in Shanghai. The Enforcement Union could not commit to a huge operation before they learned the Black Vatican's exact hiding spot and more information about their people. If they sealed off the island, there was a possibility that the people of the Black Vatican would hold the civilians hostage. As such, the Enforcement Union could only post it as a secret quest, hoping that some powerful hunters would do them the favor. "Your group is mainly in charge of the operation. I'll assist you secretly, but you have to remember that the situation of Chongming Island is preventing my people and me from getting too close. If you're in danger, and we can't arrive in time, you must hold on," Ningxue told them seriously. Mo Fan nodded slightly, but he soon realized that something did not feel right. He blurted out, "Hey, senior sister, I haven't agreed to it yet." "Then why are you asking?" Ningxue's expression darkened. "I was just trying to understand the situation. If it's actually a lion's den, I'm afraid that I have told you classified information of the Enforcement Union. If anyone is purposely asking for this information, they are committing treason. The offender will be punished according to the circumstances." "Do you want to be imprisoned by the Enforcement Union for a couple of months?" said Ningxue unpleasantly. Mo Fan was left speechless. For some reason, he felt like he had been set up by the two sisters. "All right, fine, at least tell me how many people they have," said Mo Fan helplessly. "We aren't too sure yet, but if it's a branch, there must be at least 40 people," speculated Ningxue. "What's the reward?" asked Mo Fan. 500,000 for a grey priest, 9 million for a black clergy, 120 million for a blue deacon. "Doesn't matter if they are alive or dead, but there must be enough proof to verify their identities," said Ningxue. "Based on the headcount?" asked Mo Fan in surprise. "The Enforcement Union has always paid according to the number of people that are caught. Hunters are willing to do anything for money. Every year, the names provided by anonymous hunters to the Enforcement Union are always in 3 figures. However, Chongming Island is a trickier situation, and we are clueless about their number or strength, so the rates are slightly higher," said Ningxue. "Isn't 120 million a bit too low for a blue deacon?" said Mo Fan. A blue deacon was already able to stir up troubles in a city. 120 million did seem too low for a blue deacon. "We are providing the information this time, and you're cooperating with us. If you are able to catch a blue deacon with your own source of information, the reward is around 200 million, depending on the person's position in the Black Vatican," said Ningxue. "Do you pay more if we catch a blue deacon alive?" asked Mo Fan. "Of course, it's better to catch a blue deacon alive, since we can learn more names through the person in order to uproot the organization. We can even find out other blue deacons, or even red cardinals. Unfortunately, not every blue deacon is the same as Great Deacon Hu Jin, who reported directly to a red cardinal," scoffed Ningxue. Mo Fan's eyes glowed when he heard there was more money if he could catch the blue deacons alive. Both he and Ningxue were running short on funds, especially Ningxue. She might have a chance to break through to the advanced level if they managed to complete the quest. Even though a single galaxy vein was far from enough to support her cultivation, it would prevent her from falling too far behind the national team. Hang on, you mentioned something about red cardinals. Isn't Salan a red cardinal? Are you telling me there are other red cardinals too? Asked Mo Fan after he suddenly remembered something. Langqing nodded. The information was meant to be confidential, but considering Mo Fan's contributions in helping them uproot the Black Vatican, she lowered her voice and said, Salan is only one of the red cardinals. Apparently, the Black Vatican has 7 red cardinals. 4 of them are still unknown to us. We don't know their age or their gender. Even though the Enforcement Union already has information on 2 of them, and knows what they have done in the past, it is extremely difficult to arrest or kill them. Mo Fan suddenly felt speechless. He stared at Langqing blankly. He actually thought Salan was the highest leader of the Black Vatican. After all, her conspiracy at the ancient capital was absolutely shocking. The whole world was alarmed by her plan, and yet she was just one of the 7 red cardinals of the Black Vatican. What kind of maniacs were the rest of them? How terrifying was their ambition to destroy the world? The other red cardinals aren't active in China, so you don't need to worry about them. Salan seems to be the most gifted at committing calamities among them. We were unlucky to have her in our country. Even though we managed to drive her away, we still paid an enormous price, said Langqing. Salan, Mo Fan had cursed the name too many times. However, when he thought about the people who sacrificed their lives just to stop her, including the sacrifice that Instructor Zhong Kong had made, he could not help but clench his fists. She was the kind of person who could implant fear deep inside someone's soul, an Evildor hated greatly by both mortals and God. He was so close to finding out who she was, yet he had not managed to rip off her human mask. Let's focus on removing the last tumor Salan left in our country. We still need more time and help to arrest Salan, suggested Langqing. Mo Fan nodded. To provide you with a better cover and help you find the Black Vatican's base, Lingling will be going to Chongming with you. Mo Fan, please take care of her, Langqing said sternly. Normally, Langqing would not involve Lingling in such a dangerous operation. She was willing to let Lingling take on high-level quests or hunt demon creatures with Mo Fan in the Magic City, but she would never involve her in an operation related to the Black Vatican. She was well aware of how vengeful the Black Vatican was. However, Langqing also knew that without Lingling's help, Mo Fan and Ningxue would have trouble finding the Black Vatican in such a complicated place. The people of Black Vatican don't really have a tag on their heads, and even if they did, it was still too difficult to find them among a few 100,000 people. The chance of them completing the quest without Lingling's help was 0. Luckily, it was the last group of Black Vatican's people in their country. In order to secure victory in the ongoing battle, Langqing had no choice but to let Lingling participate in the operation too. Don't worry, I swear on my life that I'll keep her safe, Mo Fan promised firmly. Humph, look how flustered you both are. Lingling finished the milk. Her lips were covered in foam. She jumped down from the stool and left like an adult. Ningxue, you must be careful too. I know about your situation. I hope you won't act on impulse. This is a very crucial operation, reminded Langqing. Langqing was not the kind to dawdle, and was usually quite straightforward. However, she was being extremely cautious as she was not reassured putting someone else in charge of such an important operation. However, Mo Fan was indeed their best option. Even though he was not someone in the Enforcement Union, he had the strongest motive to uproot the Black Vatican. The truth was, there was another reason why the Enforcement Union did not send their own people to deal with the Black Vatican. However, Langqing did not feel like saying it without solid proof. Chapter 869. The Mansion at the Field. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. May I ask what the relationship between you 3 is? Why have you come to Chongming Island? An inspector on duty bowed politely and asked with a smile. The regulations at the entrance of Chongming Island were a lot stricter than they thought. It felt like they were trying to enter a foreign country. However, they had their own reasons. The place was a different district. In order to maintain order, applying strict control at the entrance was a reasonable solution. She's my girlfriend, and this is my sister. I've brought them here for a short little trip. Shanghai was getting quite boring, so we decided to visit some other places. I was told that most places here are a great experience of nature. Mo Fan was dressed in casual clothing right now, and replied calmly. Brother, I want to ride a horse. Can I please ride a horse? Blurted out Lingling playfully. Her cute, adorable look immediately earned the inspector's affection. The inspector smilingly said, you can go to Wunfeng town if you want to ride a horse. They have a huge ranch there. Do they really have horses there? I thought only the Inner Mongolia has horses, asked Lingling. Ha ha, we have horses here, too. Most towns here are traditional ranches. We supply the freshest meat you can find in the cities. You will know once you visit the ranches. That frozen, imported, fake meat is incomparable to ours. You have come to the right place if you're thinking of enjoying nature, the inspector smiled. The inspector returned their identification while he was speaking. He had no reason to doubt the couple who had come traveling with a younger sister. Thank you, uncle, said Lingling with a sweet smile. What uncle? I am not even in my 30s, the inspector laughed. Thank you, young uncle. As they passed the checkpoint, Mo Fan and Mu Ningxue subconsciously looked at Lingling. Lingling had regained her usual indifferent look. She looked like a completely different person than the active, adorable girl just a moment ago. They both felt it was a waste that she was not interested in winning an Oscar. As they boarded the bus, Lingling immediately took out her notebook computer and rapidly smashed the keys. The screen blinked continuously. It was so quick that Mo Fan had no idea what she was searching for. I just checked the businesses that are registered and excluded those that I think are unlikely to be our target. By the way, the ranches that the inspector mentioned seem to be working with the government. However, most of them are privately owned. There aren't any problems with their production and sales, but you can easily fake most of them and use the business as a front, said Lingling. Lingling was fully prepared before they departed for the island. There were lots of towns on Chongming Island, but the girl had already filtered out half of them. If they could secretly help Salan flee the country, the business must be big enough to do international trading. With that in mind, there are only 6 possible targets left. Most of them are privately owned by some big shots. Lingling quickly listed the 6 possible targets and marked them on a map. The closest one to us is Tuna Trading Company, Limited, at Wunfeng Town. Let's check it out first, said Mo Fan pointing at one of the markers on the map. The bus was rather slow. It was noon before they arrived in Wunfeng Town. The town was built with careful planning. The roads, plants, and buildings were obviously built in specific spots. It felt like a vacation town the moment they arrived. Transportation was convenient, too. Mu Ningxue and Lingling were dressed in identical clothing, a cardigan, a middle-long flared skirt, and a ruffled hat. People on the street kept turning around to look at their casual, but attractive outfits. Mo Fan almost forgot they were currently in the tiger's den. When they arrived at Tuna Trading Company Limited, they went around searching for clues while telling the people they had lost their way as an excuse. However, they realized the place was just a normal factory for processing tuna. There was nothing fishy about it, They spent some time looking around Wunfeng Town to check out other places, but the whole town seemed normal. The people of the Black Vatican are used to hiding in a busy city. It's quite tricky to ferret them out if they aren't showing themselves, and we can't let the Black Vatican realize what we are up to. They are in the dark, while we are in the light. If they know we are up to something, we are unlikely to leave Chongming Island in one piece, warned Mo Fan in a serious voice. Mu Ningxue nodded. She was well aware of the Black Vatican's methods. Both Yu Ang and Mu He hid in their family for so long, yet no one had realized their secret identities. Perhaps it was the scariest thing about the Black Vatican. They were a bunch of vicious criminals, but they still lived among normal people. They were like ticking time bombs that no one could do anything about. Let's not hurry to the next town. We should spend a day here, said Lingling. Since they were pretending to be on a trip, they should stick to their disguises. It was suspicious if they moved on to the next town without spending more than half a day in the first one. As Mo Fan mentioned, they could not afford to be spotted by the people of the Black Vatican. Otherwise, they would find themselves in grave danger. They stayed in Wanfeng town for the whole day. The shops did have some delicacies. Mo Fan simply forgot about the Black Vatican and enjoyed the vacation. At night, Mo Fan suggested they get only one room. The two girls agreed, but as Mo Fan expected, he was asked to sleep alone on a bed, while the two girls slept on the other. Their next destination was Pingyi town. Both Pingyi and Zhenming towns had ranching as their main source of income. These unique ranches that preserved the ecology had slowly turned Chongming Island into a tourist attraction. As they were arriving in Pingyi town, they saw both sides of the road were covered in green grass. They did not look like the irregular weeds of Inner Mongolia, but each stalk seemed to be carefully taken care of. It was clean like a carpet laid down on the ground. The grass was not too dense, but was not too scattered, either. The beautiful scene and fresh air blew on their faces. The green landscape was a clear contrast to the concrete, steel, and glass in a developed city. There were people on the bus who resembled university students on a trip who blurted out in surprise, "Wow, awesome, it's my first time seeing such a huge field of grass." "See, what did I tell you?" "You won't regret it if you come," proclaimed a nerdy young man wearing a pair of glasses with golden frames. "Look at the spectacular building on the hill in the distance." "I feel like living in there," exclaimed a girl with bangs excitedly. Chapter 870. Master Mintian. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. "Oh yeah. Zhao Pinlin, you're the best. Damn, I have never lived in a mansion like this." The crowd cheered as they circled around the man called Zhao Pinlin and expressed their joy. Zhao Pinlin seemed to enjoy being in the limelight. He was wearing a smile all the time. He unconsciously glanced at the back of the bus and saw Rongsheng talking to someone. He immediately made his way over. "Rongsheng, are they your friends?" asked Zhao Pinlin. The truth was, Zhao Pinlin already noticed the glamorous woman with an icy aura sitting at the back when he first entered the bus. Beside her sat an adorable girl, like a lotus flower that had just risen from under the water. It was almost impossible to ignore their presence when they were sitting together, since they were just too eye-catching. Unfortunately, they were already accompanied by a man. Zhao Pinlin was unable to find the right opportunity to approach them. As soon as he saw Rongsheng chatting with them, he immediately took hold of the chance. "Oh, I just met them. They are going to Pingyi town too, so we were just chatting." Rongsheng seemed to be an honest man. He rubbed his head in embarrassment. "We are all around the same age. It's more exciting when there are more people. Why don't you three come with us? I already asked the manager of the holiday cottage to arrange a few extra rooms for my friends, but some of them couldn't make it. It will be a waste if no one is living in the rooms." Zhao Pinlin soon came up with a brilliant idea. He warmly invited them to stay at the mansion. "I don't think that's a great idea," replied Mo Fan in a slightly troubled voice. Mu Ningxue remained silent as usual. She usually would not respond in a discussion that involved multiple people, unless someone was talking to her directly. Zhao Pinlin was slightly disappointed at Mu Ningxue's calm reaction. However, he was rather confident in himself. After all, most women were only reserved on the surface. If he found the right opportunity, he could easily earn their affection. "I want to stay in the mansion." Lingling's eyes glittered like an innocent little girl. Zhao Pinlin smiled. Adults would usually act reserved after receiving the invitation, but a little girl would express her real thoughts. It seemed like the man had only come from a normal background. He had never brought the girls to live in such a classy and stylish hotel. Zhao Pinlin was indeed a sociable person. He quickly added with a smile before Mo Fan and Mu Ningxue could react, "Of course you can, I can even give you a room facing the lake. The view is absolutely stunning when you pull the curtains open." Convincing the lowly would also mean convincing the other two. "Really, but won't we be disturbing you?" Lingling was already blushing. I'm serious, it's an honor to have such a cute girl like you as a guest. Why would you be disturbing us, said Zhao Pinlin. Zhao Pinlin returned to his seat, all full of smiles. Ningxue was rather confused, she did not understand why Lingling wanted to stick with the group. Lingling the little lowly was quicker at changing her expression than flipping a page. She immediately turned into a languid, cunning fox as she explained, I heard their destination is the same as us. The Black Vatican will be alerted if only the three of us are investigating the suspicious places, but if we follow the group, we will be perfectly safe even though we might visit some places that we aren't supposed to. The Black Vatican might be suspicious toward a few young faces if they might think we are some probationary members of the enforcement union sent here to investigate them, but they will never doubt a bunch of simple-minded young adults on a holiday. Mo Fan nodded. As the little lowly mentioned, if they were blatantly visiting suspicious places, they would be exposed easily. The heavens knew where the people of the Black Vatican were hiding. Even the enforcement union was scared to act rashly as it might alert the enemy. They clearly believed that the Black Vatican had strict surveillance around the place. Pinlin, come in quick, a middle-aged man in a suit walked out from the entrance with a smile. The middle-aged man was followed by 5 bellboys. They were all dressed in the same uniform with a red felt cap, and politely offered to carry the group's luggage. There's no need to check in, just bring them to their rooms, the manager told the bellboys. It was obvious that some among the group had come from a normal background. They had never enjoyed such treatment, nor had they stayed in such a classy place before. Their faces were full of excitement. We're hungry. Old G, is lunch ready? Asked Zhao Pinlin. Sure, of course, this way please, the manager continued to lead the way with a smile. Why aren't we using that one? Asked Zhao Pinlin. His eyes were looking at the dining room with French windows and white curtains. That room is already taken. This one is the same too, said the manager. He led the group to another dining room, but its vision, location, and style were not as great as the one before. However, it was impressive enough for those from not-so-wealthy families. They had never seen anything like the 3 waitresses in heels and tight skirts purposely appointed to serve their meal. You can sit anywhere you like. Zhao Pinlin was not too happy, but he did not show it. He wanted to show them the dining room with the spectacular view and French windows to his classmates, but it was already occupied even though he purposely asked the manager to reserve it. Most importantly, those people had closed the curtains as they were having their meal. What was the point of them taking the room? When Zhao Pinlin left the dining room, he immediately dragged the manager over and asked him about it. The manager was troubled too. He lowered his voice and said, Mr. Zhao, I provided you and your classmates with utmost welcome, but you have to know there are other respectable guests in our hotel too. Please bear with me, we'll arrange the room for you tomorrow. Who are those people? Zhao Pinlin didn't seem very satisfied. Suppliers of magic equipment for the military, answered the manager. Them? Why are they here? Master Mintian is giving a speech in 5 days. Initially, all our rooms were fully booked by the people who came to attend it. It took me some time to arrange the rooms for you. Who the hell is Master Mintian? Zhao Pinlin was confused. He had never heard the name before. Oh my, mister, please don't say that. Don't let the others hear you. You're going to find yourself in trouble. He's a remarkable academic, a wise man, said the manager. Forget it, I have no interest in him either. Just make sure you reserve the room for me tomorrow, said Zhao Pinlin. Sure, not a problem. Chapter 871. Stories Exchange. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. At night, the sea breeze and the wind from the river clashed, like a woman sobbing. The whole place was surrounded by green grazing lands. There were not many lights around, like a real countryside. It was perfectly silent, unlike the bustling city. Mo Fan's group of 3 were invited along by Zhao Pinlin, Rongsheng, and the others to join them at a campfire around a kilometer away from the hotel. There was a little wooden shed close to the campfire. The roof was made of steel glass, allowing the people inside to see the beautiful night sky. The night was quite cloudy. A huge part of the sky was lit up by stars, while the other parts were covered in clouds. The clouds were moving slowly, trying to compete with the stars for territory. The wind was strong, and the night was chilly, but the bunch of young adults was enjoying themselves in the wooden shed. It had a fridge full of alcohol. The students also brought snacks and cooked food. In the center was a campfire made of cobbles. Everyone could easily add dried branches to the fire. It was the only source of light and warmth within a kilometer, resulting in an uneasy yet thrilling atmosphere. Many people liked to go camping in the wild and setting up campfires. However, there were also bugs, mosquitoes, cold wind, and the darkness that made them feel uneasy. It was not as romantic as everyone imagined, but the atmosphere was perfectly suited to their needs. It was thrilling, clean, and comfortable enough. The students were easily lost in wild and fanciful thoughts. The light of the fire lit up everyone's face as they were sharing some exciting and scary stories. The place was soon filled with laughter, driving away the uneasy atmosphere. The students could not help but agree that Zhao Pinlin's arrangement was perfect. He had successfully won the affection of a few girls in the group. They never knew he had come from such a wealthy background at school, and he was aware of what girls wanted. Come, let's take turns sharing some scary stories. If more than half of the group think it isn't scary enough, they must take that path to the top of the hill, suggested Rongsheng. I'll go first. You are all going to wet your pants. Mo Fan soon joined in. He was excited as soon as someone mentioned the term scary stories. Mo Fan soon finished telling his story. The group of young men and women fell silent. One of the girls even suggested they go back to the hotel in a soft voice. Ningxue secretly stepped on Mo Fan's foot. This guy was trying to destroy the atmosphere. Mo Fan was actually telling them his own experience at Yangming Temple. His encounter with Miyota was quite spooky, yet he purposely added more details to the story. He described Miyota as a ghost with only half her face left. He even described how the monks were tortured in full detail. The scary stories that most people told were fake, thus the listeners could easily figure out the unreasonable bits. However, Mo Fan was simply telling them his own experience. The details were on point, it felt like they were right inside the story. Even Ningxue felt a shiver as she recalled the incident. Humph, how childish. Lingling was not impressed by Mo Fan's scary story. Well, I guess I'll go next. It's not really a ghost story, but some rumors I was told in Wuzhen. Rongsheng immediately spoke out to cut the atmosphere. Quick, tell us. Everyone desperately needed another story to clear their thoughts of Mo Fan's spooky tale. My brother is a magician. To be more precise, he is a city hunter in charge of the safety in Wuzhen. Around 2 months ago, Wuzhen had a strange mist, and some locals went missing. My brother was placed in charge of the incident, so he went to investigate. Guess what happened there, said Rongsheng with a serious face. What is it? Everyone knew about Wuzhen. Many of them had visited the place before. As such, they were all attracted by the story as soon as Rongsheng started telling it. A moth woman. Rongsheng was quite an expert at telling stories. He purposely lowered his voice to make it sound spookier. Moth woman. Yeah, my brother told me that some locals actually saw her in person, and the mist wasn't really just a normal mist. It consisted of flying moths so densely packed together that it looked like a mist. Rumors said they were actually man-eating moths. Think about it, with moths as dense as a mist, even an elephant will be eaten within seconds, let alone a human, said Rongsheng. Please tell me it isn't true. I was planning to bring my girlfriend to Wuzhen, yelled a young man. It's only some rumors. Maybe it's something the locals came up with, to attract tourists looking for an adventure, sighed Zhao Pinlin smilingly. His eyes under the golden-framed glasses seemed rather intelligent. Rongsheng chuckled. He did not continue the story. What he said was real, too, Mo Fan interrupted. Damn, not you again. The young man jumped to his feet. Rongsheng was stunned. He looked at Mo Fan in astonishment. Unfortunately, I was there, too. When I was about to leave the town, I saw people like city hunters entering the town. The mist was real, but the moth woman wasn't proven to be real yet. They weren't sure if the missing people were related to the moth woman either. They are just speculations, said Mo Fan. Rongsheng was a bit surprised that Mo Fan actually knew the details. He quickly added, my brother agreed with the speculations, too. But the case wasn't settled, they still haven't caught the moth woman, Lingling subconsciously added. As a hunter master, Lingling did hear the rumors about the incident, too. It was one of the more bizarre cases recently. Since no one had posted a quest about it, the city hunters were placed in charge. However, they still had not found out the truth. As a result, more rumors started spreading, and there were quite a few different versions. Wait, what did you mean, it was real, too? A girl's eyes widened when she suddenly recalled Mo Fan's words. Holy crap, do you mean what you told us was real too? I want to go back. Mo Fan was left speechless. Everyone took turns telling their stories. Soon, it was a girl called Guoweni's turn. She was actually from Chongming Island, so she was basically a local. Weni, tell us something, otherwise you'll have to walk to the top of the hill yourself, urged Rongsheng. Guoweni seemed to be quite timid. She hesitated for a while before she finally spoke. I did encounter something strange here, but I think it was only my imagination. One night, I went to visit my classmate in the neighboring town. My brother said he would come pick me up with his scooter, but he was too drunk. He didn't even pick up my call, yet I couldn't stay at my classmate's house, so I had no choice but to walk back to my town. It was only 2 kilometers away. It was fine at the start, but I suddenly picked up a foul stench, like the smell of a swamp. Guoweni came to a pause. The others were dying to know what happened next. However, Mo Fan's gaze sharpened as soon as he heard the description of the scent. Chapter 872. The Order in the Dark. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo Fan remained silent. He focused and waited for Guoweni to continue her story. Guoweni had no choice but to continue the story since everyone was urging her. There was a ranch nearby, and occasionally the cows and horses are left in the open to graze in the field. I thought it was the smell of a cow's or horse's dung, so I wasn't too bothered by it. I continued on my path under the dim light of the stars. Aren't you afraid that something bad would happen when you're out there alone at night? She looks pretty safe, said an insensible guy. Guoweni did not seem bothered by the remark. She continued her story as the others were laughing. After a while, I saw something wriggling in a bush. I faintly saw a skinny person lying on a horse. At first, I thought someone was treating an injured horse because I smelled blood, but as I walked closer, I saw the man eating the horse, raw. Everyone immediately felt their skin crawling. The horse's stomach was ripped open. The insides were all over the ground. The strange person buried his or her head inside the hole and feasted on it. My mind went blank. I stood there for quite some time, listening to the person munching. I didn't know if the person saw me. I slowly backed away. It felt like the longest journey I ever walked. I keep thinking the person would turn around and show me a face covered in blood and intestines dangling from their mouths. I thought I was going to be eaten next, exclaimed Guoweni. As she was telling the story, she was overwhelmed by fear. Her voice was trembling, and she was shivering visibly. Guoweni had never mentioned it to anyone. It had happened a long time ago, but somehow it felt like it had just happened yesterday. She finally had the chance to share the terror inside her heart, so that everyone could share the burden with her. It was obvious that Guoweni was telling the truth. Are you sure it was a person? Not some kind of monster? I heard my brother mentioning that even cities have demon creatures hiding in them. They mostly stay in the dark corners, like the zoos, or abandoned buildings. Maybe it was a demon creature you saw, said Rongsheng. I wasn't too sure, but it looks more like a human to me. It had hands, legs, and a hunchback. It was very skinny too, said Guoweni. Mo Fan exchanged glances with Lingling. They both confirmed their speculation. May I ask where this was? Mo Fan spoke up. It was at Shenming Town's Swido Ranch, replied Guoweni. No wonder you were insisting on not going to Shenming Town, said another man. I was too scared to go there. I would advise you all not to go, either. It's just a story, why so serious? There are lots of fun places in Shenming Town. It's the highlight of our trip, said Zhao Pinlin indifferently. I was telling the truth, snapped Guoweni. Sigh, even if it's real, it happened so long ago. Maybe it was a demon creature that liked to eat horses. The hunters must have dealt with it. There's nothing to be scared of, said Zhao Pinlin. I'm a bit scared too. Can we skip Shenming Town, said a rather pretty girl in the group. The boys had been sticking with her throughout the journey. She was most likely the target of most boys during the trip. Zhao Pinlin was hesitant when he saw Wang Shushu expressing her concern, but Shenming Town was the best place for him to make his move. How about this? I'll let the manager hire a hunter to protect us until the end of the trip. How does that sound? Said Zhao Pinlin. Won't it cost you a fortune? Don't worry, the hotel has magicians, too, said Zhao Pinlin. Hiring a hunter to be our bodyguard. Zhao Pinlin, your family is pretty wealthy, said Wang Shushu. Magicians aren't too big of a deal. They are willing to work for money, too. Just treat them as higher-level bodyguards. Zhao Pinlin was flattered after he was complimented by Wang Shushu. You're right. Both Mo Fan and Mu Ningxue were not too pleased by Zhao Pinlin's words. However, Zhao Pinlin was stating the truth, too. Even though magicians had a little more status in this world, nothing was as respectable as money. Some financial groups that were not involved in the magic industry did not have a single magician in their family. However, the magicians under their command were enough to form a small army, including advanced magicians, or even super magicians. Magicians were heavily reliant on money. The money they earned was never enough to fulfill their needs, unless they were satisfied to stay at the same level for the rest of their lives. It was the same for hunters. They were constantly dealing with demon creatures. At the brink of life and death, when a demon creature's claws were right in their face, no magician would mind spending hundreds of thousands, or even millions, on good defensive equipment. The group had an enjoyable time at the campfire. Most people simply assumed the stories were all fake. They stayed at the campfire until midnight before going back to the hotel. Zhao Pinlin was looking for opportunities to talk with Mu Ningxue. However, Mu Ningxue did not tell a story. She directly went up the hill alone and returned fairly quickly. It was not anything scary to her. An alleyway in Shanghai's Jing'an district, the attic of Clear Sky Hunter Agency. The attic was not huge. The window had been tightly shut for more than half a year. Not even the slightest sunlight could pass through it. The attic was always dark and cold. The room was in total darkness. However, a pair of eyes suddenly lit up. They looked rather spooky. The bones and joints began to crack. The owner of the eye stepped on the wooden floor and started walking around. The floor was very old. An old man inspecting an orb in the room below the attic took his reading glasses off and looked at the ceiling. "Little girl is awake," exclaimed old Bao. As soon as he finished the sentence, a slender figure moved rapidly up the floor like a gust of blue wind. She arrived in front of old Bao within an instant. Leng Qing stared at the ceiling alertly and snapped furiously at old Bao. "There's a strong evil presence in the attic." "Are you really in your dotage? Can't you sense the presence of the thing living in the attic?" "Calm down, just calm down, she's the little servant girl of a big demon." TSK, if even you are spooked by the servant girl's presence, it seems like she has actually evolved." "Well, it's expected since she has been asleep for half a year," old Bao smiled. Long Qing frowned. "Don't worry, she isn't hostile to us," added old Bao. "Humph, she better make sure she doesn't get spotted by the enforcement union." "They won't care if she's a good vampire or a bad vampire," said Leng Qing. "Don't be like that, she is in charge of this area." The number of cases committed by darkness creatures related to the blood tribe in this area has been significantly reduced thanks to her. Don't be so stubborn, you should help cover up her identity. Speaking of which, you should get her a valid identity. Where there is light, there is darkness. Instead of trying to get rid of all the darkness, which would lead to more troubles, we should let the dark exist in order, too, said Old Bao cheerfully. So that's what the previous person in charge of the Holy Judgment Court thinks? How about the Black Vatican? Asked Lengqing. Oh, those bastards? You can't possibly treat them as humans, snapped Old Bao. Chapter 873. A Secret Base. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Blue sky, green grass, and the perfect dawn completely erased the mist of fear lingering in the group since last night. On top of that, a hunter had also joined the group. No one was worried about the story Guoweni told the night before. They hefted their backpacks and departed for Shunming Town. 2/3 of Shunming Town was occupied by ranches. They mainly bred cows, horses, and goats. The swaying grass revealed the cattle grazing on the field as the breeze swept past, even though the place was close to the mouth of the Yangtze River. TL note. The first half of the last sentence is from a ballad of the Chiela people to the north of China during the northern and southern dynasties. Mo Fan, Mu Ningxue, and Lingling blended in perfectly with the group of young adults. Zhao Pinlin's invitation simply gave them the perfect excuse to follow the group around. The main street of the town was on the other side. Zhao Pinlin brought the group to a manor inside a ranch. It was actually a private club. Many rich people from Shanghai would occasionally spend their weekends here. Apart from the natural environment, the club also had a golf course, a winery, a restaurant, a bar, guest rooms, archery, horse riding facility. It was luxurious, without a doubt. Zhao Pinlin was well prepared for the trip. He was determined to bring everyone to the club, even after hearing Guoweni's story last night. A tourist bus came to pick them up as they arrived at the entrance. The journey from the entrance to the main building surprisingly took 20 minutes. The ranch's style was leaning more toward Western Europe. It was said that the main investor was a foreigner. There was even a statue of him in front of the fountain. Mo Fan had rarely visited a place like this. His eyes were brimming with excitement. Mu Ningxue had the same glacier face. She had grown up in similar environments. For some reason, she actually felt annoyed and disgusted by the environment, as the Mu clan was also promoting internationalization among their people. Their main headquarters had a similar style, and their villa in Bo City was also in the same style. Wow, who would think there's a place like this here? Zhao Pinlin, is this owned by your family? Wang Shushu asked excitedly. The rather good-looking Wang Shushu was unperturbed at the start. However, when she saw the facilities in the luxurious club, she could no longer hold her excitement in. She felt like a little princess from a fairy tale living at the club. She could imagine the garden maze, the servants in suits, the soft red carpet, the white bed covered in veils, and the balcony under the moonlight. There are 3 ranches here. My father owned some of their shares, said Zhao Pinlin. He was talking softly, as he was not feeling too confident. The real owner of the manor was a big shot. Zhao Pinlin only had the right to visit the club. These 3 ranches and the private club are the places I am most suspicious of, Lingling whispered to Mo Fan and Mu Ningxue. Lingling was actually wondering how they could possibly sneak into here. After all, the private club was not open to tourists. Only those listed as its members were allowed to enter. Mo Fan, Lingling, and Mu Ningxue had no chance of becoming a member. Therefore, it would be troublesome for them to investigate the place. To their surprise, Zhao Pinlin actually solved their biggest problem. We'll stick to the disguise. Let's be more careful here, agreed Mo Fan. This place is around 6 kilometers from Shunming Town. If anything happened, as long as they can clean up the mess quick enough, they won't leak any information to the outside, Lingling pointed out. The 3 ranches were connected together, occupying a huge amount of land. The place was basically secluded from the outer world. If it was actually a branch of the Black Vatican, they had no chance of escaping if they blew their cover. Ningxue also noticed how difficult it would be to ask for help. She tried her best to act normal by not wandering around or looking everywhere. "Come, follow me, the rooms are ready. Mr. Harmuth likes having guests at his place. He insists on treating every guest like how we treat him, so please feel at home. If you need anything, just find one of the servants with a red bow tie. They will do anything for you, a butler in a tuxedo informed them politely. The old butler emphasized the word anything. No one could tell if he was referring to something else, but the young men immediately glanced at the maidservants and fell into deep thoughts. The group went to their rooms to place their belongings before gathering at the hall on the second floor to enjoy some tea. A woman in a red dress came up and explained the services and facilities available. She even gave everyone a map with markings of every place. Each facility is quite a distance away from one another, so if you are planning to go somewhere, please contact us. We'll send a club cart over. I'll be outside the room. Please let me know if you need anything. You can call me Carly." The woman gave them a foreign name. Lingling was playing on her phone inattentively, but she was actually inputting the features of the butler and the woman called Carly into her phone, checking their identities with a program. The Clear Sky Hunter Agency was working closely with the police and the city hunters. As a hunter master, Lingling had enough clearance to verify a person's identity. "This Carly is an overseas Chinese," Lingling said in a low voice. Not a magician," said Mo Fan. Lingling placed her phone down. She switched into her sweet, naive voice. "Sister, is there a big ship here, like a cruise on the ocean? Apart from riding a horse, I also want to go on a ship." Carly's smile widened when she heard Lingling's angel-like voice. She liked the cute little girl. She replied smilingly, "We do have a ship, but it only sails once every season since the trip takes a long time. The next trip is still more than a month away." "What? So I can't go on it?" "Yeah, even if you made it, you would need proper identification to board the ship. We have to notify the relevant department," said Carly. "Oh, okay, such a pity," Lingling sighed. Carly left with a smile and slowly closed the door. Mo Fan secretly gave Lingling a thumbs up. If the club had its own ship, it would be the best way for Salan to flee overseas. As for her identification, no one knew what her real identity was. She might even have multiple fake identities. As long as she made it to the club, she would have no trouble escaping. A rich person could do many things with money. Mo Fan believed smuggling a person to another country was not actually that difficult a task. In other words, the manor with 3 ranches was indeed the most suspicious place. How cunning was Salan? The Black Vatican's influence in Shanghai was assumed to be uprooted after Xu Jiaoting found out the Blue Deacon's name. The enforcement union strongly believed it, yet it turned out that Salan had escaped through Shanghai. So the most dangerous place was actually the safest place. It seemed like the branch was a secret base that only Salan knew about. Chapter 874. The Hunters Are Here. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. Since the calamity at the ancient capital, the Magic Association and the Enforcement Union had cooperated with the military, the Hunter Union, the government, and renowned families to seal off all possible exits. They were determined to take down the detestable Salan, even if it meant harming their economy. Many of the Black Vatican's bases were destroyed. The remaining members of the Black Vatican disguising themselves as ordinary civilians were exposed, too. Salan only had limited places she could escape to, and was very close to being caught a few times. Unfortunately, the lockdown had brought too many problems, especially to those with foreign identities. The Enforcement Union insisted on not letting anyone with the slightest possibility go. Unfortunately, some authorities demanded that the pressure and loss were just too unbearable and proceeded to terminate the lockdown. Otherwise, their country's economy would simply collapse. As a direct result, foreigners were allowed to leave the country. The Enforcement Union implemented strict protocols on verifying every foreigner's identity. They basically counted every strand of hair that every foreigner had, but Salan still managed to escape in the end. The enforcement union flew into a terrible rage and argued fiercely with the authority that terminated the lockdown. Meanwhile, the authority put the blame on the enforcement union in return. They had sent out the highest number of people in history, yet they still could not catch the Black Vatican's commanding officer. The argument went on for days. The truth was, it was just a matter of perspective. The enforcement union wanted justice to be served. The calamity of the ancient capital had shocked the whole world. If they allowed the culprit to remain at large, they would totally put their ancestors to shame. On the other hand, the authorities did not purposely let Salan go. They were more concerned about the country's economy. If the lockdown continued, countless people would lose their jobs and end up homeless. There were many places in the country like Zhenming Town that had lots of foreign investors and a way to leave the country by sea. As soon as the lockdown was terminated, Salan immediately took the opportunity to flee the country. Luckily, the enforcement union was not totally useless. They were able to set their eyes on Chongming Island after eliminating all other possibilities. I have something to say. Lingling pretended to be enjoying the fruits with an adorable expression, yet her voice did not suit her age. Mo Fan and Mu Ningxue sat closer. They could tell that Lingling wanted to discuss something important from her tone. Salan only managed to escape from here because this place is privately owned by a foreigner, but considering how strict the procedures are, she would still have trouble leaving the country, said Lingling. I'm not too familiar with what happened. Mo Fan was clueless about the enforcement union's approach. I was already suspicious of it, but I wasn't too sure. However, when my sister sent us here, I'm finally convinced of it, said Lingling. Convinced of what? There's something fishy in the enforcement union, said Lingling. Mo Fan and Mu Ningxue's mouth widened. They found it hard to believe. Are you telling me that the Black Vatican has infiltrated the enforcement union? Asked Mu Ningxue softly. Maybe, but not entirely. The enforcement union is split into different factions, too. If the conflict between the factions is huge enough, Salan could easily use it to flee the country. The truth is, Salan doesn't necessarily need to take the risk of turning someone into one of the Black Vatican. Everyone has their own desires and ambitions. With the right approach, many people actually did the Black Vatican lots of favors without them realizing it. For example, I believe most people in this manner aren't with the Black Vatican, but they have become Salan's accomplices unknowingly. I think it's the same problem that the enforcement union has analyzed Lingling. But I feel like there's a chance for people of the Black Vatican to infiltrate the enforcement union, too, said Mo Fan. Mo Fan never believed a righteous organization was full of righteous people. He only believed that an evil place was surely full of evil people. The members of the enforcement union have to swear an oath. The people of the Black Vatican wouldn't be able to overcome it, Lingling declared confidently. Oh, is that thing reliable? 100%. The members of the enforcement union have to renew the oath periodically. It's impossible for the Black Vatican to implant spies in the enforcement union, so I think Salan only managed to abuse the conflict between the factions in the enforcement union. Therefore, the enforcement union has decided to hire outsiders secretly to wipe out the Black Vatican's remaining members on Chongming Island, said Lingling. As they were talking, Zhao Pinlin came in with a few cups of black tea. What are you whispering about? You should try this specialty black tea. It's a must-try for everyone that comes here. You won't find it anywhere else, said Zhao Pinlin. The woman called Kali entered the room and introduced the black tea to the group. Mo Fan was not too impressed by it, but Lingling and Mu Ningxue liked it. If you're feeling energetic, feel free to enjoy the facilities. I have to receive another batch of guests. Please feel at home. You can ask the people with red bow ties if you need any help, Kali reminded them before leaving with a smile. After enjoying the tea, a few maidservants came in and cleaned up the cups. The group discussed among themselves where they should visit first. Kali and Butler Fu went to another hall. A group of 10 was already seated inside the hall. They seemed to be in their uniforms. Sorry for the wait, we are willing to receive every guest warmly, but I believe you're not here for a holiday, based on your uniforms, asked Butler Fu. We are the city hunters here to investigate a case. There are rumors that someone has died from a poison that turned him into black ashes here. Why didn't you report the incident? The leader was a Scarface. He took out his city hunter badge. Butler Fu and Carly exchanged glances. Carly, go brew some tea. Please have a seat. I'll explain everything to you slowly. It's not like we didn't report the incident, but considering how it would start a panic among our guests, we just didn't reveal it publicly. As a matter of fact, we already told the local relevant department, said the butler cautiously. Oh, did you classify it as a demon creature incident, said the Scarface. Yes. But according to our investigation, there are quite a lot of cases of missing people and strange deaths here. If the police were unable to solve them, you should have reported them to the city hunters. Humph, do you think I'm not aware of how businessmen handle their problems? They always try to hide the incidents to ensure their businesses can operate normally. Go tell your boss, we'll come again tomorrow. You better prepare all the documents we need. Otherwise, we'll force you to stop your business since it's endangering people's lives, said the leader in an unfriendly voice. It wasn't as serious as you think. Enough with your nonsense, I know most of your customers are rich people, but money isn't everything. If I find out that you're purposely hiding the truth, you will bear the consequences. Let's go. The Scarface rose to his feet. He brought his men and left before the tea was served. Butler Fu's expression stiffened. He was lost for words for a moment. In the other room, Lingling quickly returned to her seat with a troubled look after eavesdropping on the conversation next door. What happened? Asked Mu Ningxue. This is annoying. The city hunters came. I wonder who their stupid commander is to send them here now. They will only alert the enemy. It's going to affect our operation. Chapter 875. Traces of Broken Bones. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Why would the city hunters come now? Were they here because they somehow learned about the Black Vatican's secret base too? Asked the surprised Mo Fan. This was a serious problem. Even though city hunters were under the Hunter Union, they were closely working with the Magic Association and the Enforcement Union, too. The people of Black Vatican would surely tighten their anuses and hide their fox tails. Mo Fan, Mu Ningxue, and Lingling were thinking of busting the Black Vatican's tails while they were unprepared. However, the city hunters' involvement completely disrupted their plan. I'll call my sister and ask her to call the city hunters off. Otherwise, we will only end up going back empty-handedly, said Lingling. Mo Fan shook his head and said, Don't, we still don't know if the Black Vatican is watching. If the city hunters withdraw for no reason, they will be even more suspicious. Didn't you say they are investigating a different case? Maybe they will leave once they get the information they want. They had entered the tiger's den. Even if they failed to accomplish their mission, they could still guarantee their safety. It would be easier for them to stick with their cover now, since the Black Vatican would be focusing on the city hunters. Let's continue to eat and play, said Mo Fan. The three soon regrouped with the others after a brief discussion. The facilities were scattered across the place, so they had plenty of time to look around for clues. After spending a whole day having fun, Mo Fan discovered that the club actually had quite a number of people present. Many had come as families, or as social gatherings. The three ranches had over 1,000 guests in total. If all the workers were included, there must be around 2,000 people here. At night, Mo Fan saw the girl called Guoweni after dinner. Since it was meaningless to wander around aimlessly, he decided to call for her. Guoweni, can I ask you something? The thing you saw eating a horse, where was it? He asked. Guoweni was stunned. Her face was immediately filled with fear. Don't be scared, I was just worried myself, so I was hoping you can tell me where it was so I'll avoid the spot. Mo Fan smiled reassuringly. Guoweni was slightly relieved. She walked to the window and pointed at a grove close to the horse-riding field. It was somewhere close to that grove. Before the land was bought, I was able to take that path home, but since they built the iron fences after the land was bought, I've never been to this area. Oh, okay, thanks. I was thinking of taking a stroll. I was hoping that I wouldn't go anywhere close to that spot, breathed Mo Fan. You're welcome. I feel bloated from dinner too. Let's walk together, Guowenny smiled. Mo Fan did not reject her. Guowenny was a local, perhaps he could learn some insightful information from her. During the stroll, Mo Fan subconsciously walked toward the spot that Guowenny mentioned. It was around 500 meters away from the stables. They could hear the horses neighing in the quiet night. Guowenny gradually pulled a face. She pulled Mo Fan's sleeves and said, Let's go somewhere else. This is the spot that I was talking about. I feel like taking a look. I love adventures, said Mo Fan. Don't, it's really scary, screamed Guowenny. You know what, if you're scared of something, the fear will continue to grow in your heart. I bet it has been troubling you every night since you saw it. Do you want to live in fear for the rest of your life, said Mo Fan. Well, Guowenny was lost for words. The truth was, she was indeed troubled by the fear. She would even feel like something was behind her whenever she closed her eyes while she was taking a shower. Maybe you only imagined it. If you don't go back there and overcome the fear in your mind, it will follow you around like a nightmare. You should gather your courage and visit the place, and you'll soon realize that the fear is gone on its own, said Mo Fan. Guowenny looked at Mo Fan. She seemed convinced by his words. After a while, she bit her lips and nodded, as if she was prepared to go all out. Mo Fan was rather impressed by his own eloquence when he saw the girl actually agreeing to his suggestion. Maybe he should stop being a magician and work as a counselor instead. It would be cool to convince people to turn from evil and help people with their relationship problems. Mo Fan led the way. Even though Guowenny had agreed to face her fear, she seemed to be taking 2 steps back every time she took 3 steps forward. They soon arrived at the grove that Guowenny had mentioned. The rocks scattered across the ground told Mo Fan that it used to be a path between the 2 towns, but it had been destroyed. It was the path that the girl was taking when she saw something moving in the grove. The night was dark. There were no stars or moonlight. The horse-riding field was already closed. The lights from the stables were too weak to reach their position. Is this the place? Mo Fan went forward and saw some underbrush. Yeah, this is it, don't go any closer, it's dangerous. Guowenny was slightly panicking. She could still recognize the shrubs nearby. Mo Fan did not seem to be bothered. The creature would be gone after all these years, and even if it was still around, Mo Fan could easily skin it alive. He pushed open the shrub to look for clues. However, if something actually happened, the people of the Black Vatican would have gotten rid of the clues. Why would they leave them behind? F***K me. Mo Fan suddenly cursed. Guowenny was frightened by the curse. She quickly lifted her skirt and ran away. Mo Fan did not stop her. He pushed open the shrub further and saw a bone stuck in the mud, tangled up with the grass. Mo Fan thought the traces would have been erased by now, yet the outcome was totally the opposite. He simply found the clues just by pushing open the shrub. It was clearly the remains of a horse. The bones were from its face and mouth. It was obvious just by looking at the teeth. If what Guowenny saw in the past was a dark beast monster, it seemed like the people of the Black Vatican had not noticed that the creature had eaten a horse here. Mo Fan continued to search around to look for more clues. He soon discovered a big patch of barren land, even though the surroundings were covered in thick shrubs. Why was the spot empty when the whole place was covered in shrubs? It must be a dark beast monster or a cursed beast. The saliva of that filth is extremely corrosive. It can easily stop plants from growing for years. I finally found some clues. Mo Fan grinned. Chapter 876. Scum, I was talking about you. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Even though they were suspicious that the place was the Black Vatican's secret base, they needed some solid proof to back up their speculation. Once Mo Fan retrieved the soil and let Lingling examine it, they would soon learn the truth. Are you all right? Guo Wenni's voice came from behind him. Mo Fan put some of the soil in his pocket and rose to his feet. He was quite surprised to see Guo Wenni back even though she was scared. The girl seemed to have a kind heart. Mo Fan smilingly said, I checked the area, but I didn't find anything. The soil doesn't seem to be soaked with blood before, either. Oh, I'm studying in a police academy, so just trust me. Really? Guo Wenni seemed quite nervous. Of course, you must have seen it wrong. Think about it, it was very dark, so maybe an injured horse was lying there. A kid was trying to stop the bleeding, and got his hands and face full of blood, so you thought he was eating the horse. Mo Fan comforted her. Guo Wenni recalled the incident. What Mo Fan said was fairly reasonable. Thank you, said Guo Wenni softly. All right, it's settled. Let's head back. Mo Fan was about to say something when he heard movement in the grove. What is it? Asked Guo Wenni. Nothing. Are you able to go back yourself? I want to take a walk around, said Mo Fan smiled. Guo Wenni thought about it. If she wanted to overcome her fear, she had to walk the path on her own. Besides, she was not as scared after listening to Mo Fan's explanation. Sure, Guo Wenni nodded with a firm look. After sending Guo Wenni away, Mo Fan stared at the shrub hidden in darkness. He was about to take a look when he saw his communication device blinking, implying that someone with the same device was nearby. Mo Fan purposely waited for a while. Some time later, Mu Ningxue, dressed all in black, came out. She was as attractive as a black rose blooming under the moonlight. Did you find anything? Asked Mu Ningxue. Mo Fan stared at her sexy black stockings for a prolonged moment. Her round bottom looked even more alluring under the black stockings, speaking of leg fetishism. I asked if you had found anything, snapped Mu Ningxue furiously. Oh, the horse-eating thing that Guo Wenni mentioned, I think it's a dark beast monster. We'll know for sure once Lingling examines the soil I collected. There's some movement in the grove. I was about to take a look when you came, said Mo Fan. Let's go together. Mu Ningxue quietly approached the grove. Mo Fan followed behind while enjoying the view of the black stockings. TSK, he had the urge to tear the thin stockings in half, and enjoy the pleasant view of the tender, white legs under them. If Mu Ningxue knew what Mo Fan was thinking, she would immediately have tossed an ice chain at him. The grove was abnormally dark. There were not many weeds around, but the trees were densely packed together. It was difficult for the light to penetrate through the leaves. The duo walked quietly on tiptoe and approached the spot where the movement came from. It seems like someone is injured, Mu Ningxue interpreted when she heard the sound. Mo Fan frowned and said, I don't think so, based on my experiences. Mu Ningxue ignored Mo Fan's words. She proceeded further, went past a row of trees and arrived at a spacious spot. She clearly saw two figures stacked on top of one another under a thick trunk. Oh, it started off as a hum, before a cry filled with pleasure was heard. The woman's moan was like a fire in the quiet night. It instantly set Mu Ningxue's cold face aflame, her ears and neck immediately blushed. Meanwhile, Mu Ningxue felt a puff of hot air behind blowing at her neck. She quickly dodged aside sensitively. Holy crap, the people here are pretty extreme. Mo Fan lowered his voice. His eyes widened, it felt like his eyeballs were about to fly toward the crime scene. As a matter of fact, they were very close to the figures. They already saw a leg slowly lifting into the air and the two heads stacked together. One belonged to a curly figure leaning against the tree, while the other bulky figure was continuously ramming forward. They could not see the man's face, but they could easily see the woman's face. The blushing face covered in sweat was none other than the rather attractive female butler, Carly. The alluring expression in her eyes served as a great contrast to her professional, courteous appearance during the day. Mo Fan felt a hot surge in his nose. He subconsciously stuck closer to Ningxue. Ningxue did not dare to make a noise, yet she would not allow the asshole Mo Fan to take advantage of her. She was about to react when she heard Carly talking. I thought I heard something. You must have heard it wrong. I didn't hear anything even though I'm a magician. Captain Sown, I know we had some insignificant problem, but we'll settle it, so, can you go easy on us tomorrow? Don't worry, I'll surely do you a favor since you're willing to show up tonight. As for you, he. After some fierce movement, the two laid still on the ground. Carly was able to speak more fluently. Who sent you here this time? No one, I came on my own. I have already set my eyes on you a long time ago, so I decided to come when I learned about the incident. I didn't expect you to be so cooperative, you even contacted me before dinner, ha ha ha. The man burst out laughing. He did not seem to care, even though they were out in the open. So you're saying that you're here on your own? There isn't anything serious. Carly confirmed once again. Well, it turns out that you do have some problems. As the captain of the city hunters, I must carry out my job. Oh, that's a relief. Carly let out a sigh. What is it? Do you have some other problems too? If you come to the mountain with me during the weekend, there won't be any problems anymore, ha ha ha, laughed Captain Sown. There are some, but can you please clean up the records? You know we are doing businesses with rich folks. They aren't willing to come if they hear about the rumors. There was an incident before, but it was only someone being poisoned. We already dealt with the poisoned object, said Carly softly. It's nothing serious, I'll see you tomorrow night. See you tomorrow night. Scum. Ningxue uttered coldly. Yeah, his scum, why would the city hunters have a jerk like him? How disappointing. This is why the enforcement union is having trouble collecting information accurately and messing up their operation, swore Mo Fan furiously. Ningxue was so enraged that she had the urge to kill someone. She turned around and said one word at a time, I was talking about you. Chapter 877. Making Dreams Come True. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Captain Sown's cultivation was not too weak. Ningxue wanted Mo Fan to stay further away, but she immediately sensed someone's approaching. Ningxue did not have any ability to hide herself. Luckily, Mo Fan came closer in time and erased their presence with the shadow element. Otherwise, the captain of the city hunters might notice their presence. However, the two had to stick very close for the shadow element to work. Mo Fan was basically hugging her from behind. Ningxue was already blushing from witnessing the eyesore, but Mo Fan, that asshole, jerk, perverted guy kept moving around. Please don't be mad, I didn't mean it, there are things that men can't control, hee. Mo Fan did not show the slightest hint of apology. He was more like a successful thief with his act. Ningxue was helpless against such a shameless person. She snapped with a cold face, no next time. A surge of frost went past Mo Fan, and he saw a little branch freezing into an ice stick. He felt a certain body part turning cold after witnessing it. Before he could react, a wind blew and shattered the branch into pieces. He subconsciously gasped. Let's be serious, Mo Fan felt extremely awkward. He quickly tried to fix the situation, it seems like something happened here before. Carly is keen to hide it, I should ask Lingling to find what she's trying to hide. Ningxue nodded. Do you think that Carly was being suspicious, said Mo Fan. Yes, said Ningxue confidently. Why? You can't say she's suspicious just because she's sacrificing herself to maintain the manor's reputation. Mo Fan was confused. Is your mind full of her naked body? Ningxue harumphed coldly. Not at all, how can you think of me like that? There's no chance other women can enter my mind when you're around, said Mo Fan in utter seriousness, leaving out the final bit. Unless she's naked. Would Ningxue believe his nonsense? It wasn't the captain that noticed us first. It was Carly. She's a magician, otherwise, it's impossible her senses were sharper than the captain's. It's so simple, can't you tell? Ningxue immediately tore down Mo Fan's lies. My Xue is exceptionally intelligent indeed, praised Mo Fan. Ningxue's furious face was simply written with "Piss off." After they returned to the main building, Mo Fan handed Lingling the soil. Lingling soon went back to her room and used some basic equipment to find its composition. They would learn the truth in no time. Ningxue went back to her room. She did not mind stumbling into people having sex in the grove, but she had no choice but to throw her favorite black stockings that she just bought recently into the bin. She could no longer wear them after some perverted man rubbed against them. How could he that shameless? How could anyone be so shameless? Ningxue was about to take off her clothes to take a shower when there was a knock on her door. She opened the door and saw the person was Zhao Pinlin. Ningxue had already noticed the man trying to approach her. What the heck did he want knocking on her door late at night? She was incredibly annoyed after being harassed by Mo Fan. There was no way she would be in a good mood when she saw the scum. Why did she call Zhao Pinlin scum? Very simple, it was so obvious that Zhao Pinlin wanted to earn the affection of the girl called Wang Shushu through the trip he organized. However, the guy tried to find all kinds of excuses to approach her instead. He even came to knock on her door, scum, just like that asshole Mo Fan. What do you want? Asked Ningxue impatiently. Oh, nothing, I wanted to ask you whether you enjoy watching the stars. I just saw an observation tower on the highest floor. The view was spectacular. It would be a pity to miss it, but it's quite meaningless to enjoy it on my own, said Zhao Pinlin. Ningxue rested her hand on the door. She turned and looked outside the window. Zhao Pinlin also took a look and saw the clouds in the sky, not even half a star was visible. The lie collapsed instantly. Ningxue directly said, I'm heading to bed. She closed the door. The door almost hit Zhao Pinlin's nose. He looked at the tightly shut door, and his proud heart was immediately filled with rage. He turned around and headed for the bar in a bad mood. Mr. Zhao, do you need anything? Asked a waitress with a red bow tie. Just give me a drink, growled Zhao Pinlin. After taking a few sips, Zhao Pinlin felt bored. He asked the waitress over and said, go to the second floor and ask the girl called Wang Shushu down. Tell her I'm waiting for her here. Oh, sure. The waitress was just about to leave when Zhao Pinlin rose to his feet and said, forget it, I'll go myself. Just prepare the place, make it look more romantic. Not a problem, sir. Zhao Pinlin went to the second floor. He spent some time tidying himself, so the others would not see him angry and annoyed. He forced a smile and reached out his hand to knock on Wang Shushu's door. His hand stopped in the air as the door happened to be opening too. He immediately saw the familiar face of a man. Zhao Pinlin? Are you looking for Wang Shushu? Rongsheng had an honest smile. Why are you in her room? Did she let you in? Zhao Pinlin was dumbfounded. Zhao Pinlin immediately saw the button on Rongsheng's collars undone. Besides, the man had just come out from Wang Shushu's room at this time. No matter how stupid Zhao Pinlin was, he did not need to guess what had just happened inside the room. Zhao Pinlin was enraged. He never thought the arrangements he made would be in this stupid Rongsheng's favor instead, and this fool even dared to lay hands on his first target, Wang Shushu. In Zhao Pinlin's opinion, a man like Rongsheng could only pick up chicks like Guo Wenyi. The shock almost drove Zhao Pinlin mad. He shoved Rongsheng away fiercely and headed straight back to the bar. Asshole, asshole, asshole. Zhao Pinlin was losing his mind. He could not get his hands on the stunning Ningxue, and he lost his chance with a beauty like Wang Shushu. He spent lots of money and connections just to organize the gathering, but it had turned out like this. Zhao Pinlin downed his drinks rapidly. He was the only one left in the bar. Any person could easily tell the rage he was in. The waitress with a red bow tie wore a cunning smile when she saw the man's reaction. She slowly walked up to him and said, "Why don't I keep you company?" The waitress had untied her hair and took off her bow tie. Her half-curled brown hair draped over her shoulder. She suddenly looked a lot prettier. On top of that, the top 3 buttons on her chest were undone, hinting at her cleavage. She was not totally unrestrained, but not completely preserved, either. Zhao Pinlin felt rather annoyed. He was not so desperate as to hook up with a waitress, yet he was stunned when he saw her transformation. "I've met you before, you're quite a regular here. You aren't a bad man, but it seems like you're having trouble making things right. Why don't we have a chat? Maybe I can fulfill your dreams. I assume you've heard some rumors here about making your dreams come true." The waitress wore a charming, yet somewhat wicked grin. Chapter 878. Worshipping a Person. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Zhao Pinlin followed the waitress to another part of the building. Apart from being confused, he was looking forward to it, too. The light was rather dim. Judging from the secluded pathway and the locked doors, it was unlikely that anyone would come to this part of the building. Zhao Pinlin stared at the woman's brown, half-curly hair and her twitching hip. The grudge and fury from before immediately turned into lustful desires. After turning a corner, Zhao Pinlin shoved the woman, pressed her heavily into the wall and leaned against her hot body. The waitress moaned. She turned around looking at the rather impatient Zhao Pinlin and said with a charming smile, "Don't rush it yet. I don't mind if you treat me as a tool to vent your emotions, but I believe you are looking for something else." Zhao Pinlin was not in the mood to hear her nonsense. He forcibly kissed the woman on her lips. In the dim corner of the passage came the sounds of heavy breathing, the sound of clothes being taken off, and continuous, rhythmic slaps. Their shadows extended under the dim light and were thrown against the half-transparent window. The silhouette was clear enough to imply they were using the back penetration style with hands on the wall. After some time, Zhao Pinlin finally vented most of the anger in his heart. However, whenever he thought about Wang Shushu having an affair with that dumbass Rong Sheng, he felt extremely humiliated, as if he was wearing a green hat. In terms of appearance, background, and intelligence, he was obviously a lot better than Rong Sheng. "Is that Wang Shushu F*** King blind?" The waitress slowly put on her clothes, but some pieces were no longer wearable. "Are you feeling better? But a smart man like you should know this is only the intrigue." The waitress smiled. "Is that so? It seems like you are going to entertain me tonight." Zhao Pinlin grinned. He was quite intrigued by the woman. They continued down the passage and arrived at a place that no one could possibly find. It was a clean, enclosed room with a brown rug, some patterns drawn on the walls, and a lighted furnace, even though the room was empty. "Try this, it will make your dreams come true." The woman slowly closed the door and gave Zhao Pinlin a bottle of liquid. "I'm not interested in drugs." Zhao Pinlin shook his head. "Don't worry, it's not just something that entertains you mentally," said the woman. "What is your name?" asked Zhao Pinlin. "Fang Shaoli." The woman placed the potion down and sat down in silence. She looked at Zhao Pinlin with a challenging gaze, as if she was daring him to drink the potion. Zhao Pinlin could not stand being looked down on by a woman. It simply reminded him of Mu Ningxue's cold, disdainful look. Zhao Pinlin drank the potion with a single throw. He felt a strong headache the moment the potion entered his throat. The room seemed to be spinning wildly. He shook his head to clear his mind and realized he was no longer in the enclosed room. The girl called Fang Shaoli was gone, too. He was standing in a different room. It looked the same as his room at the club, but someone was sitting on his bed. It was Wang Shushu. She was sending messages to someone, through both text and voice, while giggling. "This is the dream. You can do whatever you want," said Fang Shaoli in the same soothing voice. Zhao Pinlin immediately remembered the humiliation he felt when he saw Wang Shushu. The lust that he just vented returned once again when he heard Fang Shaoli's seductive voice. He pounced at Wang Shushu like a mindless beast. Fang Shaoli grinned when she saw Zhao Pinlin lunging at her while calling another woman's name. She knew what the man was troubled with, thus she was being extremely cooperative. Unfortunately, the man was done rather quickly. He already finished before Fang Xiaoli could enjoy it, even though she was trying to achieve her goal. It did not matter. She believed the man could no longer escape her control. It was time to proceed with the actual plan. Was that an illusion? Zhao Pinlin slowly regained consciousness. He was soaked in sweat, yet wearing a wild grin. It was, said Fang Xiaoli smilingly. It wasn't too bad. You're satisfied already? The fun has only just begun. I told you it will make your dreams come true, not just let you indulge in some useless fantasies. Didn't you want to get your revenge? I can help you, I can turn the dream you just had into reality, said Fang Xiaoli. You're not kidding. Do I sound like I'm kidding? As a gift, your dreams will soon be fulfilled. That weak woman without any background is already prepared for you. Of course, if you have a bigger ambition, for example the silver-haired woman who doesn't even want to look at you, you will need to worship a person, said Fang Xiaoli. Worship a person? Asked Zhao Pinlin in astonishment. We'll talk after you complete the first step, Fang Xiaoli replied mysteriously. I don't want to do anything too extreme. It's not that you don't want, you are just afraid to bear the consequences. Don't worry, nothing is going to happen to you. Of course, if you are satisfied with just a mere illusion from taking a drink, you can leave now. I'll just pretend that I've wasted my time tonight. Fang Xiaoli sounded like she was daring Zhao Pinlin again. It was Zhao Pinlin's weak spot. When he recalled the exciting dream he just had, he immediately felt bloated. It would be perfect if he could make his dreams come true. Early in the morning, an intern dressed in a maid costume knocked on everyone's door and invited them to breakfast. Rongsheng, why are you wearing a silly grin? Did something good happen last night? Mo Fan sat beside Rongsheng and patted on his shoulder. Somehow, Rongsheng and Mo Fan seemed to get along well. Rongsheng moved closer to Mo Fan's ear and whispered, Brother, don't tell anyone yet, but Wang Shushu and I are now in a relationship. I went to her room last night, and I managed to reach second base. Second base? What do you mean? Mo Fan raised his brows. Damn, are you seriously that innocent when you look so perverted? I meant a woman's top of boobs, do you understand? The third base is bottom, and home run means doing everything possible. Rongsheng tried to lower his voice, yet he sounded extremely excited. Oh, I guess I've learned something new, said Mo Fan. I will work harder tonight. It turns out that she has feelings for me, too. I always thought she liked Zhao Pinlin. Well, I guess I should thank you for joining us, allowing Wang Shushu to see what kind of person Zhao Pinlin is. Cough cough. Anyway, just wait for my good news tomorrow morning, Rongsheng chuckled. Mo Fan was about to give the man a thumbs up when he saw two people sticking intimately to one another as they walked into the restaurant. Rongsheng was still wearing a joyful smile, but it immediately froze when he saw the people walking in. Mo Fan was stunned too. Chapter 879. A Fickle Person. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Zhao Pinlin had his arm around Wang Shushu's waist as they entered the restaurant. He was hugging the woman tightly. Judging from how intimate they were, it felt like they had been together for quite a while. Their relationship had escalated further. The confident grin on Zhao Pinlin's face seemed to be telling everyone that the woman beside him was his. Mo Fan looked at Rongsheng, then at Zhao Pinlin, and finally at Wang Shushu, who seemed rather unnatural. What the heck is going on? Oh tilde you two are. Damn, weren't you two still referring to one another as classmates yesterday? You are already showing up like this today. Did we miss something last night? The others immediately made a great fuss about it, asking the details of what happened last night. Meanwhile, Rongsheng looked like he was having a nightmare. Mo Fan felt extremely sorry for the guy looking at his expression. Judging from his joyful reaction before, he must have assumed himself to be a toad who had no chance of tasting a swan's meat, but he actually succeeded last night. He was only sharing his joy a moment ago before witnessing the scene. He must be thunderstruck. Mo Fan did not think that Rongsheng was lying. After all, it was obvious that something must have happened, judging from Wang Shushu's unnatural expression and the way she tried to avoid Rongsheng's gaze. Rongsheng rose to his feet. His gaze never left Wang Shushu as soon as she stepped into the restaurant. "Shushu, can you give me an explanation? Why are you with him when you already accepted me last night?" Rongsheng was pretty straightforward. He only wanted an answer. The others were shocked when they heard the words. Who would have thought? "Rongsheng, can we talk later?" Wang Shushu replied in a soft voice, to stop him from asking when there were so many people around. Zhao Pinlin burst out laughing. He completely disregarded their feelings. "Oh Rongsheng, she was only joking with you." "Shushu, isn't that the case?" "Joking? How could she be joking?" said Rongsheng. Wang Shushu felt sorry when she saw Rongsheng's reaction, yet she was left with no choice when she saw Zhao Pinlin's gaze. "Rongsheng, it's like this, you suddenly expressed your feelings to me last night. I was reluctant to hurt you as I saw how sincere you were, so I wasn't being clear when I turned you down. I didn't think you would misunderstand me, but I didn't want to hurt you, so I went with the flow. As for Zhao Pinlin and you should understand." Rongsheng was dumbfounded. Wang Shushu's words were like a hammer smashing his wonderful memories he had last night into pieces. It continued to stab his heart. It was so painful that he could not find any word. Went with the flow. She was only going with the flow last night? He thought he would be the luckiest man starting this morning. He even had trouble falling asleep last night. He was already planning for their future. He even made up his mind to work harder, so he could bring her to the luxurious places she liked. To his surprise, a bucket of icy, bone-chilling water was poured right on his face in the morning. "Rongsheng, were you drinking last night? What did I say to you? You shouldn't have pushed your luck. Did you really go find her last night?" Wang Bing let out a sigh. Someone else also sighed. "We are all classmates. It's normal for us to develop feelings for one another. Come, let's have breakfast." "Yeah, Rongsheng, just think of last night as a dream. We are still going to see one another for quite some time. Don't make it too awkward. Wang Shushu was being considerate of your feelings too. She obviously cared how you felt. If it was someone else, she might have scolded them out of the room. Why would she bother explaining the situation to you?" Rongsheng went back to his seat. Zhao Pinlin felt incredibly proud when he saw Rongsheng's helpless expression. The atmosphere at breakfast felt very strange after the incident. Mo Fan spent the whole time comforting Rongsheng. The honest Rongsheng reminded Mo Fan of Zhong Xiaohu. He felt extremely sorry for what happened. "Brother, I really didn't lie to you. She really accepted me last night." Tears almost ran down Rongsheng's cheeks. The pain was 100 times worse than being rejected directly by Wang Shushu. It felt like he had fallen from heaven to hell. He really had nursed an affection for Wang Shushu for a long time. "All right, come, let's eat something," said Mo Fan. Everyone quickly finished breakfast. Most people went with Zhao Pinlin to enjoy the facilities. Rongsheng had most likely gone back to his room in tears. Mo Fan was on his way to Lingling's room. The love and hatred between the group of students were little of his concern, since the Black Vatican was still his priority as a hunter. When his life was at stake, anything else did not feel as important. "What are you doing here? Didn't you go with the others?" Mo Fan was just about to find Lingling when he saw Guowenny following behind him. She seemed to have something to say. To be honest, I couldn't really understand what happened just then. I wasn't sure if I should talk to Wang Shushu, she's acting really strange," said Guowenny. Mo Fan was confused. He took the girl's phone and saw the text that Wang Shushu sent to Guowenny last night. She was telling Guowenny that she and Rongsheng were in a relationship. Guowenny and Wang Shushu were quite close to one another. The two even had a long chat last night. Clearly, Wang Shushu was more interested in an honest man like Rong Sheng. She even mentioned that she would not feel secure being around Zhao Pinlin. Mo Fan was even more confused. Wasn't Wang Shushu a bit too fickle? It was her own decision. Telling me won't help at all, Mo Fan returned the phone to Guoweni. Did she really think of him as a relationship expert? He had other businesses to attend to. He seriously did not have time to care about someone's relationship. I just thought she's acting really strange. It felt like she had turned into a different person. I've known her for some time, but I rarely see her like that. It feels like she's terrified, said Guoweni. Guoweni did not know who to talk to. She recalled how Mo Fan had helped her overcome her fear last night, so she decided to share it with Mo Fan. She's terrified. Mo Fan was intrigued. Yeah, she used to be very timid, and whenever she's afraid, she holds onto her sleeves. When she was around Zhao Pinlin, she kept holding her sleeves. She did not let go even once. She's really terrified, but I can't tell what she's afraid of. I feel like something isn't right. I was hoping that you could help her. Wang Shushu isn't a fickle person. She already shared her thoughts with me. She thinks Rong Sheng is better than Zhao Pinlin. She was chatting happily with me last night, but it somehow ended up like this today. I am afraid that she's being blackmailed, said Guoweni in a soft voice. Mo Fan did not say anything. However, he decided to keep the incident in mind. Chapter 880. A Sacrifice. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Lingling, how is it? Mo Fan walked into Lingling's room. It's poisonous saliva. The soil is corroded, but I'm afraid it wasn't a dark beast monster, nor a cursed beast, replied Lingling. It wasn't. Mo Fan was surprised. He assumed it to be solid proof, yet it turned out to not belong to either the dark beast monsters or the cursed beasts. It's even more corrosive. Not only did it stop any plant from growing in the soil for more than 4 years, it even made it poisonous, too. I remember that the city hunters were here to investigate someone being poisoned. I can't tell if these two are related. We need more clues, but the Black Vatican is hiding in the dark with a great disguise. There are around 2,000 people in this manor. We'll need more information to identify them among the others, said Lingling sternly. Mo Fan nodded. He immediately told Lingling the good news about how he and Mu Ningxue stumbled upon Kali and the captain of the city hunters last night. That's good to hear, at least it will distract the Black Vatican for now. We still can't tell if that Kali is with the Black Vatican, but I think she's very suspicious, said Lingling. There's something else, but I'm not sure if it has anything to do with the Black Vatican. Mo Fan filtered out the insignificant details as he explained the strange incident. Lingling fell into deep thoughts after hearing the affair between Rong Sheng, Wang Shushu, Zhao Pinlin, and Guoweni. Maybe it isn't related to the Black Vatican. I think so too. Even if something is fishy about it, it's most likely that Zhao Pinlin is using some dirty trick to force the girl to obey him. I think it's something the police can help with, said Mo Fan. 2 days later, a new batch of guests arrived at the manor. They were the entourage of a reputable academic. He was known for counseling people who were having trouble in the modern day with reasonings and Buddhism. In simpler words, he was a famous, influential speaker. The people called him Master Mintian. Master Mintian had organized a talk at the manor. The day of the talk, there were around 4,000 attendees. Luckily, the manor was relatively spacious. It did not feel crowded even when the place held so many people. Master Mintian had a great reputation. Most of the attendees were rich people who firmly believed in the man's teachings. A speaker was a fairly rare occupation in the world of magic. It went without saying that Master Mintian was considered a highly suspicious target by Mo Fan and Lingling without hesitation. After all, the Black Vatican's brainwashing was fairly scary. The bar. Zhao Pinlin was having a drink with an annoyed look. A waitress with a red bow tie showed up from the corner. Her brown hair was hanging down loosely. Fang Xiaoli sat in front of the man with a smile. What is it? Aren't you satisfied? That woman, she doesn't even know my name. She's just a woman, she should be honored that she caught my attention. Zhao Pinlin slammed the glass on the table. You're talking about the silver-haired woman. She's quite special indeed. I can tell she is from a reputable family, judging by her manners, said Fang Xiaoli. Humph. How about the other woman? Asked Fang Xiaoli. I sent her back to her room. Already had enough after just a few days? Well, it's reasonable. She wasn't your first option. If I remembered correctly, you knocked on the silver-haired woman's door first, said Fang Xiaoli. How did you know? Zhao Pinlin was astounded. We observe our potential customers very closely. I've checked the woman's identity for you. She's a member of a little magic family in the capital. It seems that she's only a basic magician, so you won't be able to have your way with her with the same way you handled Wang Shushu, said Fang Xiaoli smiled. What should I do then? It was Zhao Pinlin's first time enjoying the thrill. His whole mind was occupied with Mu Ningxue. Somehow, the harder it was to win her over, the more desirable she became. You have to become stronger, said Fang Xiaoli. How can I become stronger? I'm not a magician. You don't have to be a magician. Whoever joins us, we'll let them control a creature that isn't necessarily weaker than a magician. I can give you one considering how strong your desire is to lay your hands on the silver-haired woman. In the future, the creature can even help you with thefts, assassinations, or any other needs you have, said Fang Xiaoli. Control a creature? Like a summoner, asked Zhao Pinlin curiously. Something like that, but you'll need to offer a sacrifice. To prove your sincerity, I suggest you offer the woman whom you're already tired of to us. It will turn her into your slave and place her under your control while she suffers from endless torture and pain, said Fang Xiaoli. Zhao Pinlin was stunned. He did admit that he was rather annoyed by Wang Shushu. When he first laid his hands on her, he could feel the pleasure from getting his revenge. However, the woman was cowering and begging him all the time. She never stopped crying. Zhao Pinlin found it extremely annoying. He had lost his interest in Wang Shushu, but that did not mean he would offer her as a sacrifice. Fang Xiaoli took out some documents when she saw Zhao Pinlin hesitating. She placed them in front of him. Zhao Pinlin took a glance at the documents and was shocked to discover that it was a death report. The deceased on it was none other than Wang Shushu. In other words, Fang Xiaoli had already prepared everything beforehand. This death report says she has died of an accident, and it happens after your trip. If you agreed, no one will ever suspect you. From today onward, she will be your slave. You will see her trying to win your favor like a puppy, begging you. It's the first trial to become one of us. You can't be a disciple without a slave. That being said, we'll only help you secure the silver-haired woman after you've become a disciple. She is a magician. Even though she's only a basic magician, our group has to pay a certain price, too. Before we keep our end of the bargain, we have to know how ambitious you are, and how ready you are to join us. It's quite hilarious if you're feeling sorry for a woman you have already lost interest in, mused Fang Xiaoli. Zhao Pinlin hesitated. He knew he had done something inhumane, but it was still within his acceptable boundaries. However, if Wang Shushu ended up dead, or was turned into a slave like Fang Xiaoli mentioned, it would be crossing the line. Can I choose someone else? Someone I don't know, asked Zhao Pinlin. He did not mind making someone disappear from the world. He just needed to pick a homeless wanderer. No one cared if they went missing. Can't do, we have to know your determination. Fang Xiaoli's voice changed. It sounded like an order with strong pressure. Zhao Pinlin looked at her. He finally sensed that the woman was not just a little waitress trying to seduce him. Her presence was as scary as an enormous beast who could devour him with a single bite. Are you serious that not only can I get what I want now, I can get many more if I join you? Zhao Pinlin asked in a deep voice. Of course. I know you kept thinking of replacing your cousin who humiliated you before, but unfortunately, you aren't as business-minded as he is. Fine, I'll join you. Very well, you'll have to complete the ritual yourself. Fang Xiaoli nodded at Zhao Pinlin. She withdrew her aura and put on a gentle smile. If you had shaken your head just then, I'd be turning you into my slave tonight. I enjoy turning men who encroached on me into slaves that I can whip at every day, hee. The gentle smile turned into an evil grin. Zhao Pinlin subconsciously shivered. He asked in a soft voice, are your position higher? I will tell you once you finish the ritual. I have high hopes for you, a man with wild ambitions and endless greed. Chapter 881. The Kingdom of Death. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. A bathing pool. Fang Xiaoli was sitting on a black chair with her legs crossed. A pair of blue, sharp heels were tapping softly on the ground made of volcanic rocks. The bathing pool was built with volcanic rocks. Heat was coming from the beehive of holes, warming the room. At the front was a heart-shaped pool. In the past, the pool was normally filled with clean hot water and rose petals, but it was now filled with black unholy water full of bubbles, like it had dissolved lots of corpses. Just the sight of it was utterly disgusting. Zhao Pinlin was kneeling in front of Fang Xiaoli's short skirt, kissing her heels. His humble act was nothing like his usual tyrannical manner. It felt like he had turned into a completely different person. Meanwhile, Wang Shushu was right beside them. She was watching the scene in fear. Zhao Pinlin's strange act, and the woman acting all superior, it did not look like some kinky fetish, but pure evil. Wang Shushu felt extremely uncomfortable. You've kissed the god of death's foot. The master has accepted your sincerity. Now, it is time for you to act, Fang Xiaoli smiled. The nobility in her smile was different than the disguise of the waitress she put on every day. The master you mentioned, are you referring to the one in the ancient capital? Zhao Pinlin's eyes flickered with uncontrollable excitement. If Zhao Pinlin had heard the name a week ago, he would surely have kept a good distance from the place. However, he now felt like he had embarked on a journey to obtain unlimited power and status, led by the person who was able to stir chaos in the modern world. Why would he worry about fulfilling his own little ambitions? Please relay my will to master. I will contribute greatly to the organization, said Zhao Pinlin. Wang Shushu was simply in disbelief as she watched it all happen. The Black Vatican. Wang Shushu finally understood why Zhao Pinlin had turned into a different man in just a few days. He was being influenced by the people of the Black Vatican. What did the woman in heels do to change a well-behaved student into what he was now? It was like he had been possessed by a demon. His bones were filled with nothing but greed. He had completely forfeited the beliefs and teachings he had received for the past 20 years. What are you trying to do? Wang Shushu backed off in fear when she saw Zhao Pinlin approaching her like a demon. You can no longer provide me with any value. You will become the stepping stone for me to achieve my greater ambitions. Zhao Pinlin declared in a cruel voice. Wake up, Zhao Pinlin, do you understand what you are doing? She's with the Black Vatican, she's only going to lead you into a bottomless abyss. Wang Shushu knew her life was in danger. She forced herself to stay calm and try to convince the man. Do you think I've lost my mind? To be honest, when I heard about the calamity of the ancient capital, my first thought was, how is it possible that a single person was capable enough to bring despair to such a huge nation? Zhao Pinlin laughed disdainfully. Wang Shushu was stunned. She could not believe she had heard that from Zhao Pinlin. Is he serious? Is he really revering the evil power instead of feeling regretful and angry when the calamity took place? Zhao Pinlin's background and his talents only make him a slightly wealthier, mediocre person. However, his wild ambitions and his ability to adapt are rather brilliant. What he lacks is a chance to offer his soul to the real god of death. There is only one god, the god of death. No one in this world could escape from the god of death's claws, including God himself. The kingdom of death is the true paradise, the place of eternity. Only those who have contributed greatly on behalf of the god of death will be given a higher position in the eternal kingdom of death. Otherwise, when your temporary life comes to an end, you'll end up as a slave like the dark beast monster when you arrive in the kingdom of death. Fang Xiaoli declared to Wang Shushu in a firm and proud voice. Meanwhile, Wang Shushu was staring silently at the passionate Fang Xiaoli. Fang Xiaoli was not too bothered by it. How could a person who was about to be turned into a dark beast monster possibly understand the truth? She's all yours now, Zhao Pinlin. Once you push her into the pool, you will become a grey priest. Due to the intimate relationship between us, you'll directly obey my orders. The other black clergy won't be able to order you around. You will be my most brilliant student, Fang Xiaoli burst out laughing. Zhao Pinlin nodded. He forcibly dragged Wang Shushu over to the pool of disgusting, black liquid. The stupidest decision you ever made was choosing that useless prick Rong Sheng. That was the greatest humiliation I have ever felt. But don't you worry, that asshole's life won't be any better than yours. Zhao Pinlin no longer had the slightest pity for her. Even he had never thought that the trip he organized to win Wang Shushu's affection would end up like this. The girl was fine when he first laid his hands on her, but he was soon bored. He did not feel uneasy even when he was about to push her into the pool. Perhaps it was exactly what Fang Xiaoli had mentioned, he had found his real talents. Wang Shushu fell into the pond. The corrosive, cursed water immediately corroded her skin and formed a layer of pitch-black substance around her. She has to be soaked in it for some time, to get rid of her living breath. I will then teach you how to perform the curse, said Fang Xiaoli. Zhao Pinlin nodded in anticipation. He always wanted power, but unfortunately he did not become a magician. However, he never thought he would have the chance again when he was already in his 20s. It was a blessing from heaven. Fang Xiaoli was about to teach Zhao Pinlin the curse when she heard a sound coming from her earring. It was actually a communication device with the shape of an earring. Don't disturb me if it isn't anything important. I'm teaching my student. Fang Xiaoli sounded rather impatient. Someone has snuck into the manor. They will be a threat to us. The voice of a man came from the other end. Have you learned who they are? Asked Fang Xiaoli with a frown. We weren't able to learn their identities. There are too many visitors at the manor recently, said the man. The enforcement union? Asked Fang Xiaoli. No, we have been watching them all along. Not even a probationary member has entered the island, replied the person. Humph, must be some idiots. Go investigate and give me a list of the suspicious people, said Fang Xiaoli. Got it. Chapter 882. Things are not looking good. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Fang Xiaoli cut off the communication. She stared coldly at Wang Shushu, who was struggling in the pond. After Wang Shushu fell into the water, something was grabbing onto her legs. She could not break free no matter how hard she tried. Are we continuing? Asked Zhao Pinlin. We'll need to handle the emergency first. It looks like our location has been compromised. Is everyone you brought a classmate? Why is there a magician among them? Said Fang Xiaoli. Oh, are you referring to those three? I don't think there's any problem with them, since I was the one who invited them. Zhao Pinlin explained the situation on the bus. They can easily fake their identities. Even though we can investigate them further, we will be wasting our time trying to do so. Since you're now one of us, I'll let you probe their identities. I'll leave a cursed beast under your control. Remember, even if you did not learn anything useful, you must avoid exposing yourself at all costs. Once your identity is compromised, I believe you understand what you have to do, right? Said Fang Xiaoli. Zhao Pinlin was startled. He received a blue-red pill from Fang Xiaoli. The death in this world is only the beginning to paradise. I know what I should do, said Zhao Pinlin fanatically. Very well, you will become a brilliant member with enough resolution. You might even earn your chance to meet the mater in person, said Fang Xiaoli. Really? Blurted out Zhao Pinlin passionately. Of course, I was the same as you a long time ago. I was her most brilliant student, Fang Shaoli smiled. Master Mintian's talk had ended. The reputable academic had already left, after bringing the manor quite a handsome sum. After all, the place was even more luxurious than a 5-star hotel. A meal alone would cost many workers a month's wage. A few hundred people stayed at the manor. They were enjoying the unique environment and the secluded lifestyle while reflecting on Master Mintian's teachings. However, the same night, when most people had fallen asleep, the sound of battle came from the spacious field in the manor. The clueless Mo Fan pushed the curtains open and immediately saw a red fireball flying at him. F***K me. Mo Fan cursed as he ducked. The fireball flew past above his head. He soon smelled burning hair. He turned around and saw the fireball had landed on the wall, leaving a scorched mark on it. Luckily, the wall was not made of wood, or it would have been set on fire instantly. Mo Fan was speechless. Why would someone try to attack him with a fire burst as he was about to go to bed? He looked toward the noise and saw quite a number of magicians fighting in the hedge maze. Judging from the star patterns, it seemed like there were quite a few intermediate magicians involved. What's going on? Ningxue came onto the balcony. She was wearing thin sleepwear. Her smooth, perfect skin was partly visible under the cloth. I don't know either, they started fighting all of a sudden, said Mo Fan. Should we go take a look? Asked Ningxue. No, we aren't magicians. You are only a basic magician now. We'll walk down there and stand far away so we won't expose ourselves, said Mo Fan firmly. Sure thing. The two woke Lingling up and saw many people attracted by the noise as they headed downstairs. They were heading toward the noise to see what was going on. The hedge maze was lit up by flames and rolling smoke, with occasional flickers of lightning. The people who did not practice magic were greatly astonished. Rongsheng, Guoweni, and the others were here too. They had no idea what was going on, either, they only knew the fight seemed quite intense. Humph, you can't escape. Why are you arresting me? Carly glared at the group of people. Enough with your act, we already knew the deal between you and that useless captain. You're trying to cover up your relationship with the Black Vatican using the disguise of the manager of this manor. Today, we, the Golden Battle Hunters, will arrest you and bring you to the Enforcement Union, said the man in a shirt and suit pants. The man was dressed like a businessman, yet it was obvious that he was a rather strong magician. There were 8 other people close to him. They were dressed in casual clothes, some even looked like they were here for a vacation, yet everyone was able to use magic. Damn, you can't accuse me without any proof, snapped Carly. Lightning was spreading from her hands, preventing the magicians from getting close to her. The rapid, purple lightning provided her with great protection that could kill anyone that came too close. You're just a manager, yet you are able to cast such an advanced spell. Do you take us as idiots? Enough talking to her, she is at least a priestess. Take her down, and find the rest of their people. The members who called themselves the Golden Battle Hunters made their moves. Carly's cultivation was indeed powerful. She was almost comparable to some advanced magicians, yet she alone could not handle an elite team of hunters. As a giant shadow spike sneakily landed on her shadow, the spell immediately sealed off her movement and severely influenced her mind. Watch out, she might be able to summon cursed beasts, shouted the leader. She can't move anymore. Another hunter with the shadow element launched a few more giant shadow spikes, striking her in series to strengthen the force controlling her. Carly could no longer move, dragged around by the shadow magician. Her eyes were filled with disdain and hatred. All right, we've taken the clergy down. Ha ha, I thought the Black Vatican is stronger than this, so this is all they got, boasted a rough-looking magician with a thick beard. Don't lower your guard. There must be more members of the Black Vatican around. Call the others in to arrest them, said the leader through the communication channel. As soon as the order was given, the manor covered in darkness was instantly lit up by the glow of spells. Soon, the sound of people cursing, the noise of fighting, and cries of agony rose across the place, as if a raid was taking place. The people who came for a vacation were trembling in fear. Somehow, the place had turned into a battlefield where lots of magicians were fighting one another. The place was meant to have only rich people and reputable people. Where did all these magicians come from? Mo Fan and Mu Ningxue stood at the entrance. Lingling was slowly jogging toward them. When she saw the hunters grabbing onto Kali, her eyes immediately flickered uneasily. "This is bad," she said to Mo Fan and Mu Ningxue. Chapter 883. Golden Battle Hunters. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The loud sound of a helicopter came from up in the night sky. Its spotlight was directed onto the magicians who referred to themselves as the Golden Battle Hunters. A clamor was heard coming from outside the manor, too. The people saw blinding milky white light combining into glowing walls surrounding the manor and the 3 ranches surrounding it. Standing at the ranch, Mo Fan could see a huge, white barrier blocking the night sky above him like a cage. People raised their heads and stared at the white barrier in disbelief. More helicopters appeared above the barrier. Meanwhile, lots of figures had also appeared in the distance. They stood outside the barrier, spreading around it evenly. The space that the ranches occupied was rather impressive. They could imagine the immeasurable energy needed to construct a barrier surrounding them entirely. Mo Fan, Mu Ningxue, and Lingling were astounded upon seeing it. What's going on? Did the Enforcement Union make their move? Who else apart from the Enforcement Union could invest so much effort and directly seal off the ranches and the manor with a barrier? There are lots of magicians out there, almost 1,000 of them. Lingling looked at the screen of her notebook. The screen had an electronic map of the ranches. On it were countless tiny green dots. Almost 1,000 magicians, that was almost the size of an army. Mo Fan found it hard to understand what was happening. How did 1,000 magicians simply appear out of nowhere? Master Mintian, whispered Lingling. Isn't he just a speaker? Asked Mu Ningxue in confusion. They might have used his reputation and his talk as cover to gather thousands of people from different places. The truth is, they simply arranged for lots of magicians to blend in with the crowd just to surround the manor. Perhaps the people of the Black Vatican didn't even realize they were being surrounded, said Lingling. It was impossible for 1,000 magicians to show up out of nowhere. The magicians disguising themselves must have waited until the talk was over and pretended to leave the place. However, they proceeded to set up the formation around the ranches, preventing the Black Vatican from running away. Why would they send us here if they were already planning such a huge operation, wondered Mo Fan. Considering the scale of the operation, the people in charge must be extremely confident with their move. They would only make the call if they assumed they could wipe out the remaining members of the Black Vatican here. Wasn't Langqing's arrangement and worry a bit too much? They aren't from the Enforcement Union. It's the Golden Battle Hunters. It's a first-tier hunter group from our country. Many experts in their group are willing to take on quests submitted by the Enforcement Union, including taking down members of the Black Vatican. Even the Black Vatican was impressed by their sources of information at times. Someone in their group must be aware that the Black Vatican is hiding here, thus they decided to make their move without notifying the Enforcement Union, said Lingling. She was quite familiar with the Hunter Union. The Golden Battle Hunters had lots of members. They could have easily gathered a virtual army of magicians. If that's the case, our job is done here, said Mu Ningxue. Lingling shook her head. She looked fairly uneasy. Mo Fan also agreed the whole thing would not end so easily. The Golden Battle Hunters seemed to have the situation under control with their quick, carefully planned operation, yet they forgot to take into consideration that apart from the Black Vatican, the manor also had around 1,000 visitors and around 500 workers. The woman called Kali they caught was obviously only a grey priest, but the intel provided by Lingqing implied that there was a blue deacon here. With such a huge operation, the blue deacon, the other grey priests, and the remaining members of the Black Vatican would surely hide their tails and blend in with the crowd, allowing them to sneak away easily. There was no way a hunter group could take 1,500 people into custody and investigate them individually. Most members of the Black Vatican were no different than ordinary people before their identities were compromised. All this effort just to catch a grey priest, Mo Fan sighed. Somehow, he felt that the operation was too sloppy and reckless. Humph, consider themselves lucky if she really is one, Lingling harumphed. She was displeased by the Golden Battle Hunters' flamboyant approach. Why would Lingling not know what the Golden Battle Hunters were thinking? In the past, when the Black Vatican was still active in their country, the Golden Battle Hunters mostly caught some unimportant members of the Black Vatican anonymously to exchange for the rewards. However, they had blatantly revealed their identities, simply because the Black Vatican was almost wiped out entirely in their country. The ranches and the manor were the only base left. They even put up an act with thousands of people just to catch the remaining members of the Black Vatican off guard. It was likely that the media everywhere would be talking about the Golden Battle Hunters tomorrow. The people of China hated the Black Vatican to the guts. Anyone who stepped forward to annihilate them would be praised as heroes. It was obvious that the Golden Battle Hunters wanted to make a name for themselves, thus the huge operation. Unfortunately, it was extremely dumb in Lingling's eyes. First, if a blue deacon was in charge of the base, only he or she would have the names of the remaining members of the Black Vatican in China. Second, the manor had more than 1,500 people, and most of them consisted of ordinary people like Rong Sheng, Zhao Pinlin, Wang Shushu, and Guo Wenyi. If they were not quick enough, the Black Vatican might even hold the people hostage. Lingling, why were you saying that this is bad? Asked Mo Fan as he recalled her mentioning it in the first place. This Carly, she's only a smokescreen, according to my investigation, said Lingling. A few days ago, Lingling had thoroughly investigated Carly. She did have a name list, yet the list only consisted of. As Mo Fan was ready to listen to Lingling's results, he immediately heard the captain wearing a shirt smashing the communication device on the floor and kicking the paralyzed Carly furiously. "Asshole," cursed the captain. "Pan Jin, what's wrong?" said the hunter with a beard. "The people on this woman's list are only a bunch of prostitutes." Pan Jin felt like exploding from the rage. "What prostitutes?" asked the other hunters in confusion. Mo Fan had good listening. He could hear the captain's voice from a great distance away. "Prostitutes?" asked Mo Fan in astonishment. This Carly is only the brothel keeper of this manor, providing sex services to the rich businessmen who came here on vacation. She keeps a list of names, and they only consist of university students, office workers, or even housemaids who work here part-time as prostitutes. She purposely hid the information confidentially, so it looked as if some secret organization is trying to cover it up, like the Black Vatican, said Lingling. But this Carly is still a magician, which means she's a smokescreen that the Black Vatican has purposely put in place, said Ningxue. Exactly, the Golden Battle Hunters have set up such a huge operation and gathered more than 1,000 magicians. They even used Master Mintian's name and the barrier that cost at least 100 million, yet they ended up catching a group of prostitutes. I wonder what their leader, Ji Ming's expression is now. How amusing! Even with so many people in a hunter group, none of them actually has a brain, said Lingling. Looks like they are still going to make the headlines tomorrow, added Mo Fan. Chapter 884. The Dark Ritual. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. What the heck is going on? Such noise, don't tell me something serious happened? They even surrounded the place with such a huge formation. I've already called and asked, but the Enforcement Union, military, government, and Magic Association are totally unaware of it. That Golden Battle Hunters, are they really so full of themselves? Even if they are conducting an operation for their quest, they don't need to make such a huge fuss about it, protested a man who seemed to be a governor. Most people who came to the manor were not magicians, but rich and had certain authority. They would not necessarily lose their heads just because they were facing a bunch of magicians, providing they were not aware that the hunters were actually here to catch the Black Vatican. Not long after, the people of the Golden Battle Hunters came to the hedge maze with some women with their hands tied up. They were indeed young and attractive, with a few relatively older but still glamorous women. The Captain Pan Jin stood still and scanned the faces of the women. His expression immediately turned incredibly unpleasant. It did not matter how attractive the women's faces or how hot their bodies were, he had the urge to kill himself by jumping into the Huangpu River. Humph, it's true that we're doing the unspoken deeds among the rich businessmen here. It might be illegal, but I don't think it's anything serious that you have to tie us up with intermediate spells. Carly grinned mockingly. They might not be, but you won't run away from us. I will now send you to the enforcement union and let them handle you, snapped Pan Jin furiously. Captain, what about these ladies? Said a hunter softly. The women stood in rows. With just a glimpse of their different attires, one could easily tell that they were just a bunch of ordinary young women or even married women here to curry favor with the rich and powerful, hoping that they could live a better life. Some were elegantly dressed and attending only a single customer. They were basically someone's mistress. If they sent these women to the police station, they would simply be released after a mere scolding. There was no criminal offense. However, considering the scale of the operation and the barrier and spells used to capture them, many of the young women were kneeling on the ground and shivering in fear. They knew they were doing something shameless, yet they never thought it would bring so many magicians here to arrest them. In comparison to the rich and powerful businessmen, the self-conscious women looked extremely pale. If the hunters simply released the people they arrested straight away, it would imply that they had caught the wrong people, which would end up as a hilarious joke. What the heck are you all doing? We are only here to spend our vacation. Even if these people are going to be arrested, it's none of your magician's business. Who do you think you are? Where is your respect for the police? This is ridiculous. The hunters nowadays have started to abuse their power and disrupt the peace of society. Golden battle hunters, right? I shall have a word with your superior. A rather plump governor stepped forward and snapped, pointing at the Captain Pan Jin. It went without saying that Pan Jin would not dare to mention the Black Vatican under such circumstances, as it would only make the matters worse. He gathered his courage and said, "We've received permission for the operation, to clean up unhealthy businesses like this, using the luxurious manner as a disguise for the shameless acts. Take them away, all of them." Pan Jin felt like giving himself a great slap to his face as he was speaking. The people of the Golden Battle Hunters had no choice but to make the best of things after committing the mistake. They could only arrest these people and hand them to the police, then contact the enforcement union to verify their identities. However, just by looking at these women, anyone could easily tell that they were not members of the Black Vatican. From within the attic of a tall building, a pair of cunning eyes watched the farce from a great height. The person's purple lips subconsciously curled into a disdainful grin. The Golden Battle Hunters is one of the most reputable hunter group in the Hunter Union, yet you managed to play them like a fiddle. Brilliant. Zhao Pinlin said humbly to Fang Xiaoli from the side. They were pretty smart too, sneaking their men in without us noticing by using Master Mintian's name, said Fang Xiaoli. Won't the manor be a lot safer after this is over, said Zhao Pinlin. Fang Xiaoli was about to answer when the thing in her ear started buzzing. Her cunning look changed instantly. She glanced at Zhao Pinlin beside her, signaling him to back away. Zhao Pinlin heard a noise from the communication device hanging on her ear like an earring. He was curious why Fang Xiaoli's expression would change so greatly after hearing it. The person trying to contact Fang Xiaoli was most likely the owner of the manor. Fang Xiaoli consciously moved away. Fang Xiaoli took the call when she saw Zhao Pinlin leaving. "Master!" Fang Xiaoli subconsciously knelt on the ground and lowered her head when she heard the soft breathing from the other end. "You've done well," an indistinguishable voice came from the other end. It sounded like a cold, firm woman, but also like a man with a high voice. It's nothing worth mentioning compared to Master's achievements. It seems like some experienced hunters found their way here, meaning that the enforcement union will have their eyes on us very soon. I suggest we blend in with the ordinary folks after this is over and relocate ourselves, said Fang Xiaoli. Someone had found traces of the Black Vatican at the manor. It was unwise to stay any longer. Relocate? That isn't our style. Master, what do you have in mind? Many cowards have started showing up after I left, trying to wipe us out as if they were eager to serve justice. They thought they were saviors of the world just because they managed to arrest a probationary member of our organization. A bunch of ridiculous idiots, like rats that are only worthy to live in cracks. Let's use this golden battle hunters to teach them a lesson, to make them realize that even when I, Salan, am not around, their lives are still in my control. Even through the communication device, Fang Xiaoli could feel the murderous intent. The person was not around, yet the fear remained. Her master was truly the god of death. Fang Xiaoli could not help but feel excited and passionate. They had been maintaining a low profile for quite some time, so long that the world had forgotten how cruel and unoffendable they were. I understand, said Fang Xiaoli. Remember to look out for your cover. I only need smart people who still manage to fully withdraw after stirring a great chaos. Hu Jin was very good at that. Unfortunately, he was very disappointing during the final feast. The communication shut off. Fang Xiaoli slowly bowed her head in the direction she was kneeling. Her head almost touched the ground. After 5 minutes, she slowly rose to her feet with a sharp gaze. Zhao Pinlin, summoned Fang Xiaoli coldly. I'm here. Zhao Pinlin came to her side. Consider yourself lucky to have the chance to witness a grand ritual even though you have only joined us recently. Come, enjoy the night that's going to be filled with cries of agony. Fang Xiaoli burst into laughter. It went from confident to wild, before her voice filled with malice. Chapter 885. The Deadly Black Blood. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. This is nonsense. Back to sleep. I'm going back to sleep. Some of the guests grumbled and proceeded to return to their rooms. They thought it was something major, yet it turned out the magicians were only here to arrest some prostitutes. Even the police would not bother to waste their time on petty matters like this. Were these hunters too bored or something? I was so scared. Guowenny let out a relieved sigh and patted her chest softly. Yeah, I thought they found a huge demon creature. Otherwise, why would they send 1,000 magicians here? Ha ha ha, since when did the golden battle hunters become prostitute purgers? The news is going to be interesting tomorrow. The crowd slowly left as they went back to minding their own business after the false alarm. Pan Jin almost went crazy when he heard the comments, especially when they were called prostitutes purgers. He had never experienced anything more humiliating than this. He swore he would kill the bastard that had provided them with false information. The owner of this manor is really something. To hide the information of a bunch of prostitutes like they are members of the Black Vatican, the police will never be able to find out their business here, said a hunter called Da Tong. Da Tong, what are you waiting for? Bring them away now. Pan Jin was utterly annoyed whenever he saw the women who misled them here. They were all in tears and sobbing pitifully. Yeah, I'll be going now. Da Tong did not dare to say further, knowing that his captain was enraged. However, when he was about to ask the others to bring the women away, he suddenly felt something stuck in his throat. He was trying to speak, yet he could not make any sound. Suddenly, a tearing pain came from his throat. Da Tong coughed fiercely, trying to spit out the phlegm, yet he surprisingly coughed out a mouthful of blood. All the blood was spat on the Captain Pan Jin's face. Pan Jin was already enraged to begin with. He immediately turned mad after someone spat on his face, yet he shockingly discovered that it was all blood. Blood, black-colored blood. Da Tong's throat seemed to be fully blocked by the black blood. He could not speak, and he could not even breathe. He desperately tried to spit the blood out, mouthful after mouthful. What's going on? Da Tong is vomiting blood. He's injured. Ask Grey Han to treat him now. Da Tong was still vomiting. The blood had accumulated into a puddle. It looked rather eerie. The healer called Grey Hand was quite a distance away. When he finally arrived, Da Tong had already collapsed to the ground. The man had already lost consciousness, yet the black blood continued to spill out from his mouth and his throat. It looked like filthy liquid from some underground sewers. In just a few moments, the ground around Da Tong was covered in black blood. The healer Grey Hand cast the healing spirit, yet the little healing butterfly circled around Da Tong helplessly, as if it had no idea how to treat the man. The healing spirit was able to detect a person's injury, but Da Tong did not seem to have any wound. It's poison, or a curse. Grey Hand frowned. Save him quick, if he keeps vomiting blood at this rate, yelled Pan Jin. The healer shook his head, implying that he was totally clueless about it. The blood continued to pour out. Initially, Da Tong's body kept twitching as he was vomiting blood, but it had gradually stiffened over time. A few hundred hunters were standing nearby, yet there was nothing they could do apart from watching in fear. Da Tong finally spewed out all his blood. His corpse was dried and black, as if all his blood, body fluid, and fat had been drawn away. After Da Tong turned into a dried corpse under the crowd's gaze, it continued to turn dark like burned charcoal. His skin peeled off like grey ashes as the breeze swept past and scattered in the wind. The hunters froze. Without a sign. A man who was well alive a moment ago had died just like that. Da Tong! Pan Jin yelled. He almost went crazy. Dead, his brother who had fought alongside him for many years, had died a horrible death from an unknown cause. Captain, he might be poisoned. Your face is still stained with his blood, hurry up and wipe it. The hunter with a beard came over with a piece of cloth, yet his voice suddenly disappeared before he could finish. The man with a beard was startled. He tried to say something, yet he could not make any noise. It felt like his throat was stuck with phlegm. He subconsciously spat it out, yet it turned out to be black-colored blood. He spat it on the ground beside his foot. A small patch of grass immediately wilted when the blood made contact with it. The man's face immediately turned pale. Big beard. Pan Jin immediately realized something. Grey Hand, Grey Hand. A few other teammates immediately realized Big Beard showing the same symptoms. The healer called Grey Hand hurriedly made his way over. Big Beard's throat was obviously throbbing as the black blood rose within it. The man immediately closed his mouth tight after what happened the first time. However, his throat continued to expand as if it was going to explode in any second. Finally, Big Beard could not hold it in further. The blood was spat a few meters high up into the air. The hunters nearby immediately backed away. Grey Hand quickly inspected Big Beard, yet not only did he fail to find the cause, he immediately felt terrified when he was soaked in the black blood. The blood was pouring out rapidly. Big Beard fell backward onto the ground. He was exactly the same as Da Tong. His blood had turned black, and it kept pouring out from his mouth. As he vomited up all the blood, his body began to dry up and darken. A few minutes later, the rather muscular Big Beard had turned into a skinny, dried corpse, gradually turning into a piece of burned charcoal. When the first person died, the others assumed that he had carelessly contracted some deadly poison or he had fallen victim to someone's poison. However, as the second person died the same death, they were immediately stricken with fear. Captain, Li Ming is, a rookie hunter came over in a panic to report something. Captain Pan Jin immediately cleared a path heading toward Li Ming, yet his side glance caught a glimpse of the rookie opening his mouth without being able to say a word. Pan Jin turned around and saw the rookie spitting out black-colored blood. Everyone had yet to recover from witnessing Big Beard's death when the same scene happened once again, and this time, it was happening to a few people simultaneously. Fear immediately spread among the crowd like a plague. The poison was spreading at a shocking rate. They initially thought an invisible demon was massacring them randomly, yet they quickly realized that there was more than one demon butchering among them, as more people began to vomit black blood. Chapter 886. The Demon's Nest. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Leave, quick, leave this place, yelled Pan Jin. The number of people collapsing to the ground was still increasing. Everyone felt like they were going to be the next victim. Black blood stuck in their throat, turning into black charcoal and scattering in ashes. No one would want to end up like that. The magicians of the Golden Battle Hunters started fleeing, rushing toward the manor. More people continued to fall as they were fleeing. There were more than 20 casualties already. When they finally reached the barrier to run away from the random massacre of the invisible demon, they saw their leader Ji Ming stopping the people from leaving the ranches. "Leader, we are under attack by something unknown. It seems it could spread through the air at a terrifying rate without any sign." Pan Jin's voice sounded like he was about to burst into tears. He had been a hunter for over 10 years, fighting against lots of terrifying demon creatures and monsters, and had gotten used to seeing his comrades dying. However, he almost had a mental breakdown as he witnessed the unexplainable deaths of the people around him, dying as if they had all been poisoned. His only thought was to get his teammates away from the place. Ji Ming stepped aside slightly to let Pan Jin see what was happening outside the barrier. Black blood. The whole place was covered in black blood. The rather viscous liquid was flowing across the grassland outside the ranches and had accumulated into a small pool following the slope. One black corpse after another laid on the ground. When a random breeze swept past, their skin scattered in the air like flying ashes. "Those who left the boundary of the ranches are all dead, not even a single survivor," said Ji Ming to the people fleeing for their lives in a deep voice. The Golden Battle Hunters had brought almost 1,000 people. The group that conducted the operation at the manor only consisted of a small part. The remainder of the group was on standby outside the barrier, preventing the people of the Black Vatican from escaping after they were alerted. The ranches were quite spacious, so they needed quite a number of people to guard every direction. When the people under Pan Jin's lead started vomiting black blood, the people outside showed the same terrifying symptoms too. Some immediately backed off in fear, but those who stepped outside the boundary died in less than 50 steps. As a result, the number of corpses that turned into black ashes outside the barrier was the highest. The black blood could already form a stream. The leader Ji Ming almost lost his mind when that happened. The Golden Battle Hunters had more than 1,000 people, yet almost 400 had died already from some unknown cause. Almost half of their group was wiped out. Most terrifyingly, they had no idea what had killed them, and were clueless who the next victim was going to be. The ranches had suddenly turned into hell with black corpses scattered across the place. On top of that, those who tried to run away would immediately fall victim to it. "You can't leave, you must not go out there," ordered Ji Ming sternly. "I don't believe it, I can't wait and die here." Their deaths were too horrible. It must be a contagious disease spreading through air. A female hunter had totally lost her calm. She ran out of the barrier despite others' efforts trying to stop her. Pan Jin wanted to stop her, but Ji Ming immediately grabbed onto him. Pan Jin lowered his head and realized that he almost stepped outside the fence of the ranch. Meanwhile, the female hunter had already run 10 meters past. Fresh blood poured out from the woman's mouth. She finally halted in her tracks and tried to run back to the barrier. Pan Jin watched her running in his direction while vomiting black blood. She desperately tried to scream as if she was asking for help or begging the deadly unknown existence to spare her life. However, as she reached the barrier, she collapsed to the ground, yet continued to crawl forward. Her hands, now covered in blood, grabbed onto the fence, trying to force her way in, as if she would be able to survive if she made it in. Her body began to dry up. She finally moved past the tiny gap. Half her body was inside the barrier, but she had stopped moving. Obviously, the deadly existence would not feel sorry for her just because she had realized her mistake in time. Half her body was stuck outside the fence as her skin gradually turned into black ashes. Tears ran down Pan Jin's cheeks as he watched it happen. There was sorrow, pain, and terror. No one could explain what was going on. It felt like everyone from the Golden Battle Hunters was being targeted by a demon visiting the mundane world. They were forced to obey the rules of the demon's game. No one was allowed to leave the circle it had drawn, yet everyone still had the chance to become its next target. They could only hide in the cage and wait hopelessly until they were picked by the demon to be the next victim. The sudden turn of events scared the guests of the manor to death. The whole place turned utterly chaotic, as the hunters were not the only one falling victim to the strange curse, but the same thing was happening among the 1,500 visitors and the workers, although the rate of it happening was significantly lower than the Golden Battle Hunters. That being said, it was still extremely frightening. The members of the Golden Battle Hunters realized that the same thing was happening to the guests at the manor, too. They were startled when they saw the guests running to the outside. "Quick, stop them, set up the barrier. Don't let them cross the fences," yelled Ji Ming. He immediately contacted the hunters standing close to the fences around the ranches. "Do we really have the time to care about them now?" said Pan Jin. "What are you talking about? We are the ones that started this. If innocent lives are involved, the Golden Battle Hunters will be taking all the blame. We don't know how all of this is happening, but we can't simply watch them die, even if you are going to be the next victim," snapped Ji Ming furiously. Most people in the hunter group had gone through situations of life and death before. As the rate of death slowly decreased, the hunters calmed down and stopped the terrified guests from leaving the ranches and led them back to the manor. Luckily, they had yet to withdraw the barrier and were able to use it to save many lives. Otherwise, the field outside the ranches would be covered in corpses. "Leader, I think the poison has stopped." A magician managed to sneak out of the barrier just then, but he died not long after. The poison must have stopped spreading, but leaving the ranches is still suicide. "Ask everyone to calm down," Ji Ming ordered his people amid the chaos. The minds of many people had already gone blank from fear. They were simply following their instincts to stay alive, but in certain situations, it would cost them their lives. Pan Jin had to admit that he was quite impressed by how Ji Ming was able to remain calm in the current situation. That being said, none of them was able to comprehend the situation. It was supposed to be a carefully planned operation to take down the Black Vatican, yet somehow, they had all ended up in a demon's nest. Chapter 887. The Source of the Poison, Part 1. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo Fan had watched it all happen. He could not help but admit that he too was terrified by what he saw. He was extremely cautious with every breath due to the fear that he might be the next person vomiting black blood. The odds of the Golden Battle Hunters contracting the poison are relatively higher. We should be relieved that there are more than 1,000 people here. Based on the number of casualties, our odds of becoming the next victim are 1%. Lingling quickly inserted the information into her laptop. Unbelievable, how can you say that so calmly under the current circumstances? Mu Ningxue looked at Lingling. She suddenly felt that the little girl was simply a monster. Many adults around them had already wet their pants due in fear, yet Lingling was quietly observing it happen as if it was none of her business. "This is bad, Lingling, we have really entered the abyss of death," Mo Fan said with a wry smile. He tried to think of Lingling's statement as her way of comforting them. A chance of 1%, there's no way his luck could be that bad. The problem was, when Mo Fan saw the victims vomiting black blood and their skin turning into black ashes, he could not convince himself that the odds were something he should be relieved about. What if everything was only the beginning? He must admit that everything totally suited the Black Vatican's style, making their move without any signs beforehand, bringing death like a sudden storm. Even those who had gone through a lot in their lives would still suffer a mental breakdown. "The poison seems to have stopped for now," said Mu Ningxue. "I'm afraid it is only temporary," Lingling promptly said the unpleasant words. "Do you have anything in mind?" "Is it some kind of curse?" asked Mo Fan. Nothing made sense at all. How did everyone contract the poison so suddenly? Was it some kind of contagious disease spreading around the ranches? However, how would that explain why the people would die instantly as soon as they stepped out of the ranches, and also why the deaths had stopped for now? "If a curse is this strong, it must be the work of a forbidden magician," said Lingling. Applying a curse to a single target was fairly simple. For example, the demon torture would strike a target once the appropriate star constellation was constructed. However, it was almost impossible for a single person to cast a curse on multiple targets. "What should we do now?" asked Mu Ningxue. "There's nothing we can do. Anyway, we can't afford to expose ourselves before we learn whether the poison can be applied to a specific target," Lingling told Mo Fan and Mu Ningxue in a soft voice. It was obvious that the Golden Battle Hunters had infuriated the Black Vatican, and so the Black Vatican was trying to take revenge in return. Even the guests at the manor were in danger. What if they decide to kill all of us? We can't just sit here and do nothing, Ningxue said worriedly. She had finally witnessed the true cruelty and savagery of the Black Vatican today, finding herself in a situation where she could die of poison at any second. She was extremely cautious even when breathing. The Golden Battle Hunters were keeping the situation under control. However, the uneasy atmosphere among the hunters clearly implied that even they had no clue how to resolve the situation. Their communication devices were cut off, preventing them from contacting the outside world. Even if someone from the outside noticed that something had gone wrong, considering how fast the poison was spreading, most people would already be dead by the time help arrived. Wang Shushu is missing, Wang Shushu is missing, Guo Wenyi cried out in a panic as she suddenly realized something. Yeah, where is Wang Shushu? Zhao Pinlin, have you seen Wang Shushu around? Asked Wang Bing. Finding someone missing, considering the current circumstances, was the scariest thing. Who knows, I haven't seen her for the whole night. She said she was staying in her room as she was feeling uncomfortable. Wouldn't she be in her room still? Zhao Pinlin answered curiously. Asshole, why didn't you look after her? If anything happened to her, Rongsheng was enraged. He almost went up to drag Zhao Pinlin's collars. Zhao Pinlin pushed the enraged Rongsheng away and said with a cold grin, she locked herself in her room. What the heck can I do? I've already looked, she wasn't in her room, said Guo Wenyi. Don't tell me she has turned into one of those black corpses, asked someone among the group. Everyone was stunned. Rongsheng and Guo Wenyi immediately snapped, stop talking nonsense, she will be fine. We can't even identify the corpses, how can you be so sure, said Zhao Pinlin. Why would you say something like that? Rongsheng totally lost himself. He was like an enraged beast, lunging at Zhao Pinlin. The two immediately ended up in a fight. Rongsheng was obviously a lot stronger than the nerdy Zhao Pinlin. He managed to leave a few bruises on the nerd. The others immediately pulled the two away. Zhao Pinlin touched the bruises on his face and looked at his torn shirt. His eyes flickered viciously. However, he did not act too obviously. He took a deep breath and left. Zhao Pinlin, where are you going? Don't go somewhere else, it's too dangerous. Wang Bing and the others tried to stop him. I'm going back to my room, stop bothering me, shouted Zhao Pinlin furiously. Rongsheng, what the heck are you thinking? Zhao Pinlin already said he didn't see Wang Shushu the whole night, why would you still pick on him? Alright, calm down, just be quiet. Are we seriously arguing among ourselves when we don't even know if we are going to be the next victims? Let's head over to the window. The Magic Association will send someone here to save us soon. Someone immediately stepped forward to maintain order. Everyone hid in the room with the French windows where they had first arrived at the manor. They all looked extremely pale. I'm feeling quite thirsty. Can we ask the butler to prepare some tea for us, said a man. Who has the mood to serve you at a time like this? Everyone might end up like the corpses out there. It's contagious, snapped Wang Bing coldly. Lingling was still typing rapidly on her laptop. She was trying to organize the information she had gathered before and after the poison broke out, to find some clues about it. If they could not understand how they were poisoned, it was impossible for them to resolve the situation. Tea? Ningxue mumbled softly. Lingling and Mo Fan raised their heads. They both assumed she was feeling thirsty and was trying to get something to drink. It was normal for anyone nervous to drink some water to ease their nerves. Mo Fan, Lingling, do you remember the black tea that the butler and Carly served us when we first arrived? They said it was a unique kind here, said Ningxue. Do you think something is wrong with the tea? Lingling asked quickly. Mo Fan was startled, before he smilingly said, I don't think so. Everyone here has drunk it, including those before us, but none of them were poisoned. No, someone was poisoned before. Lingling's eyes suddenly brightened as if she had found an important clue about the incident. Chapter 888. The Source of the Poison, Part 2. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Lingxue's fingers typed quickly on her laptop and brought up several blurred images. I was wondering why their deaths felt so familiar. Check this out, this is the incident about someone being poisoned that the manor is trying to hide. Don't you remember? The city hunters even came to investigate it, but that perverted captain was easily taken care of by Carly, said Lingling with excitement. What does this have anything to do with the tea, said Mo Fan in confusion. I'm starting to put the pieces together. Just give me some time, and I should be able to find out more about the poison, and come up with an antidote to temporarily suppress it. Lingling rose to her feet and headed for her room with her laptop. Where are you going? Asked Mo Fan worriedly. I stored information related to all kinds of poison on the cloud. The signal is totally blocked off by the Black Vatican. I'll need to build a tool to bypass the signal to retrieve the information I need. This might take some time, said Lingling. It's unsafe for you to be alone, said Ningxue. The Black Vatican is mainly focusing on the Golden Battle Hunters. They won't have time to care about us, as long as we don't expose ourselves. Even if they found out there are hunters among the guests, they won't be suspicious of a first schooler. You two better start moving and find the members of the Black Vatican. Otherwise, even if we manage to deal with the poison, they will still escape in the end, said Lingling. Mo Fan and Ningxue nodded. They decided to let Lingling handle the poison, since they could not provide her with any assistance. The Black Vatican was indeed impressive when it came to using all kinds of strange methods to achieve their goals. Luckily, they had brought the genius Lingling along. Otherwise, they would have no choice but to wait for rescue. After Lingling left, Mo Fan nudged Ningxue on her elbow and said, "You're pretty observant. I almost forgot about the tea. It only crossed my mind for a second. I never thought it would actually be the case. Now when I recall it, it did seem like everyone here at the ranches was received by the manor, and everyone was served with the special black tea. Carly and the butler would watch them drink the tea, and even those that did not drink it during the day, a maid would bring the tea over at night and explain that it could possibly help with sleep, or even serve the tea during breakfast. In simpler terms, you can find their special black tea everywhere, said Ningxue. Now that Ningxue had mentioned it, Mo Fan somehow recalled that the manor did not really provide them with drinking water, but their special tea. There must be people that didn't drink the tea, but only a few, I assume. Almost everyone, including me, you, and Lingling, were poisoned by the tea. The poison stays inside the body, and will only relapse under certain conditions. The victim will then vomit black blood and turn into the black stuff. Damn it, I believe I drank almost a whole bucket of the tea during our stay here, exclaimed Mo Fan. Ningxue was too embarrassed to even mention it. When Mo Fan was told that the tea was their specialty and was provided for free, he had been drinking the tea like a bull. If the poison worked according to the amount consumed, Mo Fan would be among the first 10 people to die of the poison. Luckily, the few hundred corpses outside the manor had implied that drinking more of the tea did not necessarily make the poison stronger. Mo Fan and Ningxue did not share their discovery with the others, since they had yet to find the solution. It would only invoke fear among them. The poison was on standby in everyone's body. They were still unsure of how to control the poison. Standing out too much would only make them easy targets. Mo Fan, I beg you, Guoweni suddenly appeared beside Mo Fan. Mo Fan looked at the tearful Guoweni. It was obvious that Guoweni thought Wang Shushu was in great trouble. Please help me find her, Shushu is my best friend. If I didn't recommend she come, she wouldn't even be here, since she was preparing for exams. If anything happened to her, Guoweni was totally blaming herself. I don't know where she is either, this place is so big, rejected Mo Fan. Mo Fan simply had no time to waste on searching for a missing person. The Black Vatican was still waiting to strike behind the scenes. If they could not find a cure to the poison, everyone would die eventually, including Ningxue and Lingling. Mo Fan could understand Guoweni's feelings, since the two girls would not be in this mess if he actually decided not to take the job. He had to remain calm, yet he was running out of time. Even now, he had yet to find any trace of the Black Vatican. The others are not willing to help us look for her, it's only me and Rongsheng, Guowenni continued to plead. It seemed like since Guowenni managed to overcome her fear, she had been overly reliant on Mo Fan. Come, let's go look for Wang Shushu. Mu Ningxue rose to her feet. Mo Fan was fairly surprised. We won't find any clues if we keep sitting here, Mu Ningxue told him. Mo Fan agreed. Instead of staying here like sitting ducks, it was better for them to search around the place and see if they could also find the missing Wang Shushu. Saving an extra life was always better. Thank you so much. Guowenni was incredibly touched. Rongsheng's eyes were filled with gratitude, too. Their classmates were too scared to leave the hall. They did not dare to take even a step out of the building. None of them seemed to care about Wang Shushu's well-being, yet to their surprise, these two people who they only met less than a week ago were willing to risk their lives for them. A piece of advice: it's better if you don't go anywhere. If the poison is still spreading out there, you won't be able to come back here. Yeah, you heard what the Golden Battle Hunters said. We should just stay indoors and wait for help. Going out there is only going to make things worse, advised Wang Bing. The four ignored their advice and opened the door to start looking for the missing Wang Shushu. Since Mo Fan had agreed to help, he would surely do his best. After all, Mo Fan was officially a hunter master. He had done lots of similar jobs, looking for missing people. As long as he was paid good money, he did not mind working as a private detective. A hunter was pretty much an enhanced version of a private detective. When did you last see her? Asked Mo Fan seriously. In her room. After dinner, she said she was feeling uncomfortable, so she was staying in her room. I did go and knock on her door, but she didn't respond. I thought she went somewhere else with Zhao Pinlin. Oh, Rongsheng, I didn't mean to say that, said Guowenni. That asshole Zhao Pinlin, how dare he not look after Wang Shushu? Rongsheng was still enraged. Let's check her room out first. Maybe we can find some clues there. By the way, why did you think that she had left with Zhao Pinlin? It's because I went to look for Zhao Pinlin, too. He wasn't in his room, either. Since they had already declared their relationship, I assumed they would be together if both of them weren't in their rooms, admitted Guowenni. Chapter 889. Zhao Pinlin, something's wrong about him. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. When they arrived in Wang Shushu's room, Mo Fan unleashed his senses to scan the surroundings for clues. Rongsheng felt his heart aching as they walked into the room. The night had been like a dream to him, yet it came to an end immediately the next morning. Everything had changed since then. I don't see any clues here. She must have left her room voluntarily, said Mo Fan. He turned around and was about to look behind him when he almost bumped into Rongsheng, who was lost in his thoughts. Mo Fan said helplessly when he saw Rongsheng's expression, you should stop thinking about it. Wang Shushu seemed very scared lately. I tried to talk to her, but I felt like she was purposely avoiding me. I was really worried, said Guowenni. What was she scared of? Asked Mo Fan. I don't know, but I feel like she was afraid of Zhao Pinlin, replied Guowenni. It must be Zhao Pinlin. He must be threatening her, that must be it. Rongsheng suddenly came to his senses. It explained why Wang Shushu would suddenly lose interest in him, even though she had already accepted him the night before. Besides, if she was only concerned about his feelings, why would she allow him to caress her body? Zhao Pinlin did come to me that night, said Mu Ningxue. He went to you. Guowenni and Rongsheng were startled. Mu Ningxue briefly described the situation. Anyone could tell that Zhao Pinlin was actually trying to win Mu Ningxue's affection. Wang Shushu said the same thing to me, too. She said that Zhao Pinlin isn't very reliable, she was being dead serious, it did not feel like she was joking. Guowenni took out her phone and showed Mo Fan the messages. Rongsheng blurted out, look, what did I say? She wasn't just trying not to hurt me. Zhao Pinlin must have done something to her. He might even have something to do with her disappearance. She was too scared of Zhao Pinlin, so she decided to hide somewhere. Now that the manor is in such a terrifying situation, it's too dangerous for her to be alone. We have to find her as quickly as possible. Mo Fan read the texts. From the content, it seemed like Wang Shushu was a fairly smart girl. She was able to see the true nature of Zhao Pinlin through his passionate, gentle disguise. In addition, Zhao Pinlin tried to invite Mu Ningxue to spend the night together too. It further proved Wang Shushu's point: Zhao Pinlin was unreliable. Zhao Pinlin's gaze had been strange these few days, Mu Ningxue mused aloud. Mu Ningxue was not low in IQ either. She could clearly sense Zhao Pinlin had changed lately, especially when he was looking at her. He was not embarrassed after being rejected, nor was he trying to act calm and normal in order to preserve his ego, but seemed rather aggressive. A few times, Mu Ningxue felt like the man was trying to eat her with his eyes. His cold grin was even implied that she would eventually fall into his hands. Mu Ningxue was a magician, and a lot more observant than Zhao Pinlin. The man was utterly clueless that his desire to possess Mu Ningxue was completely exposed, even though he was being extremely cautious. As such, when everyone thought there was something wrong about Zhao Pinlin, she quickly shared her observations with them. Strange, how so? Mo Fan did not realize it in the first place. I'll briefly describe what I felt. Somehow, his gaze looked ambitious. He was watching me closely, but he didn't actually do anything, Mu Ningxue shared. He was interested in you. Everyone else could easily tell it. We were all discussing it when he invited you to the manor. He thought he was good at hiding his intentions, said Guoweni. No one would not like a pretty and special girl like Mu Ningxue, whispered Rongsheng. Can we not talk about love and hatred now? Interrupted Mo Fan. Did they seriously have the mood to discuss this when there were so many corpses lying outside? Mo Fan was utterly speechless about Rongsheng and Guoweni. Mu Ningxue was disastrously beautiful. Lots of people would fall for her at first glance, but why did it matter now? She was already his wife. No one was allowed to take her away, especially that idiot Zhao Pinlin. Mo Fan, I believe we must talk about Zhao Pinlin, said Mu Ningxue sternly. What is there to talk about? Isn't he the same kind as that retarded Guan Yu? It was not like Mo Fan was not aware of Zhao Pinlin's intentions, but he simply did not think of the clown as a threat. There's something wrong about him, declared Mu Ningxue. It was pure instinct. Mu Ningxue did not have any proof, yet her instincts were telling her that. At first, Zhao Pinlin tried to win her affection through his polite manners. He left in frustration when she rejected his invitation. However, even after he was together with Wang Shushu, he still displayed his strong desire to possess her. She even felt an evil aura from him. My instincts are telling me that if he used some dishonest methods on Wang Shushu, he might use them on me too. I was being extremely careful around him lately, Mu Ningxue admitted. Careful? Mo Fan was surprised. Mu Ningxue had already reached the peak of the intermediate level. Her strength was even comparable to an advanced magician, yet she was still being careful around an ordinary person. That alone implied that there was something seriously wrong about him. When Mo Fan linked the information with Wang Shushu's sudden change of behavior, and the fear he sensed from her. Stay here, I'll go find Zhao Pinlin, said Mo Fan. Mo Fan did not let them follow him. He was reluctant to show Rongsheng and Guoweni his shadow element. Who knew if those two were actually members of the Black Vatican? Mo Fan came to Zhao Pinlin's room and saw the room was tightly shut. However, it was far from a problem for Mo Fan. He first used his lightning to destroy any surveillance devices nearby, just so the people of the Black Vatican were unable to see his magic. Mo Fan snuck into Zhao Pinlin's room with the fleeing shadow, but the room was totally empty. Strange, didn't he say he was going back to his room? Where would he be? He's just an ordinary person, why would he dare to go to other places knowing that there's poison outside? It seems like there's definitely something fishy about this guy. Mo Fan grinned. Where the hell could he be? Swift Star Wolf. Come out here and sniff at this guy's clothes, see if you can find him. Mo Fan summoned the Swift Star Wolf. The Swift Star Wolf's handsome face was filled with disdain. It was a wolf, not a dog. Awoo, tilde. The Swift Star Wolf's nose was more sensitive to blood. He quickly dragged a half-opened case out from under the bed. The case was full of adult toys that even Mo Fan was embarrassed to look at. I knew you were not an honorable wolf, cursed Mo Fan. Awoo, tilde. The Swift Star Wolf totally disagreed with the unjust accusation. You are telling me that the whip has a faint smell of blood, and it's a woman's blood. Mo Fan took out the whip and fell into deep thought while rubbing his chin. The blood must have stained the whip when they were playing some thrilling game. How intense were they? Even if it's a role play, he didn't need to whip her until the girl was bleeding. That Zhao Pinlin seems like a gentleman, but he's actually mad inside. Of course Mo Fan knew about role play. However, whipping was only meant to bring pleasure through pain. If there was blood on it, he was simply torturing the girl. This Zhao Pinlin, he was getting more suspicious. Chapter 890. Dark Beast Monsters. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo Fan sent the Swift Star Wolf back to his dimension. If he brought a wolf beast with dark blue fur almost long enough to sweep the floor around, he was simply announcing to the Black Vatican that he had come here to serve justice, just like the Golden Battle Hunters. Mo Fan regrouped with Ningxue and the others after the Swift Star Wolf roughly pointed a direction out to him. How do you know he went this way? Asked Rongsheng in confusion. Why are you asking so many questions? Do you want to find Wang Shushu or not? Replied Mo Fan impatiently. Rongsheng did not dare to ask further. He followed Mo Fan as they headed toward the structure behind the main building. Compared to the luxurious main building, the structure behind it was a lot dimmer. It was unlikely to be used by guests. They did not recall seeing any workers going in and out of the building, either. After moving through a few dim corridors and taking a few flights of stairs, the Swift Star Wolf told Mo Fan that they were approaching the place. The corridor was in the shape of a circle. It took them a while to reach the corners. The rug was dark red, with locked rooms on both sides of the hall. There were rooms with a single door, double doors, and even bulky, heavy double doors with ring handles like those leading to a huge hall. The Swift Star Wolf told Mo Fan that the scent had come from the room with the heavy double doors. Mo Fan took a closer look around and saw a faint red mark on a white wall nearby. It was the size of a mouth print. It was easy to overlook it if one was not taking a close look at it. Mo Fan nudged Ningxue and said to her in a low voice, "It's Wang Shushu's blood, I think it was left here by accident. It seems to be from a wound or bruise. There isn't much blood on the wall. Judging from the height, it should be from her arm, close to her shoulder." Mo Fan remembered that Wang Shushu was around Ningxue's height. Using Ningxue as a reference, he easily speculated where the wound was. The mark was thin and long, and the scent was the same as that left on the whip. It implied that Wang Shushu had been here. "Shushu! Shushu, are you here?" "I am Rongsheng began to yell. Mo Fan immediately covered the guy's mouth and snapped, "Stop yelling, she might be kidnapped. You are only going to make it harder for us to rescue her." Rongsheng's eyes bulged. He finally nodded after a while. Mo Fan tried to push the door, and realized it was unlocked. The heavy door opened up. The sound echoed through the corridor beyond. There was no light inside. Mo Fan could barely see some ancient decorations. There was a furnace, a deer head hanging on the wall, a huge table, and curtains tightly covering a window. "There's no one here, but I think I smell something," Mo Fan said with a frown. The scent of dark beast monsters and cursed beasts was unforgettable to most people. Mo Fan had encountered the Black Vatican several times. He could still recognize the scent no matter how weak it was. "This place has been enclosed for too long." "It stinks," said Gwenny. "Yeah, why do I feel like the smell is getting stronger?" Rongsheng was already covering his nose. Mu Ningxue looked to the door and said, "The smell is coming from outside." Mo Fan felt the pungent smell slowly growing stronger. After they opened the door, the air flowing in from the corridor was also filled with the same stench. Something is out there. Mo Fan immediately realized something. He hurriedly went to the doors and cautiously closed them. The doors made some noise when they were closed. The sound of something sprinting through the corridor was heard immediately, and it was getting closer. "What is it?" Guo Wenyi and Rongsheng heard the sound too. Their expressions stiffened instantly. Keep quiet, we might have come to the right place," Mo Fan replied in an extremely soft voice. Mo Fan asked the others to stick close to him. He was planning to use the darkness to conceal their presence. Not long after, a clear sound was heard from the corridor. They could hear something moving outside the heavy doors. Guo Wenyi was standing right by the door. She could barely see the corridor through the tiny gap. A skinny, eerie creature slowly crawled past her line of vision on all fours. It had pitch-black skin and a savage appearance, like a demonic monkey. Guo Wenyi felt her scalp turning numb. Wasn't this the same thing she saw eating a horse when she was walking home alone that night? It was the same, exactly the same. Guo Wenyi was able to overcome her fear just recently with Mo Fan's help, yet she never thought she would see the real creature again today. Even with a door between them, Guo Wenyi still felt her hair standing on end, as if she had turned into the horse that was pounced on by the creature, its stomach torn open and going to be eaten alive at any second. "Dark beast monsters," Mo Fan told Mu Ningxue. Around a minute later, the noise outside the door gradually disappeared. Rongsheng and Guo Wenyi backed off to the table in disbelief, especially Guo Wenyi, who was totally overwhelmed by fear. What was that?" asked Rongsheng. "Nothing too serious, don't worry." Mo Fan did not bother explaining further. The dark beast monsters were no longer able to pose any threat to Mo Fan, yet he could not afford to be careless. If a dark beast monster was patrolling here, it meant they were already inside the Black Vatican's territory. Killing a dark beast monster would simply alert every member of the Black Vatican. If that happened, things would no longer be as easy as handling a few dark beast monsters on patrol, but a bunch of dark beast monsters and cursed beasts surging at them like a black tide. Even so, Mo Fan was not scared of them. Mo Fan was never afraid to start a fight. However, what he worried the most about was the poison. If the Black Vatican was able to target a specific person and trigger the poison, once he was exposed, he would soon be lying on the ground vomiting black blood. He had come to the right place. Zhao Pinlin was indeed a member of the Black Vatican. Mo Fan could not help but raise his thumb to Mu Ningxue. A woman's instincts were strong enough to tear down the Black Vatican's disguise, let alone finding out their man was having an affair. "You all should stay here, don't make too much noise, and don't leave before I'm back," said Mo Fan. Even though Mu Ningxue's secondary element was wind, she was still no match for Mo Fan in terms of moving stealthily and sneaking around. It was best for Mo Fan to move on his own. "Be careful," said Mu Ningxue. "Remember, even if anything happens, try your best to hide your identity. The poison is the real threat to us," Mo Fan specifically reminded Mu Ningxue. Chapter 891. Beautiful like a flower, but has the heart of a poisonous scorpion. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. It never occurred to Mo Fan that Zhao Pinlin would actually be one of the Black Vatican. It seemed like Wang Shushu did agree to date Rongsheng, but the enraged Zhao Pinlin thought he was being humiliated and abused the power given by the Black Vatican to force Wang Shushu to obey him. The girl did not even dare to tell anyone even when she was being tortured. "How bold of him, to dare do such a thing when I, the anti-darkness little prince, is around," harumphed Mo Fan coldly. It was too easy for the Black Vatican to force a woman without any background or power to obey them. As a matter of fact, anyone with some background or power was able to achieve that, let alone a member of the Black Vatican. One had to admit that the world was very unfair. It was too easy for a girl like Wang Shushu to be manipulated. Similarly, it was not like the world was absolutely unjust, as there were lots of people like Mo Fan, who, once they learned the evil deeds that the Black Vatican was up to, would do everything to erase them from the world. A disciple is worth 500,000, a priest is worth around 9 million, half the price of a soul seed, which is basically half a tin of milk powder for my beloved daughter. Zhao Pinlin, you better not disappoint me. Mo Fan snuck past a dark corridor. He had basically merged with the shadows as he moved past a few dark beast monsters on patrol. The creatures were completely unaware of his presence. Mo Fan headed for the garden close to the building and noticed some sounds coming from a path made of pebbles leading through some statues and garden art. He quickly hid on a dense tree and observed silently. He saw 3 people approaching his direction rapidly. They were all service staff with red bow ties. In addition to them, there were another 5 people a little further into the garden, and more than 10 dark beast monsters crawling on the ground. These dark beast monsters seemed to have surrounded the group of 5 people, who looked like tourists. They were crying out for help, facing the main building in fear. Unfortunately, the main building was quite a distance away. It was impossible for anyone to hear them. "Priest, what shall we do with them?" asked a woman softly. She sounded slightly familiar. She seemed to be one of the staff responsible for receiving the guests at the main building. Mo Fan remembered her rather unique voice. It was so soothing that he could not help but have some wild thoughts. Get rid of them, those beasts happen to be hungry, too. Mo Fan was relatively unfamiliar with the priest's voice. He had no mercy for the trespassers. While Mo Fan was still hesitating if he should save the group of innocent people, he immediately heard cries of agony. The tourists who were fleeing for their lives were now lying still in pools of blood. They stood no chance against the deadly creatures. Human lives were extremely cheap in the eyes of the Black Vatican. Mo Fan let out a sigh as he took a glance at the unfortunate victims. "All right, the threat has been dealt with, back to your posts. Yang Qiao, you stay behind and get rid of the corpses. Don't let the golden battle hunters see them," ordered the Grey Priest. "Affirmative, Senior," acknowledged the woman quickly. Mo Fan could not help but admit that those trespassers were actually a great help. The people of the Black Vatican must have been alerted when Mo Fan, Mu Ningxue, Rong Sheng, and Guo Wenyi were snooping around the place. As such, the group of tourists that had been spotted here actually served as a cover for Mo Fan and his crew. The dark beast monsters quickly vanished. The Grey Priest and a disciple of the Black Clergy had left. The female disciple with the name Yang Qiao was the only one left to clean up the place. Yang Qiao stayed in the garden. Mo Fan was still hiding on the tree, and watched Yang Qiao, still in her heels, slowly approach a tourist whose face was covered by bloody gashes. She was humming a rather sprightly melody. "You would all have been fine as long as you stayed in the main building, yet you just had to come and get yourselves killed." Yang Qiao's voice sounded slightly naughty. Let me go. "I'm begging you, let me go," begged a young man covered in wounds, grabbing at Yang Qiao's ankle. You're still alive." Yang Qiao's lips curled up, as if she was quite astounded. She walked a few circles around the young man lying in a pool of blood and realized that he was barely injured, as the 2 adults had desperately tried to protect him. The blood smeared on the young man was actually from the other 2 dead adults. "However, you are really out of luck. If had you died just then, you wouldn't have to suffer again." Yang Qiao smiled. She took out a bottle as she was talking. She slowly opened the lid and poured the black, thick liquid onto one of the corpses lying beside the young man. As soon as the black liquid made contact with the corpse covered in blood, it rotted quickly and evaporated. The gas rose into the air. The skin and flesh turned into a pool of black water, while the bones melted into dust. In less than 10 seconds, the corpse had thoroughly turned into a pile of black goo. The young man's eyes widened in shock and fear. "Here, I'll pour it slower onto you, so you can enjoy it longer." Yang Qiao slowly moved the bottle toward the young man and slowly poured the liquid onto him. The young man's back festered as a single drop of the liquid touched it. Already covered in wounds, the young man cried out in pain immediately. He sounded extremely eerie in the silent night. He he he. I haven't poured much yet, but you're already screaming so loudly, exclaimed Ningxue wickedly. Her voice was extremely cold-blooded. The young man never thought a woman with such an attractive face and soothing voice would be so cruel. She was nothing but a demoness. Ningxue started pouring faster. The smile on her face grew wider. However, she suddenly felt a strong force grabbing her wrist. She could not even move her fingers. When Ningxue collected her thoughts, the bottle in her hand was snatched away by a man a head taller than her. She immediately turned around, assuming that the clergy did not want her to make too much noise. Instead, she immediately felt a strong slap to her face. Her little face was almost broken from the force. The incredible pain even stopped her from making any sound. You are Pa. Mo Fan did not give the vicious woman any chance to speak. He simply gave her another heavy slap to the face. Ningxue was about to curse when Mo Fan waved his hand and thrust the giant shadow spike twins into the woman's chest to seal off her movement and mind, preventing her from alerting her associates. Who exactly are you? Ningxue immediately lost all her strength. It took her quite some effort to utter the words. Beautiful like a flower, but with the heart of a poisonous scorpion. The enforcement union seriously offered too little a reward for a disciple like you. That being said, even if there's no reward, I won't hesitate to kill scum like you. Mo Fan said from behind Ningxue. His voice was extremely cold. He was merciless when treating evil people like this woman. Chapter 892. Curse Pool. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Ningxue's neck was small and thin. It actually felt great to touch. However, Mo Fan applied the physical strength of an advanced magician and pinched the woman's thin neck. It immediately snapped after a soft crack. Ningxue was unable to react. Her face still looked terrified and stunned, yet her head was already falling to the side, followed by her feeble body falling to the ground. She fell right beside the young man. He initially thought he was dead for sure, yet a hunter had appeared and saved his life. He burst into tears of joy. Can you stand? Asked Mo Fan. Yeah. The young man was stronger than Mo Fan had imagined. He slowly rose to his feet, yet when he looked at the corpses of his family, he broke into tears again. When he finally switched his focus onto Ningxue, his eyes were filled with inextinguishable anger. He had the urge to peel off her skin and eat her alive. Don't worry, I will avenge your family. I won't let those two get away, but I want you to understand your situation. Your family is already dead, but you're still alive. I want you to try your best to stay calm, and put that woman's jacket around you. Slowly make your way to the main building and wait for help, Mo Fan said in a serious voice. I want to take their corpses with me, said the young man in tears. Mo Fan shook his head and said, the dead remain dead. If you bring them along, you will only get yourself killed. Do as I said, pretend that none of this ever happened. I swear with my reputation as a hunter that those scum that hurt your family will cease to exist in this world. The young man wiped his tears and looked into Mo Fan's dark brown eyes. He finally nodded and said, thank you. I won't be a burden to you. As long as you understand, it was worth putting myself at risk to save you. Mo Fan patted the head of the bloody young man. The young man straightened himself and grabbed the vicious woman's coat. His physique happened to be similar to her. As he draped the coat over himself, it was rather difficult to tell the difference between them without being close enough. The coat also covered the young man's wounds. He tried his best to stand straight and headed toward the lights. Mo Fan reminded him not to tell anyone in the main building about what happened, as it was unwise to alert the Black Vatican before finding a cure to the poison. Mo Fan picked up the woman's bottle and got rid of the corpses, including Ningxue's, leaving no traces behind. Mo Fan was unsure if the woman's death would alert her superior in the Black Vatican, but he had not been able to convince himself to just hide in the tree and watch what was going to happen. After dealing with the corpses, Mo Fan headed in the same direction the Grey Priest had gone. A disciple was only worth 500,000. It was not even enough to buy snacks for his beloved Flame Bell. His real target was the Grey Priest. Mo Fan was planning to follow him and act according to the situation. "Isn't Yang Xiao done cleaning up the corpses?" asked the Grey Priest Lu Geng. "I saw her heading to the main building." "She must be done with the corpses," answered another disciple. The man had an obvious pair of buck teeth. He was rather outstanding in terms of ugliness. "Oh, that's fine. She can keep an eye on the golden battle hunters. Speaking of which, why isn't the clergy ready yet? If we wait any longer, a rescue might get her." "Killing just a few hundred of them isn't satisfying enough," declared the Grey Priest Lu Geng. "It should be done soon. We just need to wait for the cries. By the way, Senior, I heard the deacon has recruited a new apprentice. I wonder who's so lucky as to earn her favor," asked the disciple enviously. "He's just a rookie. I have no idea why she picked him at all," replied the Grey Priest Lu Geng. "I passed by the curse pool just now and saw a half-dead woman inside it. Her hair was already gone." "Is she the deacon's new slave?" asked the disciple. "Why would the deacon be interested in getting a new dark beast monster? I bet it was for the rookie. However, they haven't completed the ritual, so they just left her in the pool," said the Grey Priest. "I've been around for a long time, yet I only have a dark beast monster, sigh." "Are you saying that your future is dull because you're following me?" snapped the Grey Priest. "No, not at all. The curse pool happens to be unguarded. You will be guarding it tonight," ordered the Grey Priest coldly. "AFF, affirmative." The disciple's forehead was covered in cold sweat. Mo Fan heard their conversation. He did not follow the Grey Priest as he realized that it was too dangerous to do so. "Curse pool, that must be the place where the dark beast monsters are refined," speculated Mo Fan. "If it isn't guarded, it means the people of the Black Vatican won't be going there. Just in time, I can get rid of this ugly disciple, too." Mo Fan made up his mind and followed the fairly spooked disciple silently. The disciple went to a fairly remote spot. Mo Fan almost lost track of the way back when the disciple pushed open a door hidden in the corner. A foul scent immediately wafted out. The disciple was cursing under his breath. Guarding the curse pool was the filthiest and most tiring work. Those who got into the Black Vatican's way were thrown into the curse pool to be fermented. Mo Fan spent some time checking the surroundings before he entered the place, making sure there were no other members of the Black Vatican or any surveillance equipment nearby. He was standing less than 2 meters behind the buck-toothed disciple. The dim light greatly extended the disciple's shadow, allowing Mo Fan to hide inside it easily. Mo Fan simply followed the disciple around. "Help, help me," a pained voice came from the black pool. Mo Fan remembered the disciple mentioning that a woman was inside the pool, yet it was impossible to identify her. Her hair and skin had fallen off, and body was severely festered as a woman. Her voice had already turned hoarse. She was more like a skinless demon instead of a human. Her appearance immediately reminded Mo Fan of Xu Jiaoting. If this was how the dark beast monsters were born, it meant that Xu Jiaoting was tortured the same way. Mo Fan's heart immediately burned in rage. The Black Vatican's cruelty could not be described with mere words. What exactly did the demon Salan do, turning a person grown up in a civilized society into a vicious, cold-blooded creature? Chapter 893. The Boss Here. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. It's your own fault, this is what you get for getting in our way. The buck-toothed disciple pulled a chair over and sat down far away from the curse pool. I didn't do anything, let me go, please let me go, said the hoarse voice. Just stay in there, the longer you spend in the water, the better it is for you, or at least it will be easier for you to adapt to your new form. Otherwise, you will have the urge to bite every inch of your skin off every night. The buck-toothed disciple sounded like he was sorry, yet he had no intention to save her. No, I don't want to become those things. Kill me, I'm begging you, just kill me. It's useless, even if you die now, your soul will still be bound to this curse pool, replied the disciple. The punishment given by the Black Vatican was the cruelest and most terrifying in the entire world. The buck-toothed disciple used to be an ordinary person, too. He accidentally offended the Grey Priest Lu Gung, and had no choice but to join the Black Vatican. Once he became a disciple, there was basically no turning back. Those who opposed the Black Vatican never had a good ending. Is there any way to save her? A new voice spoke up suddenly. The buck-toothed disciple was the kind with a remarkably slow reaction. He turned around looking at the figure in the shadow and assumed him to be some other disciple sent here to guard the curse pool. He said, I guess so. She is still an ordinary person as long as the ritual isn't completed yet. Oh, you're quite unlucky to be sent here too. Oh, I've come to collect the payment. The figure walked up to the buck-toothed disciple and patted him softly on the shoulder. The buck-toothed disciple suddenly realized something. He was about to make his move when he felt a strong electric current spreading through his body from the man's hand. The disciple's face contorted from the electric shock before he could even finish his sentence. It felt like millions of ants were biting inside his body. It was numbing yet painful, and he was also immobilized. Lightning arcs continued to flicker on Mo Fan's palm. The numbers kept increasing. A burned smell lingered in the air. The buck-toothed disciple's body turned scorched black. He fell to the ground like a lump of burned meat. The buck-toothed disciple was obviously not a magician. He usually commanded the dark beast monsters to commit his evil deeds. As the lightning arcs reached a certain intensity, his flesh was no longer able to withstand the shock, and his heart finally stopped beating. Mo Fan remained expressionless. He brought out the bottle that he took from Yangqiao and slowly poured the liquid on the disciple's corpse. Not long after, the corpse began to corrode severely. In less than a minute, even the bones and teeth had disappeared, leaving a pool of black goo behind. Are you Wang Shushu? Asked Mo Fan. Yes, yes. Are you here to save me? Said the person in the pool. I can't save you yet, Mo Fan told her. Mo Fan was currently in the Black Vatican's nest. It was easier for him to move alone. If he brought Wang Shushu, whose body was severely damaged with him, he would easily expose himself. Normally, Mo Fan would force his way out, but the poison had stopped him from acting rashly. Then please kill me, relieve me from this, said Wang Shushu. I swore I wouldn't do anything like that again. Are you feeling better? Asked Mo Fan. I think I do feel better, said Wang Shushu. She lifted her gaze and saw a man whose face was shrouded by the darkness. He looked familiar, yet she could not recognize him. Mo Fan slowly withdrew his hand. He was casting a space spell to create a space around Wang Shushu to stop the curse water from touching her body. The curse water had to be corroding her boy slowly. She would not suffer too much as long as she was no longer soaking in the water. Mo Fan opened the water pack he brought and sprinkled the content in the air. He straightened his gaze. The water that was about to fall to the ground as water droplets immediately formed a streamline in the air, flowing straight to Wang Shushu's mouth. Drink some water, just hang in there, said Mo Fan. Wang Shushu was seriously dehydrated. She drank the water greedily as it approached her mouth. She wanted the stream of water to splash at her like a huge wave, and relieve her from the dehydration. Are you feeling better? Asked Mo Fan. Yeah, I'm a lot better, thank you. Wang Shushu lifted her head. She was trying hard to see the man's face. She had experienced the worst torture in her whole life over the past few days. Even though she had only received slight help, it brought her a glimpse of hope. She was no longer devoured by darkness. As a girl, you should really ask for help earlier when you are in trouble. You shouldn't just compromise and endure it, hoping that being obedient would make the guy treat you with mercy. You must know that every evil person will only become worse. Mo Fan looked at Wang Shushu and spoke in a helpless voice. Mo Fan could tell that Wang Shushu was a smart woman, yet she did not use her intelligence to protect herself. If she had exposed Zhao Pinlin's evilness, if she had simply told Guo Wenyi anything, she would not have ended up like this. Wang Shushu was immediately in tears when she heard the words. Her tears were black due to the effect of the curse water running along her initially attractive face. Are you going to leave me behind? Wang Shushu knew that the whole place was crowded with bad guys like Zhao Pinlin. She was scared that if the person left, he would simply forget about her. She was really terrified. She tried her best to remember who the person was, yet she could not remember anything. Mo Fan looked at her. He did not know what to say for a moment. The biggest threat had yet to show itself. Even Mo Fan's life was at risk. How could he possibly promise someone that he could save them? The situation outside isn't any better than what you're going through here. Mo Fan did not answer the question directly. What's happening? Mo Fan briefly explained about the poison. Wang Shushu seemed to know something. She blurted out to Mo Fan, there was a woman. She seems to be the boss here. Mo Fan's eyes flickered when he heard Wang Shushu's words. What does she look like? Do you know her name? Asked Mo Fan. Chapter 894. Busted. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. I don't know her name. She has brown hair, a small face, a tall nose, brown eyes, and I saw her wearing the uniform of service staff with a red bow tie. I also heard Zhao Pinlin mentioning that he had met her at the bar, so I guess she's a waitress there. Zhao Pinlin was treating her respectfully, like a toady pet, Wang Shushu said quickly. Wang Shushu described her encounter with the woman to Mo Fan, hoping that it could be of help. Is she a grey priest, or a blue deacon? Mo Fan started thinking. Normally, whenever the Black Vatican was recruiting new members, the grey priests would be in charge of the process. They would carefully observe candidates and determine if they were suitable. They would then approach these candidates as ordinary people, before slowly turning them into members of the Black Vatican. Judging from how the woman was teaching Zhao Pinlin how to obtain his own dark beast monster, she was most likely a grey priest, yet Wang Shushu said that the woman seemed to be controlling the manner. She could be a blue deacon too. It looks like this waitress is my priority target, but it's too difficult to find her now. She must be hiding somewhere. There's no way she's going to be mucking around at the bar still. Mo Fan said to himself confidently. Either way, Wang Shushu had surely helped him a lot, giving him a clearer direction to stop him from wandering around like a headless fly. It would be great if the waitress was really a blue deacon. Her bounty would not be low, and money was the reason that Mo Fan had agreed to come. The space I set up for you will last for some time. If any other members of the Black Vatican come here, you should pretend that you're in great pain. Don't let them notice any difference, said Mo Fan. You won't leave me here, right? Wang Shushu's eyes were pleading. Even though the pain had greatly reduced, she was still inside a pool surrounded by darkness. She wanted to see sunlight, her classmates, and her family again. Mo Fan nodded. Thank you. Don't thank me yet, the poison is still our biggest problem. We won't be able to leave this place if we can't find the cure, said Mo Fan. I'm already grateful that you're willing to help me, said Wang Shushu. Knowing that death was inevitable was scarier than death itself. Even a single minute felt incredibly long for Wang Shushu. Mo Fan's promise had at least given her a reason to hang in there. Let's hope we can all leave this place in one piece, sighed Mo Fan. Closing the door of the room, Mo Fan started heading back using the same path that had brought him here. Unfortunately, 2 grey priests were patrolling nearby. Mo Fan hesitated for a while, before deciding to go after them. After all, the grey priests were his only clue to locate the blue deacon, and also learn about the cure to the poison. The dark hall of the orange building. Rongsheng, Mu Ningxue, and Guo Wenyi were still waiting in the dim room. At times, a dark beast monster would pass by the room on the outside, searching for traces of someone alive. Guo Wenyi leaned against the door and watched through the gap. She suddenly saw a grey creature with strange runes on its body slowly approaching the room. Unlike the dark beast monsters from before, the creature's eyes were sharper and scarier. Rongsheng carelessly exchanged glances with the creature and felt goosebumps all over his body. The grey cursed beast immediately headed for the room. Its nose and senses were a lot more sensitive than the dark beast monsters. They saw the creature approaching the door while uttering a strange cry. Gulu, tilde, the cursed beast let out a deep cry. Ningxue immediately went to the door when she heard the cry. Looks like they found us, Rongsheng said in fear. Ningxue closed her eyes to sense the surroundings and noticed that lots of dark beast monsters were making their way to the room. Their pungent smell had already filled the room. It turned out that the cursed beast had indeed found them. It was summoning its comrades to surround the place. Ningxue went to the window and saw that they were tightly sealed off. If they escaped through the window, there would be lots of creatures waiting for them outside too. I thought this place should be clean after we killed those people. What a surprise, a few mice have sneaked into here again. TSK, a voice came from outside. It sounded rather familiar. Rongsheng and Guowenyi exchanged glances with one another. Rongsheng was the first to speak. Isn't that Zhao Pinlin's voice? As soon as the words were spoken, the heavy doors of the hall were flung open fiercely. The pungent smell immediately lunged at the group and almost choked them. Guowenyi backed off to the table. She was trembling in fear. A dozen monsters with black skin, the source of the pungent smell, had swarmed into the room. Among the dark beast monsters was a grey creature covered by curse runes. Its size was twice that of any other dark beast monster. Its glowing green eyes were staring at them. It felt like the creature was about to tear them into pieces before it had even moved closer to them. A man wearing a blue outfit stood beside the cursed beast. He looked surprised when he saw the intruders were Rongsheng and Guowenyi. However, when he realized that the silver-haired woman he had the desire to pounce on was also in the room, he was utterly excited. What a surprise, who would have thought he was still figuring how to take her himself. Their time at the ranches was almost coming to an end. To his surprise, she had walked right into the trap herself. It simply sped up the time needed for him to achieve his dream. Another bunch of intruders, kill them. A man in a grey outfit slowly entered the room and took a glance around. Leave them to me, since I personally know them, Zhao Pinlin smiled. Whatever, but don't take too long. We have things to do still. The new poison eggs have already hatched. We need more help with the preparations, so we can kill more people before the enforcement union arrives. Ha ha ha, the grey priest burst into laughter. The grey priest was obviously interested in killing. His eyes were filled with a strange passion. Why don't we kill them all? Asked a disciple beside him. Idiot, if everyone here is dead, how can we blend in with the crowd and leave? Brilliant, Senior Li Kai is brilliant as usual, the disciple fawned over the grey priest. Rookie, deal with them and regroup with us at the slanted hall as soon as possible, ordered the grey priest Li Kai. Chapter 895. The poison strikes again. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Zhao Pinlin walked up to the group of three. His eye scanned Ningxue with dark desire. If the woman did not reject him, perhaps Zhao Pinlin would still be admiring her beauty with a pure heart. However, since his wild ambitions were being answered lately, he found his lust for Ningxue's silver hair and her sacred face growing stronger. He initially thought he would have to contribute more to the Black Vatican before he could fulfill his dream. After all, the woman he lusted after was a magician. To his surprise, she walked into the trap herself. When Zhao Pinlin's eyes stared at Ningxue, it felt like he had already dominated and ravaged her countless times. Ningxue finally understood why she was being cautious around Zhao Pinlin. Every time the man looked at her, he was like a starving beast. He did not even bother hiding his intentions. Zhao Pinlin, you animal, tell us where Wang Shushu is at once. Rongsheng was enraged when he saw Zhao Pinlin. He immediately went up and grabbed his neck. Zhao Pinlin stood still, as if he was looking at a petty being. The cursed beast beside him attacked, swiping its claw at Rongsheng. The sharp claws penetrated Rongsheng's sturdy figure like they were slicing tofu. Luckily, Ningxue managed to pull Sheng back in time. Otherwise, the claws would have tugged his organs out instead of just cutting him. "Keep your cool," ordered Ningxue. Sheng held his chest and glared at Zhao Pinlin. Zhao Pinlin smirked coldly. The cursed beast could take on magicians with ease, let alone an ordinary person like Sheng. "You're still thinking of her. I can guarantee that if you see her now, you'll try your best to avoid her, ha ha ha. If you are smart enough, you will quietly follow me to the dungeon. I can consider sparing your lives. However, if you don't listen to me, humph, I'll ask it to tear you into pieces right here," said Zhao Pinlin. Why did you become like this?" Guo Wenyi looked at the man as if she was looking at a stranger. "I've been like this all along." Ningxue did not make her move. She could sense the presence of many members of the Black Vatican other than Zhao Pinlin. She had no problem dealing with Zhao Pinlin, yet it would be troublesome if they were surrounded by the Black Vatican. It was obvious that Zhao Pinlin was not planning to kill them. She could use it as a chance to move around their territory. Zhao Pinlin did not bother tying or placing any restrictions on the group of three. In his eyes, the cursed beast watching them was the best restriction. They were brought to a level below the ground floor. This was likely the true nest of the Black Vatican. They could see a disciple in a black outfit every few steps, and dark beast monsters like hounds with chains around their necks. "Who are these three?" asked the grey priest Lu Ging, glancing at them coldly. "My new slaves," answered Zhao Pinlin. "Why didn't you place any restrictions on them?" asked Lu Ging. "They are just a bunch of ordinary people." "I don't think there's a need for that," responded Zhao Pinlin. "Lock them up in the dungeon, and come immediately to the slanted hall." "Got it." Ningxue was listening to every word they said. She began to wonder what the slanted hall was. Could it be the place where the poison is coming from? Either way, it must be a very important place for the Black Vatican. As they arrived in the dungeon, Ningxue discovered that although there were mechanisms to restrict them in the cells, they were not too strong. She could easily break free with her full strength. Zhao Pinlin had obviously assumed they were a bunch of ordinary people. He did not bother locking them up in stronger cells. Ningxue let out a relieved sigh. Unfortunately, she was not an expert at sneaking around. If she wandered through the Black Vatican's nest on her own, she would quickly find herself in trouble. The dark hall in the orange building. When Mo Fan returned, he discovered that the place was completely empty. Judging from the marks on the floor, it seemed like a bunch of dark beast monsters were crawling around the place. Mo Fan started to worry, but he eventually calmed down when he saw a white block of ice in a corner. It was the signal that Ningxue and he had decided on. If the situation was indeed dangerous, nothing would be left behind since she had to react as quickly as possible. However, if she was able to leave the ice crystal behind, it implied that she was rather safe. "Mo Fan, Mo Fan." Lingling's voice came from the communication device. "What is it?" asked Mo Fan. "The poison has struck again. More than 10 people are dead. The number is still increasing. Some people are already running around wildly in panic," said Lingling. Mo Fan stood at the window and saw the main building that was well lit up. He could vaguely hear cries and screams, and tiny figures running across the dark ranches. However, those people eventually disappeared as they were running. Mo Fan knew that they must have fallen into some shrubs, with blood pouring out from their mouth and their bodies turning into a black substance. The pitch-black night did not have many stars. The clouds were looming over the spacious ranches, terrifying cries and screams were echoing endlessly. The people hiding indoors were trembling in fear. Their faces were extremely pale due to their fear and uneasiness. The captain of the Golden Battle Hunters, Pan Jin, sat on the stairs close to the main entrance. His bloodshot eyes were looking at the black corpses just a few steps in front of him. He was clenching his fists tightly. He wanted to fight the Black Vatican, even if it meant risking his life. However, they could not find a single member of the Black Vatican. Some of them might even be hiding among the guests, pretending to be terrified, yet they were actually laughing disdainfully in their hearts as they were enjoying the painful cries and screams of the victims. It felt utterly torturous knowing his cultivation was utterly useless as he watched his comrades die with none of the smoke and blast produced by magic. It seemed like the Golden Battle Hunters was going to be wiped out entirely. They were being wiped out before they could even catch a single member of the Black Vatican. Leader, I don't want to wait and die like this. Pan Jin raised his head and looked at Ji Yiming in tears. I don't want it to end like this either. We've really underestimated the Black Vatican. We can only hope that, said Ji Yiming helplessly. Hope what? Asked Pan Jin. Hope. Ji Yiming's eyes widened. He tried very hard to speak, yet he could not make any noise. Leader! Pan Jin immediately rose to his feet. Ji Yiming could not believe it either. Something was stuck in his throat. It was so thick that he could not even cough it out. Chapter 896. Break the cauldrons and sink the boats. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Black blood slowly came out of Ji Yiming's mouth. Either his cultivation was stronger, or because he did not contract much poison, his symptoms were not as ridiculous as the rest of the victims. It's my turn. Ji Yiming tried very hard to utter the words. His face was filled with pain and helplessness. It was finally his turn to pay the price for his reckless operation. When the poison struck the first time, Ji Yiming already knew things were getting out of hand. He did not expect the Black Vatican's methods to be so frightening, so much scarier than he had imagined, to the extent that even a powerful advanced magician like him had no chance of escaping. Leader! Leader, you can't die. Quick, call Greyhand. It's useless, the healing magic is useless against it. The members of the Golden Battle Hunters gathered around their leader in fear and shock. Even their leader Ji Yiming, the strongest among them, had fallen victim to the poison. How could the rest of them survive? The poison had thoroughly shattered their line of defense in their hearts. They fell hopelessly to the ground with blank looks in their eyes, not knowing what to do anymore. I told you, we shouldn't bother taking on those demons. It wouldn't have come to this if you listened to me, said Sun Rong. Who is the asshole that set us up by giving us false information? If we manage to survive this, I swear I'll tear him into pieces, yelled another hunter furiously. Enough, snapped Pan Jin. Pan Jin clenched his fists once again, his eyes were full of red lines. It was meaningless to abandon themselves to despair, as it would not help anyone survive in the current situation. Even their leader was trying to keep himself together after he was poisoned. It simply meant they had to rely on themselves. What's the point of venting our frustration on one another? Our enemy is the Black Vatican. If we are going to die either way, we might as well try looking for the members of the Black Vatican, and kill as many as we can. Otherwise, we are just a bunch of idiots that they played like a damn fiddle, said Pan Jin. Captain is right. If we keep condemning one another here, none of us will survive until the end. The people of the Black Vatican must be hiding somewhere in these ranches. There are lots of places that we haven't searched yet. Leave a few people behind to maintain the order. The rest of you, turn this place upside down. I won't believe that we are unable to find the Black Vatican's vest, exclaimed another captain of the Golden Battle Hunters, Hu Ting. Everyone, stick with your team. Don't move on your own. Report in if you find anything suspicious. Don't turn around even if someone is poisoned. Pan Jin realized that they could not stay here and wait for their death any longer, even their leader had contracted the poison. They had to make a move. The remaining members of the Golden Battle Hunters soon split into several teams and conducted a blanket search around the ranches. The people of the Black Vatican had most likely anticipated that the Golden Battle Hunters were determined to break the cauldrons and sink the boats when the poison struck again. Those who were hiding among the ordinary people immediately reported back to their base, updating them with the latest situation. Liu Pingsheng, who are you talking to? A cleaning staff turned around looking at a yellow-faced man and asked. No one, I was praying, answered the man. What are you holding in your hand? The cleaner took a closer look and snatched the thing from his hand. It was a black communication device. He could even hear some sounds coming from the other end. 3 members of the Golden Battle Hunters in charge of the area immediately noticed them. They quickly approached the man called Liu Pingxing. It's the Black Vatican's communication device. He must be telling them what we were up to. The 3 hunters were overjoyed. They immediately placed Liu Pingxing in custody. Liu Pingxing realized that his identity had been compromised. He immediately summoned his dark beast monsters to help him escape. Unfortunately, one of the 3 hunters was an intermediate magician. The dark beast monsters did not pose any threat to him. Liu Pingxing's attempt to summon the dark beast monsters totally exposed his identity. The people in the hall immediately backed away to the other side. However, the 3 hunters were able to move quickly and detain the disciple of the Black Vatican. The intermediate magician immediately contacted Captain Pan Jin. "Captain, we found a disciple here. He has their communication device, and he's able to summon the dark beast monsters." "Well done, that's the spirit. Everyone, keep it up. We can't let the Black Vatican treat us like fools and slaughter us as they wish. We must avenge our fallen comrades," said Pan Jin. Morale was definitely something they desperately needed in the current circumstances. If they continued to hide in fear like a herd of lambs, they would eventually be slaughtered one by one. However, if they were able to work together and ram down the fences, even the strength of a herd of lambs was not to be underestimated. "There's an orange building there. We haven't searched the place thoroughly yet." Sun Rong pointed into the distance. "Let's take a look." Pan Jin nodded. He brought a group of men and headed for the orange building. The slanted hall in the orange building. Blue Deacon Fang Shaoli was sitting on a blood-red chair, her slender legs slightly lifted. A pair of heels over 10 centimeters tall was standing on the shiny floor. It felt like they were about to pierce through the ground. Priests in grey outfits were kneeling before her feet in a row, including Li Kai and Lu Ging, whose status was slightly higher than the others. Behind the grey priests were 5 rows of disciples in black outfits. Everyone that came into the hall had to wear their outfit, as it would make it easier to identify them and allocate tasks. Fang Shaoli placed a finger beside her purple-red lips. An azure blue robe was covering her, but it seemed like she was not wearing anything under the robe. Her alluring physique was faintly discernible through the robe. "It seems like we forced the little lambs into a corner. Well, even rabbits will bite when they start to panic, let alone a bunch of filthy, incompetent humans," Fang Shaoli said with a smile. She was not too bothered by the counterattack of her enemy. "The people of the Enforcement Union have reached the island. They will be here any time. I'm afraid Nighthawk is the one leading them. He's the one that wiped out all our people in the Magic City," said Grey Priest Lu Geng. "Is that so? I do miss him. When he arrives, I should present him with a huge gift, ha ha ha." The other priests burst into laughter when they heard Fang Shaoli laugh. However, the disciples who were clueless about the details of the plan had no choice but to laugh while being utterly confused. A huge gift? For the Enforcement Union? Chapter 897. The Frozen Kiss. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Drops of a strange chemical fell onto a middle-aged disciple, sizzling as they did. The corpse soon turned into a pool of black goo on the ground. "This thing has really helped me a lot," Mo Fan exclaimed, waving the bottle that he took from Yang Qiao earlier. It was definitely a must-bring for anyone who was planning to go on a vacation and kill someone. After Mo Fan went to the lower level in the Black Vatican's nest, he would conveniently deal with the disciples of the Black Vatican who happened to be alone, and used the black bottle to deal with the corpses. The Black Vatican must be aware that some of their disciples were missing, but since they did not see any corpses, they could not tell if there were any intruders. Counting the number of disciples he had taken out, the reward he would get from them was only around 4 million, nothing significant. Mo Fan was not wandering aimlessly, either. Ningxue was incredibly smart. She kept leaving the little ice crystals along the way. As long as Mo Fan followed her trail, he could find Ningxue and the others. This place must be the Black Vatican's nest. If they could find a cure to the poison, they would be able to catch all the members of the Black Vatican in one net. When he reached the dungeon, he was surprised to discover that no one was guarding the place. He simply strutted right in. Mu Ningxue, Rongsheng, and Guo Wenyi were kept in a normal cell. Mu Ningxue could easily break free from it if she wanted. Mo Fan was rather amused that the Black Vatican actually had someone so careless. "Are you all right?" he asked. Thanks to Zhao Pinlin for bringing us into their nest," said Mu Ningxue. "I was checking around, there are quite a lot of disciples here, the two of us won't be able to handle them all," said Mo Fan. "Did Lingling manage to?" began Mu Ningxue. "To what?" asked Mo Fan in confusion. Mu Ningxue frowned. She tried to talk, yet she realized that she could not make any sound. Mo Fan initially thought she was having a dry throat, but when he saw black blood flowing out from her mouth, he was thunderstruck. The deadly black blood! Mo Fan felt like his mind was going to explode watching her. He immediately went into the cell with the fleeing shadow and grabbed Mu Ningxue's shoulders, taking a closer look at her. The blood was indeed black. No matter how difficult it was for Mo Fan to believe, the black blood continued to pour out from her lips. Black blood, she is vomiting black blood. Save her quick, think of a way to save her. Guo Wenyi and Rongsheng started to panic. They had witnessed the process several times. The terrifying symptoms happened so quick that the victim was killed even before their hearts could be fully overwhelmed by the fear. Now, the terrifying symptoms were happening on Mu Ningxue, who was right beside them. Rongsheng and Guo Wenyi felt their minds going blank. Shue, Mo Fan's mind was in a mess. He would feel better if the symptoms were happening to him. Why her? Lingling already mentioned how unlikely it was that the poison would kill them. Did the heavens really hate her that much? Mo Fan, please calm down. Mu Ningxue was able to control the black blood with some method. However, Mo Fan knew it was useless trying to resist it. Mu Ningxue would soon turn into a black corpse. She was perfect like a goddess in his heart. Even a little scratch on her skin would bring enormous pain to his heart, let alone the thought of her turning into the dried, black corpse. As the thought crossed Mo Fan's mind, his eyes immediately turned bloodshot. "You will be fine, trust me, I'll clear the path to the Blue Deacon and force her to give me the antidote." "Just hang in there." Mo Fan took a deep breath. Mu Ningxue shook her head. An extremely cold aura came out of her body and tightly wrapped around her. It continued to penetrate the blood vessels that were now visible under her skin. The cold gradually grew stronger. Mo Fan saw Mu Ningxue's face turning blue and pale from the cold. "What are you doing?" Mo Fan was in great panic. "Fr. Freezing myself?" "Mo Fan, don't panic, remember when we were at Yangming Temple?" Mu Ningxue's body was covered in layers of frost, both on her skin and inside her body. It was the only way Mu Ningxue could think of. The poison was able to disrupt the blood circulation of its target and accumulate the blood in a fragile spot, before erupting like a volcano, resulting in vomiting black blood. Once the target started to lose an excessive amount of blood, the functions of the body would be damaged severely. The poison would then turn the body into a pile of black dust. The only thing that Mu Ningxue could do was to freeze her own body, significantly slowing down the rate of her blood flow. She could not freeze her blood entirely, as that would kill her instantly. She could at most slow down the circulation. If the poison was spreading through the body through blood, her method would buy her time. Mu Ningxue never thought she would be the next victim. She looked at Mo Fan, who was extremely worried about her, and somehow felt rather grateful. It was rare to see the shameless guy in such a panic. The worried look on his face was not something that could be disguised. "Yangming Temple?" "Yes, I remember it. Don't look back in your life yet. I don't want any separation of life and death to happen between us," yelled Mo Fan. "Listen to me," Mu Ningxue said in a serious voice. Her face was already covered in frost. Her voice sounded stiff. "I will be fine for now. I've frozen my blood vessels." Mo Fan looked at her. He could feel a knife slicing at his heart as her voice gradually weakened. Mo Fan, Ningxue had turned into a frozen woman, but her eyes were still blinking, as if she had something important to say. Rongsheng and Guoweni stood aside. They could tell that Ningxue had kept the words in her heart for a very long time. Didn't Mo Fan say he didn't want a separation of life and death between them? Wasn't this how a typical scene would look? However, as Ningxue was about to speak, Mo Fan suddenly went forward. He placed one hand behind her icy neck and lowered his head, completely disregarded the poisonous blood by her lips. He pressed his lips hard on Ningxue's lips that had already turned purple from the cold. Mo Fan always imagined how soft, wet, and delicious Ningxue's lips would feel, but all he felt was icy, dry, and stiff, as if he was kissing an ice statue of a gorgeous woman. As the lips parted, Mo Fan looked into Ningxue's eyes and said determinedly, "If you really have something to tell me, just wait until you wake up. Either you want to tell me you like me, or you hate me, I promise you I'll listen to all of it." Ningxue did not speak after that. Her throat was already frozen. The only body part that was still active was her glittering eyes, looking at Mo Fan's arrogant face. As her body was frozen, any emotion she felt was incredibly faint, too. However, Ningxue believed that if her heart was still working normally, it would definitely have sped up at this instant. Chapter 898. Something Scarier. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. A strange blood-red and black glow started to appear slowly on Mo Fan's body. His dark brown eyes gradually turned hollow and cold. Even Ningxue could sense an unfamiliar aura encapsulating Mo Fan's figure. "Mo Fan, what are you doing?" Lingling's voice suddenly came from the communication device. "Ningxue has contracted the poison. I no longer have time to waste with these scum." Mo Fan's voice sounded rather disdainful. "Don't do anything stupid, considering it's the Black Vatican. If they knew who you are, not only will they not give you the antidote, it will even make the situation worse. Even if you manage to get the antidote, no one can possibly save you. We aren't at the Dongting Lake, or at the Kingdom of Undead. There's nothing you can kill recklessly to pay the price for using the power. This island only has around 700,000 people. Are you sure you will be able to keep your calm and not harm them when you let the demon element took over?" scolded Lingling. Mo Fan's bloodshot eyes recovered slightly when he heard Lingling's words. When Ningxue's life was in danger, the only way Mo Fan had was demonizing. It would grant him the power to defeat the people of the Black Vatican in the shortest time possible, and the poison would have no effect on him once he demonized. However, when Lingling finished her last sentence, Mo Fan subconsciously shuddered. She's right, there wasn't a horde of demon creatures or a nest nearby. There were only a few 100,000 residents on Chongming Island. The consequences of using the demon element did not only involve the degradation of his cultivation, but also the vast amount of blood needed for the sacrifice. The demon element fed on souls. Mo Fan had already experienced the pain at Dongting Lake. It would only turn him into a killing machine. He would be no different than the failed subjects of the experiment conducted on the demon element. Not only would he fail to save Ningxue, it would result in a greater disaster. "Mo Fan." "I understand," Mo Fan interrupted Lingling's words. Mo Fan took a deep breath, trying his best to calm down the restless demon element. If he relied too much on the demon element to settle his problems, he would actually turn into a real demon. It's more dangerous if someone else contracts the poison. It's less terrifying for her, as she can freeze herself with her ice domain, slowing down her blood flow, explained Lingling at a quick pace. "She already did," replied Mo Fan. "That's good, she's calmer than you are, and you call yourself a hunter master. You should stop being so hot-headed every time," chided Lingling. Mo Fan was left speechless. Did he really just get scolded by a girl who was just over age of 10? "Have you found the cure to the poison?" asked Mo Fan. "No." Mo Fan really had nothing to say. "But I made an extremely important discovery," said Lingling. "What discovery?" "I managed to connect my database. After digging around, I realized that the poison is somehow related to a quest we did before, said Lingling. You mean we've encountered something similar before? Asked Mo Fan in astonishment. Do you remember the mother scale skin phantom, the parasitic creature that can turn living humans into monsters after sucking their blood? Even though that thing isn't a high-level creature, it is still considered an extremely dangerous creature, as it can cause a huge number of casualties within a short period of time. The tea that we drank during our stay here at the manor contains a very tiny poisonous worm. The poisonous worm is able to stay inside a human's body. If it doesn't receive any signal from the queen, it will eventually die inside our bodies. However, if the queen sends out a specific signal, the poisonous worms will start destroying our body, including our blood, organs, muscles, said Lingling. Poisonous worms, queen? So you're saying that if we can find the queen and kill it, the poisonous worms in everyone's body will die, too, exclaimed Mo Fan in surprise. Mo Fan clearly remembered that the mother scale skin phantom was the source of the mutation. When the mother scale skin phantom was killed, everyone in the auditorium was able to return to normal. If it was exactly what Lingling said, that everyone had drunk the tea containing the poisonous worms that were controlled by the queen, everything would be fine once they were able to kill the queen. Exactly, the queen is the key. By the way, I also learned that the worms have a Scarier ability. Lingling slightly lowered her voice. You're telling me that killing people with the poison isn't the scariest ability? Mo Fan was stunned. The main building, in the room in the middle of the 3rd floor, Lingling grabbed her laptop and jumped down from the chair. She hurried over to the window. She pulled the curtains aside. The view was rather wide from her room. She was able to see the entrance of the ranches from her angle. Lots of scorched corpses were lying still on the fields, which looked quite eerie under the street lamps along the ranches. The cold breeze continued to blow, sweeping the black ashes from the skin of the corpses into the air above the ranches. Many people would assume that the corpses would slowly turn into dust. After all, their bodily structure was completely destroyed by the poison. However, after learning that the poison was similar to that of the mother scale skin phantom, Lingling would look out of her window every 5 minutes. Death was already considered the worst outcome for those who had contracted the poison. Lingling desperately hoped that the Black Vatican was not as insane as she thought, yet the truth simply proved to her that the Black Vatican was madder than she could ever imagine. The dried skin of the corpses began to crack after being blown by the cold breeze. The pieces slowly fell to the ground as the cracks spread throughout the corpses. New skin appeared under the cracks, but if anyone thought it would look smooth and pale like that of a newly born baby, they would be so wrong. The skin of the hunter that died to the poison first started to peel off, revealing a reddened, rough, slimy, and hideous skin under it. The dead had risen from their sleep. They sat up amid the piles of black dust. Pairs of glowing blue eyes were staring ahead, adding a hint of eeriness and disbelief to the already terrifying night. Chapter 899. Killing the Evil Brutally, Part 1. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. As I thought, Lingling pulled the curtains back. The thing that she hoped would not happen still happened regardless. Even if the people of the Enforcement Union arrived, they would be worn out fighting against the mutated dead people. They would not be able to keep the situation under control. Is something wrong? Asked Mo Fan. We can't rely on the people of the Enforcement Union to save us now. Those who died to the poison has mutated into monsters, just like the case we were on before. The queen this time is obviously stronger than the mother scale skin phantom, so these mutated monsters will be stronger than those we fought before. Lingling told him. All right, do you have any good news for me? Asked Mo Fan. I do. Your demon element seems to have made you immune to the poison, replied Lingling. That does sound like good news, but why? Said Mo Fan in surprise. In terms of mutation, you are actually the deadliest among all of us. The chance of these parasitic creatures triggering a mutation in your demonized body is the same as the chance of you being killed by the bacteria in the mineral water you drank, said Lingling. Mo Fan was able to understand the explanation, yet could anybody explain why he wasn't feeling proud of it at all? Either way, Lingling did give him a piece of good news. No wonder Ningxue, who only took a few sips, had fallen victim to the poison, yet he who drank like a bull was perfectly fine. In this case, he did not need to hesitate too much. He could kill every member of the Black Vatican that he stumbled into. Mo Fan was pretty much a volcano on the verge of erupting after what had happened to Ningxue. He finally did not need to hold back any longer. Mo Fan turned around and left the dungeon. Since he had already snuck inside, it was a lot safer to move around. "Did you manage to locate the queen?" asked Mo Fan. "The soil you brought back contains traces of the same poison. It's pretty easy to trace it down. Just follow my instructions, but be really careful, there is a blue deacon involved. You can disregard the grey priests and black clergy, but you have to be careful against a blue deacon. Speaking of which, try not to use the demon element." "You should try your best not to use it," said Lingling. "Don't worry, I have only come because I'm confident in my abilities. These assholes, I'll send them all to hell the most violent way." Saying this, Mo Fan walked out of the dungeon. Unfortunately, as soon as he walked a few steps, he bumped into a man wearing a pair of golden-framed glasses. The man was wearing an anticipatory and sinister grin, as if he was incredibly satisfied with his current position. Zhao Pinlin was quite surprised as they met on the stairs. His widened eyes stared at the intruder Mo Fan. "Damn it, how did this guy get in? This is the Black Vatican's base. Is he really that lucky that he didn't even bump into any of the disciples patrolling the area? You really have to take the path to hell instead of the path to heaven. Now that you've trespassed into here and saw all this, I'm afraid I can't let you leave this place alive," Zhao Pinlin laughed. He had turned into a very cruel man over the past few days. He enjoyed the feeling of being able to manipulate and control someone's life. Trespassing is an overstatement. I was simply following the scent of my prey. Speaking of which, I must tell you that even though I am a full-time student, I'm also a part-time hunter who specializes in hunting down you scum that are worse than the demon creatures. Mo Fan lifted his gaze. Looking at the shrimpy Zhao Pinlin, his disdainful and sharp gaze immediately thrust at the weak man like a sword. "Humph, who cares if you're a magician? This thing beside me is enough to tear you into pieces." "Oh, no, I can't let you die so quickly. You have been a pain in the ass for quite some time. I'll turn both you and Wang Shushu into my dark beast monster slaves." Zhao Pinlin took a step back. A grey, era-shaped creature with cursed runes across its body appeared. Its green eyes had a frightening glow in the dark dungeon. Both Guowenni and Rongxing fell to the floor in fear. When Zhao Pinlin saw the cursed beast slowly approaching Mo Fan along the tunnel, he burst into laughter once again. "This cursed beast is nothing like those lowly dark beast monsters. It possesses the strength of a warrior-level creature, for someone like you." Mo Fan's dark brown eyes suddenly emitted a silver glow while Zhao Pinlin was still talking. His eyes were full of magic, and a hint of pride that looked down at everything before him. The silver glow lit up the dungeon. Mo Fan moved at lightning speed. He clenched his fist into a claw and directed the force to land accurately on the cursed beast's neck. The grab was extremely powerful. The cursed beast struggled fiercely trying to break free from it, yet it had no chance escaping from Mo Fan's space element spell, Mind Claw. The cursed beast was lifted into the air with ease, like a little chick. "Warrior level, you say?" Mo Fan laughed wildly. He loosened the grip of the claw so the cursed beast was hovering in the air. Before it started falling, Mo Fan clenched his fist and fired lightning arcs from the gaps between his fingers, which combined into a thick lightning bolt in mid-air. The blinding thunderbolt sprang forward with ferocious might and penetrated the cursed beast's body as it was still falling down, leaving a giant, scorched hole through both sides of its body. Mo Fan's control of the lightning element had greatly improved since it had reached the advanced level. The spell he just cast was the intermediate spell Thunderbolt, but its form was no longer being restricted to lightning strikes descending from the sky. He could freely alter its form by controlling his grip. That being said, even without the improved control, he was already strong enough to kill a little warrior-level creature instantly a long time ago. The Thunderbolt only lasted briefly, so briefly that Zhao Pinlin was still in the middle of finishing his proud sentence. Zhao Pinlin looked at the cursed beast's corpse and began to wonder if Fang Xiaoli had tricked him. Didn't she say that a warrior-level creature was strong enough to kill 100 Mo fans? How did it die in just the blink of an eye? The truth was, if Zhao Pinlin had realized that the thick walls behind him had also been punctured by the thunderbolt, he would no longer think it was the cursed beast's problem. Chapter 900. Killing the Evil Brutally, Part 2. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Do you seriously think you are unstoppable after joining the Black Vatican? They are nothing but a piece of trash in a magician's eyes, and as for you, maybe Scum suits you better. Mo Fan's eyes did not show the slightest hint of mercy or compassion. Another bolt of lightning descended onto Zhao Pinlin out of nowhere. The dazzling light lit up the whole dungeon. Zhao Pinlin was struck by the lightning. The purple-black bolt of lightning sliced his body in half like a sword or axe. The two halves were immediately disintegrated into blood lumps and droplets under the overwhelming power of the lightning. Zhao Pinlin was shattered to the limit. He literally became the waste that Mo Fan had mentioned. Guo Wenyi and Rong Sheng's faces were filled with astonishment when they saw Mo Fan's sudden display of his overwhelming strength. Their understanding of magicians was basically similar to Zhao Pinlin's level. They only knew that some magicians were hired as bodyguards, yet they had never seen a powerful magician who could easily destroy an enemy with a single wave of his hand like Mo Fan. Take care of her for me. Mo Fan turned around and reminded the two with gaping eyes and mouth. All right. Rong Sheng immediately nodded. His admiration for Mo Fan skyrocketed instantly. Mo Fan found himself in a zigzagging tunnel after he left the dungeon. Lingling only told him the rough direction of the Queen of the Sudden Death Poison, so Mo Fan had to probe his way around the place like he was currently in a maze. Mo Fan followed the visible lights emitted by candles, which clearly shone his silhouette on the wall. He quickly moved past the lit-up area, and as he blended in with the shadows, he completely disappeared into the darkness. It was impossible to detect his presence. As Mo Fan left the dungeon, he arrived in a straight and long corridor. The walls were quite far apart, with lights symbolizing the Black Vatican lighting up the path. The corridor was too dark to see the other end. However, Mo Fan had already discovered a few people in black outfits moving in the darkness. Mo Fan knew he had no chance of sneaking through the corridor with the fleeing shadow. He blatantly strode along the corridor. "Who's there?" snapped Grey Priest Lu Gung, his sharp eyes immediately noticing Mo Fan's presence. The other disciples in black outfits immediately gathered, accompanied by 8 dark beast monsters under their command. They instantly blocked off the direction Mo Fan was heading to. "Someone who's here to send you all to hell." Mo Fan stood still. The members of the Black Vatican did not notice the fire burning fiercely on his right hand. Initially, the fire was only the size of the flames of the candles nearby. However, as he threw a punch forward, the spacious corridor was immediately filled by the fire. The enormous burning fist almost burst the corridor open. The fiery fist was unstoppable. Both the disciples of the Black Vatican and the dark beast monsters under their command had no chance of surviving against Mo Fan's 4th-tier fiery fist. Their flesh and bones were burned into powder under the incredible heat of the rose flame. The corridor was cleared in an instant. The Grey Priest was barely left alive along the scorched trail more than 100 meters long. His skin was burned beyond recognition as he climbed to his feet. He immediately fled for his life desperately. "Come over here." Mo Fan summoned a mind claw with a thought. Grey Priest Lu Gung was dragged all the way back forcibly and dropped in front of Mo Fan. Lu Gung raised his head and looked at Mo Fan in fear. "Do you know you are worth 9 million, said Mo Fan. Lu Gung was stunned. Anyone would be stunned in Lu Gung's position. They were still in the Black Vatican's base, yet a young man had appeared out of nowhere and threw a fiery fist at them before they understood what was going on. Lu Gung tried to act humbly, just so this terrifying murderer would spare his life. Unfortunately, he did not have the chance to finish his sentence, as Mo Fan was already pouring some liquid onto his head. Lu Gung totally lost his mind when he saw the bottle. Wasn't this the bottle that he gave Ningxue to clean up corpses? How did it end up in his hand? Grey Priest Lu Geng started to melt as soon as the liquid was poured onto him. Lu Geng had poured the same chemical onto people that were still alive in the past. He always felt excited when he heard their screams at the top of their lungs, to an extent that he had to make love with Ningxue a couple of times on the same night just to release his excitement. However, he never thought he would be the one that screamed the loudest. The enormous pain he felt from the process significantly overcame the total pleasure and excitement he felt from using it in the past. Mo Fan was not in a great mood. He was having trouble venting his anger and frustration after what happened to Mu Ningxue, and it just so happened that he had the chance to kill a bunch of scum as a way to serve justice. It was definitely his favorite course of the meal. The corridor no longer had anyone blocking Mo Fan's path after he cleared it with a single punch. After advancing for another 200 meters, Mo Fan arrived before a giant red doorway. It was designed as fangs, the kind that could close up perfectly. When opened, the entrance would resemble a fierce beast with its bloody mouth wide open. The entrance seemed to be half open. Mo Fan easily snuck into the room and realized it was a relatively spacious chamber of sacrifice. Skulls of various kinds of creatures were placed on sticks hanging in rows across the hall. On top of that, beyond the rows of skulls, a huge crowd of disciples in black outfits were kneeling before an altar under the commands of several grey priests. "Yo, having a meeting here." Mo Fan stood behind the strange and passionate crowd, looking at the buttocks of the disciples that were facing him. "It's fine, saves me time from looking for you individually." Mo Fan put on a grin. Mo Fan immediately channeled a brilliant and stunning star constellation without giving the stunned members of the Black Vatican any chance to speak. Mo Fan's speed at channeling a star constellation had improved dramatically. The 7-star patterns with densely packed stars were connected fluidly, and in just a moment, the whole star constellation was visible to the crowd, further setting off Mo Fan's sturdy figure. Skyflame Funeral, you can enjoy the taste of hell before you actually go to hell. Mo Fan delivered 2 fiery clouds into the space above the spacious, high-voltage chamber of sacrifice. The fiery clouds rapidly filled up the space. They began to descend when they finally reached their limit. There was nowhere to hide from the rain of fire at all, as the clouds were so close to them. A blinding red light was emitted from the waves of the burning ocean. The petty members of the Black Vatican were fleeing from the ritual of flames. In their eyes, the lives of the others were mere trifles. The truth was, they were as insignificant as the people they killed, especially when they were going up against an advanced magician like Mo Fan. The members of the Black Vatican who were scorched black in just a few seconds would never believe that the man in front of them was only a high school student who had barely been able to protect himself in Bo City, the town they targeted so many years ago. But now, the man and his vengeful flames were able to annihilate a huge crowd of them with ease.